Last weekend was only the beginning. We are back for more Mythic Dungeon International The Great Push. Today, our Group B competitors will show us what they're made of as they push their keys and try to secure a spot in the Global Finals. I'm your host, Rook, and I'm joined by some no doubt familiar faces from last weekend and many other events here. Zyronic, Nagura, Tettles, and Duratnos. You'll be hearing more from them in just a moment, but before we get there, let's go ahead and take a look at where we've been, where we are this weekend, and where we're heading next weekend as well. So all of our teams to qualify had to go through the proving grounds here June 19th through 24th. Last weekend, you all got to see the Group A teams compete. It was an incredible weekend, really close with many of them with those eliminations. And we settled on our Group A winners, Mandatory, Madge, and Pedros per hour, who will continue on to the Global Finals. This weekend, we're at that roughly halfway point, and we have 6 more teams who will be competing, looking to narrow it down to just 3 to head into those Global Finals next weekend. Speaking of those, we will have our 6 total teams over the course of those 3 days as they duke it out and look to secure their place as the champion of the Great Push. Now, here in our tournament format for the Great Push, in case any of you are new to this or you need a little refresher, 6 teams are basically going to have to push to achieve the highest runs in the assigned dungeons over the course of the weekend. Points are awarded based on the level of each keystone that they complete, and each tournament day features 5 hours of gameplay. At the end of days 1 and 2, the lowest ranking team will be eliminated, and at the end of day 3, the top 3 ranking teams will qualify for the Global Finals. So no eliminations that final day here this weekend. Now, we've had a few changes actually here for some of the nitty-gritty details of the rules for the TGP, so I'm going to pass it over. Tettles, let us know a little bit about how things have changed this time around.
Yeah, so if you watched last weekend, you kind of already know what the format changes were. But first and foremost, like you were saying, we have a 3-2-1 dungeon schedule where you get 3 dungeons on day 1 as opposed to 4 that we did in the past. This kind of creates for more action on day 1 where, teams have a little bit more time to push up keys on day 1. It's less about who's going to be able to 2 and 3 chest it. Although those things are very important, there's going to be a little bit more time to be able to do potential chase keys on day 1. On top of that as well, I think that narrowing the field down from 18 to 12 teams really starts the weekend off hot, while it does kind of create a different dichotomy where you were only going to be passing 3 teams into the Global Finals as opposed to the 2 in the past. The day 1 of Cup A, there is a 40-second gap between a team that got eliminated and a team that made Global Finals, and that's the kind of the competition that we're going to be seeing across the entire weekend. On top of that, we also have co-streaming, which every single team has required 1 co-streamer. My personal favorite, Kira Tank TV, although I have to give a notable shout out to 4U with all the Duratnos pictures in the bottom left, but I think that these teams are going to be able to show off some of their gameplay, show off some of their experiences, and if you're looking to play some of these specializations or some of these classes, make sure to check out some of the co-streams to see what the teams are doing across the entire weekend.
I promise everybody, no bonus points are awarded by Duratnos for, kind of appealing to his good side here by putting pictures all over your stream of him, but definitely still something that, you can angle for, you can try. But speaking of our teams, we have not only those perspectives that you'll be watching, but the entire team rosters, as our 6 teams for this weekend will be competing. We've got some heavy hitters in this one, as well as some newcomers to the scene. So, Duratnos, again, no bias here, whether they have pictures of you or not, but you want to give us a little bit of a lowdown about each of the competitors this weekend?
Sure, all right. So coming in with our first seed this weekend is Mist Count. This team you may remember as Eclipse, as Last Minute in the past. There are some gamers on this roster. They had really, really, really strong overall time trial times as well. So definitely a very, very scary team to look out for. Up next, a team that needs no introduction, but is going to get one anyways. It's Echo. They have come 9 times in first place in a row in MDI and TGP, and that streak was broken last MDI when it was Mandatory who dethroned them. So are they back with a vengeance? Have they fallen off? Is there a dragon riding race that they're currently in the middle of? These are the questions that we're going to answer today. Up next, we have a North American contender here. We have Team Hope. Now, there are some players here that you recognize these players. They've played on a bunch of different good teams, a lot of different strong teams, but the big new combo here is Dorky and Ellesmere. Having never been on the same team at the same time as each other, now are teaming up for the first time. So we'll see how powerful that combination is. And then up next, wait a second. Who let these guys in here? This doesn't This can't be right. I have to double check here. There's no way these guys qualified. Actually, they did, and they actually qualified with some pretty good times as well. So, Dratno's guild team in here. A couple of my guildies, also joined by Frosty and Cryptix, some players that you'll recognize from some previous runs. Also Timbermaw here, having played, and Terrasant in some previous teams as well. But this is their first time all playing together. So I guess aside from my guildies and my guild raids, which those don't count, I don't think. Definitely a team to look out for, a team that I'm personally rooting for, of course. Then up next, we have a team whose pronunciation, I'm going to go with GIF, I think is probably the way to pronounce this one. Yep. This is a very a new team, actually, a team that has been spectating, as they say in the past, but now qualified, here to win, here to upset, here to take out those top few seeded teams, show us what they're made of. And then finally, we have Ducks Can Fly, who you'll have recognized, actually. They've shown up in a few previous MDI/TGP things, mostly in Dragonflight. So this is a team that's coming in this expansion, Ducks Can Fly, who I'm personally, looking forward to see what they've got for us in this weekend. This is a team that, based on time trial seedings, Ducks Can Fly and GIF will be one of the teams that are kind of the more underdog teams, but those things all can change very quickly once the actual weekend gets started. Doesn't really matter how your time trial seeding worked out. What matters is what happens on the weekend.
It really does. And I mean, these teams, a lot of them you'll recognize even from the MDI. And I mean, although some of them have some pretty confusing names here, I don't know.
There's just no way to know how to pronounce it.
GIF?
Yeah.
I think it's impossible, actually. Yeah. GIF. Okay, I think we'll go with Zyro on this one, GIF. But, all of these really strong contenders and, of course, big powerhouses like Echo in here in the mix. But, they've got a little something to prove after that MDI themselves. And getting in a little bit closer at these teams, because they're not just the teams themselves, but they're also individuals. Nagura, is there a player that you think everybody should keep an eye on, should watch this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, speaking of GIF, there's actually one player on that team that I do want to highlight, and it is Raven. Raven is the healer in GIF. She does play a Rasta Druid, also some other healers as well. She only started playing late Legion and just recently actually decided to be more serious about her and plus in Dragonflight. So it's actually incredibly impressive that she did manage to qualify for the group stage here. And her team is actually the only team that actually streamed their proving grounds and also their practice keys, which is really cool. I did ask her why they decided to stream, and she said she wanted to encourage other teams to maybe also stream in the future and just to generally be motivating to them. And she wanted to show that you can be competitive while streaming as well. So definitely go ahead and check her out over on her stream. She's going to be streaming today's action. And she also recently got a Maine Coon kitten called Mambo. So maybe you'll see the kitten as well if you check her stream out.
It's a good name for a cat.
Yeah, Mambo's a great name for a cat. Also, I mean, with it being Maine Coon, keep an eye out, because if you just see a full-sized cat in the background, that's probably the kitten in question, but particularly fluffy. And I mean, you love to see it. It goes to show again that you don't have to be a player.
Oh, go back.
No, wait, go back.
I want to see it.
Dude, you gotta go back. Oh my god.
That's a kitten.
It's huge.
Dude, kitten is a gross overstatement for what that thing is. That is a full-size cat.
Kitten is a generous term. Oh, how sweet. Love it. Well, we've got some good vibes to start the day, and we've got some great teams and some great point of views for all of us to be watching. But again, it goes to show you don't have to be, a seasoned veteran in the game for 1,000 years. Oh, God, get up close on that cat. That cat's so cute. Look at that happy little kitty. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, what a cutie.
The Great Push, more like the great pets of all the team players. This is great. I love this. But again, you don't have to be a long-running player in the game to be able to compete. And you love to see it with new teams, love to see it with new talent. And for folks just jumping in, going hard, we are sending you all the best, and we are loving your pets. So please continue to put them on camera. Thank you so much. But we have some predictions about how the weekend will shake out ourselves. And I think we're going to take a look at all of them now. I mean, Zyro, how's it looking for our predictions?
Oh, wow.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So I was going to say, I feel like there's a very clear hierarchy of duos of teams in terms of their consistency and how good I expect they'll play throughout the weekend. Most of us who aren't on Copium are putting Mistcount and Echo in the top two because, of course, they're the teams that have stuck together for the longest. They have extremely high pedigree in terms of just good tournament results and high key pushing in general. The next two teams that I would expect to be like in the third, fourth position, and I think this is going to be the really contentious spot for the weekend, is between Dratnos Guild Team and Hope. I think either of them could very easily make it through. Personally, I think it's going to be Hope, but I see everyone else has gone with Dratnos Guild Team as the third team. I think either one of them can easily make it through. It really comes down to who plays better on the weekend. And unfortunately, our final two teams who did qualify the lowest, I feel like they're definitely a little bit less experienced. Now, of course, that's not to say that they still can't make it through. We saw how close it was last weekend in Group A, with every single team on the first day having the same score, except for one, which was mandatory, playing out of their minds. But, I mean, just based off the format changes that we've seen, I think this weekend is going to be incredibly close, and it might come down once again to just time tiebreakers on day one.
Yeah, it very well may. I mean, you mentioned, Zyro, that it was just so close last weekend, and I think that having this adjustment with kind of the dungeon pools, as well as some of the sort of changes that have happened, it really makes it feel like it's so exciting seeing, like the tension of pushing those keys, as opposed to just feeling the pressure, day one especially, to like speed run as much as you can just to get something on the board. So it's been cool to see how it all kind of comes together here. I mean, I don't know, Nagura, how did you feel last weekend kind of set the tone for this weekend's competition with some of, your guesses as to who's going to win or anything with the scene?
Well, I do think this group is going to be a little bit different compared to the first group, just because this group actually, they were able to watch Group A, see what they were doing. So I do think we're probably going to see some teams just go with some of the strategies we've seen last weekend. But of course, the affixes are something that are unknown still. So it's possible that they have to adjust their routes accordingly to the affixes. But yeah, I'm just generally excited. I think some of the teams might have been able to take some strats and even make them better. So it's possible that we see even higher keys if the teams were practicing the previous weekend strats a lot and improved on them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what they take away from it, for sure. But, it was kind of surprising. Many of us, I should say, had Dratnos' guild team in there. Dratnos, you talked a big game about how well they might do this weekend, earlier. Do you think that's going to prove it's going to shake out?
Yep, absolutely. This team, unstoppable juggernauts. No way they could lose from here, especially, surely the dungeon pool will be favorable for them. I've seen these guys and, oh, wow, there those dungeons are.
Ooh.
Okay. So, first thing that jumps out to me here, we've got 3 tyrannical keystones to start our weekend off. So,
oh my gosh,
this is an interesting texture here, where it's going to be a lot. Particularly you've got a tyrannical Ruby Life Pool, a tyrannical Azure Vault. Those are some of the dungeons that scale the bosses up to become the most lethal, the most quickly. And then Halls of Infusion as well is also feels like that sometimes. So this is going to be very, very difficult boss fights that you're going to need to vanquish in order to probably make it even out of Friday.
I will say on 14, though, it's not the end of the world. It does create like an artificial cap on the tyrannical keys, though. It's kind of like what we saw last weekend, where a lot of the Tyran keys, they only were able to get pushed up to like that 21 level, and even that 20 level in some instances, because Tyran is just so hard whenever you're starting to really push what the timer has to offer.
Mm-hmm. I guess we should touch, too, on the fact that, there has been some adjustment in the numbers of the dungeon. So in case anybody missed the first weekend and you're looking at this going, wait, hold on, 20 is like, that doesn't make any sense, right? They have kind of dropped those levels down and then increased some of the difficulty thresholds on dungeons here for TGP and or for the season currently. So a little reminder for everybody as well that is going to be something to keep in mind. Now, we are going to be having the action, obviously, starting off here as everybody leaps in, and we're going to have a few folks leaving the desk. So Zoronic and Dratnos, I believe we'll be seeing you head out for just a little bit, but I hope you enjoy the action until then.
Bye.
Looking forward to it.
Bye.
Bye. The Nagura farewell, always a classic on the TGP desk. Nagura, I have a question. Is it true that you have guildmates in ducks?
Luca, yeah, the shaman, the healer.
Oh,
in my
okay.
guild, yeah.
Okay. It's crazy that you didn't believe in them.
I didn't believe in them as much as Dratnos believed in his team, I do have to say. I'm sorry, Luca. I'm sorry.
Brutal.
Kind of messed up.
Healing me in the raid.
Kind of messed up, but all right.
I'll give you all the innovates if you keep healing me. But yeah, it looks like most of the teams actually ended up going into halls first. We do see Miscount in Ruby Life Pool, so the only team that decided otherwise is Miscount, which is our number 1 seeded team going into this weekend. So very interesting. We do also see same comps. One thing that I was thinking about that might happen is that maybe we're going to see the Archivoker drop for the early keys because they now knew that they're going to start with 14, right? Because last weekend the teams did not know the key level initially, so maybe there's no point practicing another comp if you don't know what the key levels are that you start with. Because we do know dropping the AUG gives you like a little bit more damage, but if you manage to 3-chest the keys or 2-chest them anyway, even with the AUG, then of course you're going to be sticking to that because that's what you're practicing the most, and then it's a lot easier to coordinate your CC and your cooldowns and everything.
Sure, I think that it comes down to kind of how you feel about practice, right? Because I think the big thing is just like those +2 and +3 level breakpoints. And so if you practice a different composition like you're implying that could have happened, I think it makes a lot of sense. You're going to be able to save probably 20-30 seconds in some of these dungeons, but at the end of the day, if it's going to change up your strategy dramatically from what you're doing in practice, I don't think it makes a ton of sense. The Archivoker still does have value in like those lower level keys. I think the control that you mentioned is definitely the big one. How are you feeling about Miscount and Jif going into Ruby Life Pools while the other teams are going to Halls of Infusion?
Yeah, I don't know. Like Ruby Life Pools is a dungeon that was part of the Proving Ground, so I'm sure most teams are very familiar with that dungeon. I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with affixes, or maybe they just like one or the other more. It's interesting because I personally think that Ruby can be difficult. Like we've seen in Group A.
I agree.
It was super difficult as you got into the higher keys, and you can easily have full wipes. If a boulder hits a pebble, or if you pull a dragon on accident, or one of those destroyer packs. The affixes, though, are pretty easy in Ruby, right? You have Entangling, Bursting, while you do have Incorporeal in Halls, which, to be honest, with a priest is also not that hard. So I guess they just chose the easier affix dungeons, because the Azure Vault has Sanguine, so that is definitely something that they want to think about a little bit more.
I think that you're spot on. I think that they're going to probably take a lot of these teams are going to take a large portion of their break right before going into that Azure Vault, just taking it before that Sanguine and making sure that you have like a route that you're comfortable with to be able to 3-chest that dungeon on a 14 is important. And actually, Ducks Can Fly is already onto that Laymore about 3 minutes into that key, so they're actually the only team that went to that Azure Vault, where Jif and Miscount went to Ruby, and then the remainder of the teams went to the Halls of Infusion.
Wow, it's actually interesting that they go Azure Vault first with that Sanguine affix. Yeah.
So the timers really lean into this key, especially if you're doing it on live. It's a really easy key to, +1, even with a decent amount of mistakes. Now, we need to see these teams +3ing it, though. I think all 3 of these 14s are easily +3able. And so that kind of reduces your amount of wiggle room a little bit. I don't know. So you have to have really good Sanguine management, I think, to be able to 3-chest this dungeon.
Yeah. Yeah, other than that, no surprises with the comp, of course. Some people the chat has been asking if the rule is still in place that the teams have to stream, and yes, one player of each team will be streaming at least, so definitely go ahead and check out their streams if you want to see any teams, because of course on the first day, on the Friday, we have 6 teams that play simultaneously, and we can't feasibly show all 6 teams with us still being able to see something on the screens, so we're mainly going to be showing 4 of the teams. If you want to be checking out one team in particular, definitely go ahead and check out the individual POVs.
Echo just smashed that Watcher Iridia split 5 minutes and 30 seconds, where it looks like Hope and Dratna's Guild team are both going to be about on that 6-ish minute mark, maybe even like 6:15. That's crazy. Echo already trying to get a little bit of an early lead. Again, the big break point is just being able to 3-chest this dungeon on 14. It's not like a huge deal if you're able to beat it by 30 seconds over another team, but it bodes well moving on to the rest of the weekend, I would say.
Yeah, and also bodes well for the higher keys, right? Because we definitely saw some differences in...
Exactly.
I don't mean like the highest keys, but like the second, like after the 3-chest, right? We've seen last week, for example, Mandatory managed to 2-chest a lot of the keys that the other teams only managed to get 1-chest in, which in the end didn't necessarily matter for mandatory because then they didn't actually utilize their +2. But if that happens on a lower key and they manage to utilize their +2 or +3 while the other teams don't manage, then that's obviously a huge advantage. So if Echo is going to be that quick in a hulls, let's say on a 17 while the other teams are not, then that will obviously be a huge advantage. So we'll see how the other teams are competing against that. We see both Dratnos, Skill Team, Hope, and Echo do go the same route, though. That's also something we've seen last weekend as well, where they just go to the frog area, which is something that is kind of new with the season, because last season a lot of the teams just went left instead.
We saw, oh gosh, I want to say it was Pedro's per hour last weekend whenever they had Halls of Infusion do that massive left side pull. I'm kind of interested in seeing if any of the teams are also going to continue to do that. That's like a pretty common live key pull, is just going left as opposed to doing that frog hallway. That frog hallway is pretty difficult to execute, but if you have like perfect execution, it seems like maybe it's a little bit faster. I don't know. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, it's hard to tell because I do think, like, depending on how they're pulling this, you also have to think about the person that is leaving has to gather up all of the pulls, or all of the mobs rather.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it's always hard to tell. You can of course compare the time between the teams, but you would have to see each team do both sides to see the difference. I'm sure they practice both, all of these teams.
Echo looks like they got a random bonus shock trooper from somewhere. I didn't see exactly where they were able to get that mob from, but they might have a little bit more count once this mob ends up dying over the other teams. Like we were talking about, they're running the same route. I think that this might be one slight route distinction.
Do you think it's possible that they just mind controlled it, right? To not have to deal with all of them simultaneously?
No, they didn't pull the pack. They didn't pull the pack.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but look, so Dranos Guild Team bottom right also has 70.57% enemy forces, whereas Echo's going to be able to have that one mob of additional count. I don't really know what it's going to do differently. I think it might just be something that you're going to be doing differently slightly in this hallway going into Kajen, but it's not going to be like a large routing difference. It's definitely not going to be like one pull different.
Oh, it's from the frog room, maybe.
Oh,
interesting. Then they wouldn't be ahead in count. Right? Then they would have the same count.
But I think that Hope and Dratnos Guild Team might have just, mind through those mobs or caged it or not pulled that pack.
Oh, that's also possible. Yeah, actually, good point. Yeah, maybe they just skipped it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting.
It's interesting that they have it. I don't think it's going to yield too much, but it's still something to note in the future that it's a slightly different route.
All right, well, Miscount is now on Kokia, of course, Ruby Life Pools being a super quick dungeon. One thing that the 30-minute timer does is that it also makes the 3 chests, like, very close. Like, you do not have a lot of time to get the +3. We've seen all of the teams get a +3. I think all of the teams last week to get the 3 chests here as well. So I do think that Miscount can do it too, especially on that 14. They're going to be doing a huge pull after this boss, so they do for sure have enough time. But yeah, Hearthjack's also playing Frost here. This is something that we've seen last weekend as well, where the mages would play Frost on the lower keys and then switch to Fire on the higher keys.
Fire is a little bit lower overall damage, which doesn't matter in, I would say, most situations, because the priority damage from the Fire Mage just makes a lot more sense. But in the lower level keys, it's kind of like you were talking about. You just want that upfront overall DPS factor to be something that you're looking forward to, as opposed to the more efficient priority damage, because it's going to speed up these like lower level keys just by a hair. Do you think 17 is 3 chestable, Nagura?
Ooh.
17 Ruby. Sorry, that is.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Yeah.
I think it's kind of close, but I think that the teams like last weekend were 2 chesting the 18, right? Yeah. So I think that changing that to a 3 chest of a 17 seems unlikely, but it's definitely possible.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take a look at that. I mean, there's only 3 bosses in here in this Tyrannical. But unfortunately, like Kokia is a boss that just takes so much longer on Tyrannical because of the elementals that spawn.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you'd see a nice hover skip here by Feather.
I was looking at that. Yeah.
The Hawk Evoker here for Miscount. One thing to note about Fenner as well is Fenner is actually a main healer usually, but
Yeah.
it switched to Augevoker for the team because AJ is healing. So that's, I mean, Augevoker, of course, gotta be played all of the time. So not sure, like Fenner, I think switched to like damage dealer generally for the season. I think he can play more than just Augevoker as well. But yeah, interesting to see a healer switch role and just play that Augevoker instead, which most other teams have a damage dealer main the Augevoker.
I will say, watching their keys on live, Thanner's level of communication and being able to help the group out on this Augevoker has made a large difference for, I think, this group's synergy. And I'm kind of interested in seeing how well this group is going to be able to do adding Thanner in, because they've kind of had like a rotating fifth for a little bit. This core of Kira, AJ, Hearth, Jackson, Yargi has been together for a while now, and they've kind of had that rotating fifth. I think last season for MDI was like Krona on Team Eclipse, and so, you know, adding Thanner into the fray, I'm kind of interested in seeing like how that elevates their gameplay. Ooh.
Yeah, I agree.
Look at the Halls of Infusions. Both Dragon's Guild Team and Hope are running the exact same route, where Echo has about 3% more count, a little bit over 3% more count. I wonder. Okay, so the only remaining pulls are just the hallway gauntlet, which is
ones, right?
It's required trash. Yeah, are they going to skip that dragon? Is that possible?
That's interesting. I don't know if that's possible, actually. I never tried. Like, I always thought the last bridge is just, you play it. But it's true.
So the dragon has True Sight, but like...
Yeah, it has True Sight. The only thing that you technically have to pull is, like, the last Ragers, because they spawn a mini-boss, and then you have to kill a mini-boss, right, to spawn a boss. So those things you have to do. But that bridge pack, technically, you can skip it. It's just very hard to skip, because there's no, like, room to go past it. And as you say, it has stealth detection, right? So
okay, so there's 50% chance we're about to see some tech, 50% chance they might have accidentally pulled bonus mobs and have a bit too much count. So, I don't know if I would bank on them going over count, though, right?
Yeah, I don't think so either, because at first I was thinking, okay, maybe this shock trooper, it could just be that they're going over count
for funnel or something?
Funnel or something like that, right? Or for keeping up trinkets. We talked about that earlier. I don't think they're running this trinket here, but, you know, I don't know. So, I mean, that is something that I could have considered, but it's not just the shock trooper that they're ahead by now, right? It's more than a shock trooper in difference.
Yeah, it's a little bit more. I think it's one of the patrolling trash packs, too.
Yeah. Let's take a look at Echo then, if they have any tech going on, or if it's just...
they might just be over count.
Playing more trash, you know?
Yeah.
I don't see any... Okay. They're just going in.
All right, we're just playing bonus trash, I guess. So we're just going to be 2.5% or 3% over, something like that.
Oh, well.
This pull's still very scary. It's a bit less dangerous on a 14, and even a little bit less dangerous on Tyrannical. But as we get into higher levels, being able to do this pull... It saves you a lot of time, but it's very dangerous for your tank. That Glacial Proto-Drake, particularly that Ocean Breath damage, is incredibly potent.
Yeah, for sure. We also do see these teams fully focus on the Ragers that spawn the mini-boss to make sure that they can pull in the mini-boss as early as possible before finishing off the rest of the pack, which is something that usually for safety you want to make sure you finish off the Proto-Dragon so you don't get more of those AoE casts going through, or you want to focus the caster, the Ice Caller, which can be pretty dangerous as well with those ice shards. But yeah, Rage is being focused here. And we also saw Ghostface actually going down for Dax and Fly on that skip
he died
there.
He died on the breaker skip. It looks like he didn't have his meld available.
Oh yeah,
I don't know.
Like it.
Yeah, so he just ended up dying. It's unfortunate he practiced cheat death to the skip, but it is what it is. Like, that's the only downside. In a 14 on Tyran, you're probably not going to need that. There is a world on like a really high key, like a 21 or a 22, Umbral Skull can like one-shot you with the Dragon Claw. And so you'd really like to have that cheat death, but at this level, Goatface is never going to die.
All right, so Miscount did finish their Ruby, and they actually finished the key. I think it was around 1420, 1422. So what do you think?
Oh,
Shocks goes down. They do have a battle rest, though. It should be fine. Did lose a little bit at the end of the Bloodlust there, but okay. Yeah, so...
He got melee with the boss.
Oh, yeah. You have to taunt that boss, actually, as it's landing, because it resets aggro when it's going down. Well, I mean, you never really generated aggro because the boss is flying around in phase 1, right?
Yeah. And,
But again,
and I think it wipes
14-22.
threat the moment it lands.
What do you think? 3 chestable on the 17? So 18 minutes is the 3 chest timer. And miscount cleared in 14:20 approximately.
I'm going to go with yes. Look at the route that they're running. The route that they're running in the bottom left is actually very aggressive. They had Defiler Drogo into their first pull. It got removed off the screen as I was talking about it. Now we're back. So they have Defiler Draghar into this first pull with the Juggernaut, please. And that's actually a massive time save. It actually allows them to get the first boss pulled a lot quicker. Look at this. Meladrissa is going to be pulled in the minute 50 seconds into this dungeon. That is crazy fast.
Yeah, that's actually quite insane. I don't know. I'm curious.
I think it's
That would
doable.
be So let's say that miscount is able to 3 chest this and is actually kind of close and other teams don't manage. Would they get a big advantage, or would the other teams be able to just 2 chest the 19 while miscount can only 1 chest the 20?
Well, so Ruby was Tyran last week. It was Tyran
Yeah.
Raging, and the cap that we saw was a 20. I think Mandatory started to go back and was trying to do a 21.
True. Yeah.
But that was a chase key, right? The 21 was the chase, whereas the 20 was the easily doable key that was done by all of the top qualifying teams. I think the 3 chest is actually pretty big here. It saves you a dungeon that you're not going to have to do. If you're able to put up that 20 today, if you're missed count and all the other teams are able to put up that 20, then you probably don't have to rerun that dungeon until like Sunday. And so
That's actually a very good one. So it would be a huge advantage if they can 3 chest while other teams cannot.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty big deal. I think being able to 3 chest this dungeon, if some teams are and some teams aren't, that's going to set back some teams to the point where they might be eliminated, especially if that 20 is actually turned into realized points as opposed to potential points. And it seems like it would be. That just seems like a situation that it would happen. But Miscount definitely playing an aggressive route in the 17 to the point where they're trying to 3 chest this key. They're going as hard as possible. You see Hearthjack still playing that Frost Mage.
Yeah, we also see the teams in Halls, Echo, Hope, and Dreadnought's Guild team about to finish off Primal Tsunami here. Definitely a lot closer on the timer for the 3 chest compared to the Ruby that we've seen. The 3 chest is 21 minutes. Definitely still doable for all teams here. Like, they're quite fine. But that for sure means that there's not going to be any 3 chesting on the 17, right? But the 2 chest is probably very, like, doable.
I was going to say, I think the 2 chest is doable, and then this dungeon's doable on Tyran. Is it? Do you think it's 21? Probably. It's Incorporeal Spiteful.
Gonna be difficult.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think the end of today is going to look like in terms of the Halls of Infusion level? A 20?
Well, I think Asher Vault is obviously going to be the highest key. They're going to be playing that the highest, even though it does have Sanguine. I think the timer in Asher Vault is not that bad.
Yeah.
Compared to the other 2 dungeons, so I think you can push that the highest. While both Halls and Ruby, I think, are very hard to do, like 21s, 22s in, right? So. But yeah, it's 3 dungeons. Like, this is the only day where we actually get 3 dungeons announced, so they're going to be spending a lot of time just pushing up the keys. But if you see a 3 chest Ruby into another 3 chest into 1 more Ruby, that's like, technically, if you one-shot all of those keys, that's not even an hour, right? So we might see some pushing at the end because the dungeons are kind of short, or at least Ruby is so short.
Yeah, because in Cup A, it was 19, 19, 20 for the teams that were making it to Day 2, right? I think that was the score that they were posting. So maybe it'll be like
longer dungeons, though, right? They had no Nokud.
Noku's a 40-minute.
That took forever.
The Nokuds are a lot longer, whereas the Ruby's the 30-minute key. So maybe we see like what 2020, 19 or something.
Yeah, I definitely think it's higher than Group A because even Asher Vault, yes, it's a 37-minute timer, but they can clear that a lot quicker on the lower keys, right? While Nokud is a dungeon, even on the lower keys, it just takes you some time. So I think that definitely slowed the first group down a lot last weekend. So I do think that overall the keys are going to be a bit higher.
Triple Tyran, once you get to higher level keys, starts to slow you down a decent amount. Whenever you're pushing up these 2 and 3 chest timers, it's not like that large of a disparity between the two, Tyrannical versus Fortified. There is some level of distinction, but that really starts to rear its head once you start to get north of 19. That's where the distinction between a 19 tyrannical and fortified really starts to show up.
Yeah, we do also see all teams now done with their initial dungeon, except Ducks Can Fly still in that Asher Vault. And all of them 3-chesting their keys. So they're going to be going up to that 17, and they're going to stay within the same dungeon. We did see some teams last weekend stay in one dungeon for a little bit too long, and then they ended up not having that much time at the end of the day for the last dungeon. So we'll see what kind of strategy these teams are choosing today. If they're just, playing the dungeon 3 times and then moving on, or if they just try to get some higher key. But there we go. Dax Can Fly now done with the Asher Vault as well. Also 3-chesting it. Also a little bit closer than what we've seen for the rubies.
Echo is doing an insane pull here. This pull that they're doing right here is...
Okay, what were they pulling?
I think they're doing the pack that's in front of the Cheat Death, the pack that's to the right, and then they're sleepwalking in some of these containment apparatuses into this pull as well.
Nice.
I think that's why they had such a fast Watcher Iridius split, now that I'm able to see exactly what they're doing in this first area. It's
why
not
are they
something...
getting in the apparatus so they can pull the next pack onto the boss?
Yeah, it's because you want to do the triple defender onto the boss, and just like doing these containment apparatuses into this pull, it makes a lot more sense. You're just going to be able to throw all of your CC and whatnot, and you don't have to worry about the containment apparatus casting that beam onto any player while that AoE from Watcher Iridius is going off. And so it's just a lot safer to do it into this trash pull.
Yeah, very interesting. I like those strategies. Maybe we can also see what Echo is doing with the Shock Trooper later on. Once they pull that single mob, we can pay attention.
The question is whether or not that's intentional still.
Yeah, and we still want to see if they're going to go overcount again. If that's just their strategy, if they feel like they're getting some advantage out of that or not. But yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, look at the top left. Echo has Watcher Iridius pulled by that 3-minute mark, where Dratnos Guild team is not going to have that boss pulled until probably like 4 minutes or something like that. Hope also getting that boss pulled rather quickly. They have a lot of trash that's actually just coming into this boss too. So they only killed off the containment apparatus. They didn't even kill off the geomancers or any of the additional defenders, and they just ran all of this trash straight to the boss. That's spicy.
That is pretty spicy indeed.
That's so many mobs. That is actually so many mobs. At a high level, it's tough to do this because your Resto Druid's going to be a bit dry on mana. But like if they're full mana going into this pack, it's definitely possible to even play this many mobs of trash into the boss. But you get Spiteful Shades here. If you get the Spiteful Shades during Static Surge, it's kind of annoying.
Yeah, thankfully, there's no melee players, so you can just kite them out.
They would not stop complaining if there were. I promise. So we can't do that pull. Why not? With the Spiteful Shades, man.
So the top right, you can see Miscount. They're on their way to Kokia now. This is the dungeon where we said the 3-chest timer is pretty close. Not sure if it's even doable at all. They're still fighting the destroyers, actually. 18 minutes is the +3. So they still have more than 8 minutes left, which is for sure enough.
Is this the last destroyer they have to kill?
I think it's the last one, yes.
Oh my god, I think they're able to do this. This is...
Yeah, I think so too.
That's crazy. Because they're going to get this next Lust. Where do you press this? Last boss?
Well, I think it's probably better to do on the mini-boss pull if they decide to pull all of the trash together after Kokia.
That's a good
Just
point.
for like efficiency. Because almost always it's better to last like an AoE pull rather than a single target fight usually.
On Tyran, there's like 2 different lusts. There's the Kokia lust that you can do for your second lust of the dungeon. And then there's like the Destroyer plus Patrol pack. That's typically more of a fortified lust, but like we're only getting 1 more for the remainder of the dungeon, and we're already...
Yeah, exactly.
I
only
don't
get 1 more.
I don't think you press it on Kokia here. I don't think that makes a ton of sense. I think for me it's between the last boss and then like some double Tempest Channeler pull like you were describing.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Somebody save Hearthjack. Somebody get Hearthjacks through, man. Okay, good grip.
The grip.
Somebody save our mage.
Hearthjack's got gripped, then blinked out, realized he has to go back to spawn the ad and returned. Thankfully, mages have so much mobility. But yeah, there we go. Lust is actually being pressed here.
Okay.
So either miscount, like either they think they cannot 3-chest, or they think this is actually like the most efficient last here. Or yeah, I don't know.
So the upside of lusting here is that you get fewer ads, which, I mean, having to kill off less ads is definitely like a pretty big deal over the course of like. I mean, that's why lusting it on a higher key makes sense, but on a 17, I just don't know. Like, are you going to be able to make that break point of like ad spawn? Like, are you going to beat that cycle regardless, just with your damage? Like, do you really need that lust? Like, how much is that going to provide you? Because like a high key lusting this boss saves you what, 2 ads maybe, which is a big deal. But on this level, it's like there is a question as to how much it really saves you.
Yeah, that does make sense. If they can skip one whole ad, that would for sure be worth it more than any other lust on Trash or the last boss. So we'll see. But yeah, I think when it comes to the timer here for the 2 chesting or 3 chesting or whatever on the keys that they're doing right now, I think that the hulls is a pretty easy 2 chest, but 3 chest is impossible. So
I agree. Yeah.
The closest thing that we're not 100% sure about is if they can 3 chest the ruby or not. So both Miscount and Jif are in the ruby. So we'll see if either of those teams does manage that. But yeah, I think the 17 hulls should be pretty easily 2-chested by all of the teams that are in there right now.
I think that you're spot on. And then I think that because the hulls is going to be 2-chested on the 17, then teams will have to run the 19 today. But I don't think that teams will have enough time to run the 20, because I think that this Ruby and this Azure Vault are going to be able to be pushed up to that 20 level that we were talking about earlier. Now that I'm seeing it play out, I think that makes sense, where it's 20-19 for end of day scores for teams that are probably going to be safe. If you have anything less than the 20-19, there's a chance that you're going to be eliminated.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. So we do see Kokia for Miscount on the top right side is now 20% on the boss, and then that spawned. It looks like they are focusing the boss here. So this is what the last is probably gaining them, because the boss being at 20%, no, they're just cleaving it. Well, they do still have the Frost Mage, which is incredibly nice for cleave. So I guess maybe they just always focus the boss, actually.
Hear me out.
And they have the Frost Mage.
What if this is just like a greedy mage moment and the mage lusted for themselves? Hearthjack said, I need more lusts in this dungeon.
That must be it, actually.
Actual mage POV.
Look at the timer. It's actually 4.5 minutes. I don't know if I like that time, actually.
Well, so they're kind of high on count, right? So they don't have to do this first Tempest challenge. So we saw this earlier where Thaner does this like hover skip across the gap. The 3 chest timer is 18 minutes, like we were talking about earlier.
I mean, how long is the last boss
It's going to be real tight.
It's pretty
on this
fast,
level,
but how fast?
On this level, it's probably 3 minutes.
3 minutes? Yeah. So they have to kill this trash in 1 minute and then do the boss in 3? Maybe not doable after all.
Maybe it's like a 2:45. Okay, we're doing the entire pack. So Miscount is really trying to push the advantage here. If they're able to 3-chest this dungeon and nobody else is, that would make Miscount like miles ahead of everybody else, because we saw 20 tyrannical was the cap last weekend. And so like a 20, if you're able to put that up today, if you're Miscount, that's a dungeon that you don't have to rerun until Sunday. That would be a really, really big swing for Miscount from the 2-chest to the 3-chest. Whereas if you're only able to get the 2-chest today, you have to run that dungeon on 19, and that's probably going to be your score until tomorrow, where you're able to rerun that dungeon with the +1 on the 20.
Yeah, but take a look at that. They're still on this pool here. I don't know. Like, I think lasting this would have been good. But yeah, looking at the timer, they have now 3 minutes left, and they're still fighting this pack. The boss hasn't spawned yet. It takes some time for the boss to spawn.
You have to kill Ravati to spawn the boss. That's the break point for spawning the boss, is the mini boss dying.
I don't think this is happening.
Oh man, I was thinking like maybe 2:45 if you're like really swift.
But maybe they're wrong and they can just kill a boss in 2 minutes.
Without lust? This is a fast boss, right? This is one of the faster bosses.
Big Pampers. Frost Mage, really good on this fight.
That's true. This is one of the faster bosses of the season. But it's Tyran. Like, I don't know. This comp has a lot of single target.
See. There you go. Boss gonna spawn in a second. They have 2 minutes. Maybe a little bit more. 2 minutes, 10 seconds.
Ah.
Well, you don't want to see that.
I'm going to level with you. I don't love it. I would have preferred a bit more time.
Nagura Tettles, really quick here, because you were just talking about Frost Mage. We had some questions from the chat about exactly that. I know you mentioned a lot of the teams have been taking Frost Mage into lower dungeons, but
Yeah.
is there a reason Frost versus Fire? I mean, Tettles, do you have any thoughts on why folks might be bringing these specifically?
Well, Frost is brought into some specific dungeons just for the two target and like the single target cleave. That's where the Frost Mage kind of excels, is on like these boss fights. It kind of excels for not priority damage, but for single target damage. That's when you see it also heavily ran in Brackenhide Hollow, like that Ray of Frost value. I think that Nagura and I were talking about it a little bit earlier. It seems like it's just for like the large amounts of overall DPS that it's able to do in Ruby life pools over something like the Fire Mage. The Fire Mage will almost certainly be played in like higher keys, because the priority of that Fire Mage just synergizes so well with how the Shadow Priest wants to be played. But in the lower level keys, you're looking for like overall DPS to speed up the key a lot more.
Nice.
Both are really
Go
good, though. I think that's the important thing to know, is like both Fire and Frost are incredibly good. You see some people playing Frost in all 8 dungeons. You see some people play Fire in all 8 dungeons for the entire season. So it's not something that you have to really worry about one being drastically better than the other.
Awesome, thanks. There you go, chat. You've got your answer. You two keep it up.
Alright, so still looking at miscount, top left.
They're not.
We have 30 seconds left. And they're not
Okay,
doing
is it
victory
3
yet,
chestable?
so-
I don't think it is 3 chestable.
I don't think so. Like, I was thinking maybe if they would have lasted that trash pull, and maybe if they would have focused the mini boss to spawn the boss quicker,
Yeah.
then they would have probably saved 30 seconds. But they played perfectly otherwise, right? They have 0 deaths.
That first boss
know.
split 2 is illegally
I mean,
fast.
look at that, they're
521.
so fast. Man, I
Yeah.
think it is rechestable. I don't know.
Just not by them.
Maybe, I mean, looking at miscount, right? They're gonna
Okay.
be killing the boss like 30 seconds over, something like that. I do think he can. I mean, I don't know.
What I will say is this.
I definitely think their last was not the most efficient one. Like, there's no way that Kokia last saves you the most time, right? I don't think so.
I don't know. You get the extra Mage Lust. It might.
Maybe. Yeah, the mage last. Yeah,
It's
I mean,
it's tough to
possible,
assess.
Yeah.
I will say that for missed count not 3 chesting this dungeon, their end of day cap looks like it'll probably be like 19, 20.
Yeah.
So they'll be at like 58 points at the end of the dungeon at the end of today.
Well,
which
I
isn't
do
bad.
think
Like
it can still be 19, 20, 20. Personally, like, because you start
Okay.
a dungeon at the very end of the day, right? I think it's possible. Because
Okay, yeah.
if you remember last weekend on Friday, a lot of the teams finished a dungeon like 10 seconds after the time was over. So they didn't manage to start like a last key. They didn't manage to use their time like super efficiently because no good offensive just took so long. So a lot of teams just did not manage to get the last key in. So I do think we might see 2020-19 after all. But yeah,
Okay.
we'll see. That definitely does take a long time.
the 3 chest on the RLP would have ensured that
Yeah, for sure.
missed count had the opportunity. So we shall see.
Yeah, so I guess some of the other teams.
Okay, Echo's at 80.69 this time. They're 3% count under where they were last time. So maybe, I don't know.
solves the
I wonder what
mystery.
happened. Yeah, incident.
Yeah, there we go. Echo now on Keijin. One of those bosses that can be super, super difficult on the hierarchies, where you have that ticking damage just do so much to the group throughout. And the thing that is gatekeeping the teams here in this boss is mainly the healer mana, because the healers can heal an insane amount of periodic damage coming into the group, especially with the support of the defensives of the meta comp that they're running, plus, of course, the Alkevoker helping out a lot too.
Yeah.
But yeah, the mana is something that is going to be holding you back eventually.
Higher key levels on Tyrant, you end up playing Tree of Life and Innervate to really make sure that you're able to do a lot more healing. The downside of this is that you like lose that Convoke. You end up losing a little bit of the class utility from the Druid tree. But at the end of the day, like if that's one of those things that you need to be able to have the mana over the course of the entire dungeon, it makes sense. Dude, Miscount in the bottom left is actually playing Draghart into this first pull again, even on 19.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Yeah, and we still play Frost as well. Does make sense, of course, for this dungeon being tyrannical as well. But yeah, interesting to see.
I will say the downside of this comp is it really sucks at killing the ads on second boss. There's a lot of different comps that have a lot more potent ad killing power than like the Mage Shadow Priest Aug comp. That's typically going to be like a limiting factor, but these teams, I think whenever they were doing this dungeon during time trials, they got a large amount of practice injected into their veins, being able to kill off those ads at any key level, probably.
Yeah. We do also see our 3 teams in halls now, all at Kjin. Looking at the splits, it definitely looks like Echo is the fastest, but not by much, right? Hope is 13:05, Echo is 13:00, 13:29 for Judges. Like, they're all really, really close together. Echo is the further ahead of the boss, though. Like, they did just start the dungeon quicker. And I guess they did the 14 slightly faster. So even though, like, the major thing that we talked about is, of course, getting those, like, thresholds, like being able to get a 2 chest or a 3 chest is the most important thing. But just being generally quicker, it still counts. As I said, like last weekend, we saw some teams go over the end of the tournament day by like 10 seconds, and they did not manage to start another key because of that, which is a huge deal.
That was unfortunate for them. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So if a team like Echo is going to save like 20, 30 seconds here or there, doesn't look like much, it doesn't sound like much, but maybe at the end of the day, it is actually going to matter for them.
I will say it doesn't matter necessarily for this, but it did matter a lot for time tiebreaker going into the end of like up A, where, you know, Shinra Tensei had the same amount of score as Mandatory, but Mandatory had somewhere in the order of 11 minutes of time tiebreaker advantage or something. It was just insane amount of time tiebreaker advantage, where it's, you know, that's just like a minute and a half in every single dungeon where you're just like slightly faster, which is like huge deal. So like the faster teams, I will say I think they scale into the higher keys better. It's not just something that is important for the lower keys and making those 2 chest or 3 chest breakpoints.
Yeah, definitely. Miscount on the bottom left now on that 19 key level. Of course, they're a little bit faster than the Halls teams or the Asherval teams just because the time in this dungeon just being shorter. That's something that I wondered if the teams are paying attention. Like, I understand it's very difficult while you're competing to pay attention to the main broadcast to see what the other teams are doing. But I wonder if they're like keeping an eye a little bit on the other teams just to see how long it takes a good team to push up a key, right? So I feel like that would be important information to see, okay, how long did Echo take to push the 14 halls to like 19 or to get the 19 points? Because then you can kind of estimate your own times. Like, hey, okay, we might need same time as Echo or maybe a little bit more, and then they know when they have to switch to that dungeon at the very end of the day, possibly.
I will say that that's like a great opportunity for like a 6th man or somebody's friend to be able to like help you out. Additionally, you have a little bit of time during the 20 minutes of break period to kind of strategize. Obviously, that'll be used for using the restroom and kind of like standing up and walking around for a little bit, because it's like 5 hours of consecutive gameplay is a bit tough. That's why there's required breaks. But during that 20 minutes of break period, you do have some room for strategizing, and that's where you can actually, you know, scrub through the VOD really quick and kind of check out what some of the other top teams are doing. But if you have like a friend that's able to help you out during these competition days and give you maybe some advice as to what dungeon you should be going to next, how the other teams are performing, what the landscape of all these situations are looking like, or maybe even marking down interesting strats that you think that teams might want to incorporate overnight, those are things that are important.
Do you actually know if these teams have that like 6 player, these friends that are helping them out? Because we of course knew that Echo, for example, did have Miras as like a 6 player or coach, but Miras not playing again, so they don't have like officially a 6 person.
I'm getting rumors that Dratnos Guild team actually has Dratnos while he's commentating. Also, will be helping out his team. That is of course a joke for anybody listening. That I was not being serious. There is no collusion, but. There's no collusion among the caster desk. Or is there? No, I will have to walk that back immediately, even though it was clearly a joke.
And we do see Echo on the top left now, and Primal Tsunami again. You can see that they are a little bit quicker compared to Dratton's Guild Team and Hope. again, not going to be making a difference because, as you can see, the 3 chest timer is now over. So the 3 chesting is just not happening in this dungeon. And the 2 chests is pretty easy. All of the teams are going to be making that back quite a few time left over. So, yeah. Not going to matter too much on this key level, but might matter on the 19. They could possibly 2 chest the 19, which is probably not going to matter for today. But
mandatory 2 chested. Mandatory 2 chest the 19 last weekend.
Yeah.
It didn't end up mattering. They ended up doing a 20, and then they ended up doing a 21 like after the fact. So they didn't go straight into the 21. I do remember them
actually trying the 21, right? Like I think they did the 21 initially, and then they wiped the last boss.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
They wiped on the last boss, and then had to like reroute overnight to be a little bit faster in some aspects, and then were able to do that dungeon on a Sunday. Now that's one of the advantages of playing in Group B, right? Is that you actually got to see all the splits from Group A, and you kind of know what's a bit more possible. And so maybe teams have in that time gotten a lot more consistent at being able to time that 21, and know what's required to be able to do that, and would be able to one-shot it. Because it's not necessarily about, oh, is this possible during practice, but it's also like how many hours or how many attempts does this take? Because having the highest level of consistency for your one-shot keys, that's like the biggest thing, especially at that 20 to 21 level.
Yeah, for sure. And we haven't seen any of the teams actually make any major mistakes. In fact, we've seen barely any deaths.
I think Jif wiped and had to... I think Jif wiped at some point, had to restart a key. I think I saw that somewhere.
Oh, I did miss that. Oh, that's unfortunate.
It's quite unfortunate for them.
And we did also see Ducks Can Fly. They are in their 17 Asher Vault, and I did see they had 3 deaths there. Doesn't necessarily matter that much, because I do think Asher Vault is also going to be super hard to 3 chest on the 17 for them. So just looking at the timer they had on the 14. But I think the 2 chests are going to be pretty fine. Even with those 3 deaths, they're going to be okay.
I'm getting word that they wiped a Kokia Blaze Hoof and had to reset the key. They wiped they had the boulder blow up on them.
Oh, very, very unfortunate with them. We saw that Roland just a little while ago, but of course, we didn't see the perspective here on stream, but you can all keep an eye on the points of views yourself as well by following those links. And we're actually going to be having a quick little swap here on the desk. So Zironic is going to be heading in and Tuttles is going to be taking a little bit of a break. But Zara, what have you been... Bye! Zero, what have you been thinking so far as we leap you into the action here?
Another boulder death, huh? Man. Even Mandatory couldn't get away with that last week. I didn't see it either, though, so it must have been just off screen. Oh, the first 45 minutes is really interesting. You kind of get an idea of whether or not 3 chests will be possible on these key levels. Halls of Infusion, we already saw the Tyrannical Halls last week. Weren't expecting the 3 chests there. Probably just going to be a 2 chest. I think the interesting thing, once again, this week will to see whether or not the Azure Vault 3 chest is a little more doable. I mean, we saw the blueprint from Mandatory last week. They were the only team that was able to get that done in the Azure Vault. So maybe, one of the beneficiaries of being Group B is you get to look at Group A and see what certain teams did to make the routes go faster. And if people were able to look at what Mandatory did and kind of copy some of their strategies and routes down, maybe they could be just a little bit quicker this week.
Yeah, definitely very possible. As we did see Echo finish off that Halls Infusion on the 17, and Hope about to finish off that boss as well. So now we can see the difference. It's actually just 4 seconds slower for Hope. They were just a little bit slower on the 14, it looks like, or they were slower between keys. But other than that, Hope having a very competitive time as well in that Halls. So looking very, very good for them as well. I do believe they're going to be going into that 19 very likely, both Echo and Hope, to get that +2 on their scorecard and before they move on. So the 2 chests for 19 is possible, but as we talked about earlier, probably not going to see it until maybe the end of the day, if they have some time left to do it then.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, we're not sure if they do the 21 or if they do the 20, because if you need some points at the very end of the day, maybe you don't want to risk a 21, which is definitely pretty difficult to do, while a 20 is a lot more doable.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, something that we need to point out in, draw a comparison between the 2 weekends is last week on day 1, our score in order to, qualify for the next day and not get eliminated was a 58, right? We had mandatory at 59 with 2 20s and a 19 done. Every other team had one single 20 and 2 19s done. Came down to a tiebreaker. I would not be surprised if that was again the score to beat this weekend, 58, with fast times to qualify and move on. Which, kind of begs the question, okay, if you get to Halls of Infusion, you 2-chest the 19, at the end of the day, if that's the easiest 20 on the board for your +1, do you just do the 20 even if you 2-chested the 19? There's a lot of strategy questions. Something else that I think I've heard other people talk about as well as a potential time save in order to +1 a key. Let's say, for instance, you have a 19 Halls of Infusion available to you, right? You're probably not 2-chesting the 19. Maybe you can if you're really fast, but let's say that you're 100% certain you're not going to be able to 2-chest the 19. Does it benefit you as a team to just do an 18 instead and 2-chest that? Because both of them give you the 20 unlock, right? But the 18 2-chest is going to be slightly faster, so you save a little bit of time doing that instead. Now, of course, there's the backup that if you fail the 18 2-chest, you make 0 progress. But there is a high reward in that you actually save a few minutes of your precious time throughout the weekend. We actually haven't seen any teams make that play because it's pretty counterintuitive, but you actually do potentially save time and maybe get an extra run. And if you do that, at certain points throughout the weekend, so there's still a little bit of theory crafting and gamesmanship to unlock here. If any of them want to go for it.
I like that a lot. Like as you started speaking and explaining this, I was like, what is he saying? Like, this doesn't make any sense. But I'm like, I'm going to let him cook. And then, I like that. I like that a lot. I would love to see an 18 2-chest by some of these teams to save some time. Unless, of course, I guess you also have to consider, let's say you're Echo and you can 2-chest a 19. It might not save any time for today if you're not going to go and do the 21. But maybe you just want to let the 19 sit there and do the 21 tomorrow, right? To save one dungeon run. Then it would make sense to not do the 18. But yeah, that is something that they have to figure out and their strategy on the rest of the day, right? Because you can probably you can do like a push key at the end of the day, but you're not going to be able to do many. So if you decide it's not going to be the halls, 2-chesting 19 makes sense. If you do decide that you want to do the halls, then maybe your plan is better. But yeah, there we go. Hope is in the 19. Dratnos' guild team in the 19 as well, and Accurate 19 as well. So no one doing the 18 just yet. We can still see one of the other teams do that strategy. I like it.
Yeah, unsurprisingly. Yeah, this is the same thing we saw last week, right? Teams just kind of putting about an hour into each key before going for the super high key push. The one that's obviously going to take the longest time, purely because of the timer of the dungeon alone, is going to be the Azure Vault. And of course, it's a little more volatility in this dungeon this week, right? We knew what the pain points were going to be in the Azure Vault last week with bolstering. It pretty much came down to the breaker pulls. If you bolstered those up too much, your team could very easily get one shot if you didn't have any major personals up. And I'm talking major, like, dispersion, ice block, etc. This week, you're just going to be losing time all over the place. Sanguine is going to heal something at some point in the dungeon. It's just going to happen. But it's about mitigating the circumstances where it does happen. You want to make sure... So one of the interesting parts of this dungeon is that strategy that we saw of teams standing up on top of the books and dodging all of the frog jump baits by doing that. That might not be something you want to do this week, right? Because having the frogs jump around means that they actually will dodge Sanguine on the ground. If they can't jump, that means they can't move their position, and they try to jump a lot. So you'll be relying on knocks and stuff. And it's volcanic as well, so standing on top of the book is actually really annoying because you're going to be in a bounce house the entire time you're on that pole. So maybe we'll see the teams actually have to dodge around a lot on that pole. Well, it's going to look pretty different on the hierarchy.
Yeah, interesting to see some of those frog pulls. If we can maybe zoom in on that whenever we see a frog pull next. I do think Ducks Can Fly is doing one more trash pull after Umbral Skull on the bottom left side, as that was something we've seen a lot last weekend as well. So definitely running with that strategy there. I wonder if they do the first pull, like the start of the dungeon, or if they decide to do a ring pull, like we've seen some teams do last time. But we'll never know, as we are now looking at missed count. They are Koki under 19. The 19 is the 19 is. Oh, just kidding.
Okay,
That
first
can
pull.
fly. Let's see.
Mandatory route.
First pull. Yeah, first pull.
That's not surprising at all. I mean, we saw the mandatory routes last weekend were extremely fast in almost every dungeon, and I pretty much fully expect almost every single team to be studied up and on at least doing their route, if not something potentially faster. Although if they're doing a route that's faster than mandatories, then I'm impressed. We'll have to see. I think that would potentially come out from either Echo or Missed Count if we had a potentially faster route. But yeah, obviously
close for their 2 chests too. Actually, like 1 minute left,
wow,
and they'll make it, but it's kind of close.
Yeah, they'll still make it. I mean, it just goes to show that this is a pretty difficult dungeon to actually get the 3 chest off in, right? Only mandatory was able to do it last week. 2 chest. Now, where were those 3 deaths for Ducks Can Fly in this key? Do you remember where they were? What happened to them?
I think we did not see the POV when it happened. Once we switched, they already had the 3 deaths. Apparently in the second boss.
Second boss? Okay, so they probably lost a lot of time due to that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we'll have to see if the 3 chest is
I have
possible.
to worry about Sanguine here, right? So 30 seconds left to get the 2 chest, and Sanguine may be causing some issues here. Can't get any healing off if they want to get the 2 chests here.
They've got plenty of time. I think the 2 chest timer here is actually 30, so they were chilling.
Oh, it is 30. Oh, I looked at Halls of Infusion. My bad. It's actually 30.
They were chilling. A little bit of extra added excitement from the casters there. We're chilling. They got the 2 chest off.
For the content.
For the content. Miscount plugging away at this 19, surprisingly close to the 3 chest timer after not 3 chesting the 17. I mean, Ruby Life Pool on this key level on Tyrannical. The timer is actually pretty short, right? Even this last boss on Tyrannical does not take a lot of time because it's 2 separate bosses. They have a lot of cleave damage in this comp. The boss probably only takes 3 to 3.5 minutes, even on a 19 Tyrannical. You can burst through this dungeon incredibly quickly, and they're going to be well within the 2 chest timer on the 19 once they're done here, as long as nothing crazy happens at the end of the key. And they'll have that 21 unlocked. I don't know if we'll see that done today, though.
I don't think... Oh, LSB actually going down for Hope here. They do have a Battle Rest available, and Goop is casting it there on that Aug Evoker. That's the thing with the comp, right? If your healer goes down, you have to use that Engineering Rest to get them back up, which of course is doable, but it might take some more time than just casting a Battle Rest. And a healer death is usually something that, if you don't rest them quickly, it can cause lots of issues, especially in a boss like Cajun on a higher key level. So definitely have to be really fast with getting those Engineering Rests off.
Yeah, it's definitely, one of the quirks of the comp. Now, with the way the comp kind of works, the healers should be one of the last ones to die, except for in very particular instances, right? We were talking about this in the Yalgathar Academy polls last weekend. Healer almost is kind of destined to die on that pull because of the way they do the bird snaps there. But, that's pretty far from the norm. Usually they're healing themselves almost all the time. Even in a lot of situations, they're their own target for Life Bloom, right? Just to make sure they keep themselves alive so that if someone dies, it's not them and they can get the battle res off. So the healer going down is pretty rare in my experience playing this comp. So when it does happen, you kind of have to have the wherewithal and the whereabouts to be like, okay, a healer's there, gotta get them up quickly. You gotta know when to do that. So good to see that Hope had that in the back pocket. They got the res off, they're still good to go. Won't have a battle res for the next minute and a half, but, Tyrannical Key, the trash hopefully shouldn't pose too much of a challenge for them. They should be okay, even on the 19 key level. But we'll have to keep an eye on whether or not that battle res is a problem for them in the future.
Yeah, I did also look at the splits, and it did look like Hope was the fastest, but Hope also playing less trashes at the start, right? They're almost 10% count behind compared to Echo and Jetton's guild team. So Hope playing the route a little bit differently. So they do have that faster split there. But yeah, both missed count on the top left and Jif on the bottom left on that last boss. Jif is on the 17 because they unfortunately had a full wipe on Koki on their first try of this key. So they had to reset and go again. Yeah, but miscount, none of those issues, and it also looks like both of the teams are going to be getting the 2 chests. Miscount a little bit closer, of course, on 19 than it is on the 17 for Jif.
Yeah, that's pretty rough to have a 15-minute time loss this early in the day, but, you know, plenty of time left to play well. We've seen teams come back from mistakes like that. I mean, we saw Mandatory lose 25 minutes on day one last week and still finish the day in first, so they're not necessarily out of the competition just yet, and they're still well within the 2-chess timer on the 17, so still making good progress, you know, even with the error. Miscount as well, like you mentioned, still 3 minutes on their 2-chess timer as well, so they're looking great, and they're getting a fantastic push into P2 here as well. Going to be able to burn Karaka down quickly before a card mounts, and they get into phase 2 proper. No bloodlust here, but that's just kind of how the timing works out on this key level. You're really only going to get 3 good bloodlusts in this dungeon on the super high keys, and if you want to lust Kokia, you're going to get it late on this boss too, on this key level. So they'll probably get 2 more flame splits if I had to guess, but they have plenty of personals up for those. You got the Zephyr coming out here, gonna be okay. Even, I believe, popping the ice cold.
They're getting the last really late, though.
Through that.
So looking at the last time, what we've seen last weekend is that the teams that got the 2-chest on the 19, they actually lasted on cooldown on Destroyer packs, rather than saving last for Kokia to make sure they do have the last earlier in this boss. Yeah, there we go. I mean, Miscount doesn't need the last. It's up in 13 seconds.
They would have gotten the third
like
lust.
The very end. So, yeah.
They would have gotten the third lust within the timer anyways, within the 2-chest timer, so I think they're just going fast, really, is all it is here. They're just going extremely fast. Faster than they expected. Going to be an easy 2-chest for them. They got Karaka down, hurt below 15%. Going to be a 2-chest for Miscount as well. They'll unlock that 21, and I would not be surprised to see them just go to another key, push that one up. That's usually the name of the game here.
They're just like, we don't need that lust. It's just holding it.
Giga Chad.
It's asserting dominance over the plus 19 dungeon. There it is. Alright, so we are also nearing that first hour of the tournament being over, which means that the teams can start taking their mandatory breaks. All of the teams have to take 20 minutes of breaks throughout the day. It just cannot be within the first hour or within the last hour. There was this whole drama last weekend where Mandatory had to forfeit a dungeon or leave a dungeon halfway through because they would have gone over that threshold and they would have not been able to get that break done, which would have meant that they get a 5-score penalty, which is insane. 5-score, that just means you're getting eliminated. So none of these teams want that to happen. Therefore, they can start taking their breaks. Usually the teams start taking breaks once they're done with a dungeon, right? Like they choose a dungeon to push at the start, and once they're done pushing that, they take a break, discuss what they want to do next, how they want to approach this next key, and then go. And you can also break up the break as well. You can do 10 minutes first and then 10 minutes later. So you can do one dungeon, take a 10-minute break, do the next dungeon, take a 10-minute break, and then do the last one, which is something we've seen a lot last week.
Exactly. And of course, hoping that it doesn't become an issue again this weekend. We don't want to see teams losing time to that ever. Just want to make sure that they're giving themselves a break, relaxing for a little bit. Because, you know, in the spirit of competition, right, playing for 5 hours straight, while you might do that with your key team on live, it really doesn't compare to being in a stressful competition like this. So we want to give them a little bit of break just to relax, so you're not overstressing yourself out. Something I want to draw some attention to on the top two corners of our screen here between Echo and Hope. I remember Dorky was pointing this out back in the MDI, and he was annoyed that it wasn't getting enough attention. Dorky prides himself on doing as much damage as possible as a tank, and you can see on the boss here, he's doing like 80k more, actually 100k more DPS.
They did actually have trash, though. They had dragonflies.
They did have a couple of extra trash bombs, but he's kept that 80k to 100k gap the entire boss here, and normally that would go down after the trash goes away. I just wanted to point it out because I don't want him to be mad at me again.
So they're probably adjusting their route to always have like trash on bosses just so Dorky can look good on damage meters.
Real.
Yeah. And honestly, I respect that. Keep it up. But yeah, we do see miscount bottom left. Switching to Halls of Infusion here. So they're not doing the 20 or the 21. that they could do in Ruby. Just sitting on at 19, which I think makes a lot of sense. Because, of course, Ruby being the fastest dungeon out of those 3. And they spend an hour in there. Which, to be fair, is not a lot. But again, the other dungeons are longer. So playing the keys up to 19 initially would be a good starting point. And you can decide later on what you're going to do. Also look at what the other teams are doing. So I like the decision. We'll see if the same is going to apply to the Halls of Infusion teams, if they're going to switch it up after that Halls as well. Yeah, first they have to finish as 19, which can be difficult on tyrannical key level. All teams playing super clean so far, though. Having very little deaths, only that 1 death on Hope's side. All the other teams still on 0.
And I think the kind of running theme throughout the weekend is going to be looking at the comparison between the top 4 seeded teams to see which of them is most likely to not make it through to the global finals. I think those 4 are very clear favorites, just based off of not only, you know, time trial results, but also just the player kind of... I don't know how known the players are, right? I feel like every single player in those top 4 teams is very known for being like a high-quality key pusher, probably more known than those in the lower 2 teams, and just more veteran players. Now, that's, again, not to say that the other 2 teams won't be able to make it through. I think they're just slightly less likely than the top 4 teams. And, I mean, you can begin to draw comparisons already at the start of the day here, looking at the routing in this 19 Halls of Infusion. I mean, you know, a lot of the casters didn't have Hope in their top 3 predictions, but if you look at the splits in this 19 Halls of Infusion, they're going faster than Echo, which is, I feel like that's pretty impressive already.
They do have less trash, though, right? Like, there's one extra pull that's used somewhere. Yeah. Or...
And they're doing it here. They're adding extra trash
right?
onto
yeah,
this pull.
This is here, which would not add that much more time, right? If you're just going to add trash onto an existing pool, you're not going to be taking much more time. So that means that Hope is still going to be super fast. Echo is probably going to have a... Actually, we'll see. We'll see. Once they kill Cajun on both teams, we'll see the proper splits. We'll see how fast they actually were, because that's when they are going to be equal on enemy forces as well. So we're going to come back to that in a little bit. Dragon's Guild team, of course, on the bottom left, also in that halls, and they're also currently in that Proto-Dragon pool. So they're also going to be evening out the count. And then we can get an accurate comparison between those 3, which is really cool to see, because, of course, Dragon's Guild Team Hope and Echo, they're all the higher seeded teams, only missing Miscount, which would be the first seed. But yeah, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th coming into this weekend, all in that 19 halls. Really cool to compare the routes and the times to one another. Ducks can fly on the bottom right. They're now in their 19 Asher Vault. We did see them 2 chests to 17, 3 chests to 14. So they're also looking pretty clean. They have some deaths here and there, but none of the deaths costing them an insane amount of time. But yeah, the 19, don't think it's going to be quite too chestable. At least their 17 didn't have enough time left if they played really well there. But of course it's Sanguine, so it's possible that maybe in the 17 some things went wrong, some Sanguine healing went through. And if they don't have that happen this time, then they could maybe still get that 2 chests. But yeah, looking at Sanguine, unfortunately some going off. I do think Asher Vault with Sanguine can be annoying.
Can be very annoying, yeah, especially with how many casts some of these middle pulls do. Now, of course, in their 17, they had deaths on the boss, which, you know, is never conducive to a fast time, especially when it's tyrannical. So hopefully they can clean that up in the 19, give us a better example of how easily the 2 chests is going to be doable for them. Now, something I want to point out about this Halls of Infusion is it's kind of a sleeper difficult dungeon for the teams, especially with this comp, because it is the one single affix where the Shadow Priest actually has to do mechanics. They don't just get to sit back and do nothing the entire key. Every, 45 seconds or so, they have to cast Dominate Mind, which is just, it's a brutal interrupt to the Shadow Priest damage rotation. And, one of the things that happened in this key earlier on in the mini-boss, Echo had 2 of those affixes go off, so really takes Shadow Priests out of their element. They really just want to sit back and do damage, and if they have to do mechanics, it kind of like snaps them out of their trance,
Yeah, poor Shadow Priest, actually. But one thing I did want to note that is just crazy to me is that all 3 healers here for Echo Hope and Dragon's Guild team all ended up doing damage on the boss, like on a 19 Cajun, right? Like I think most healers, when they heal this boss, they just fully focus on keeping everyone alive and just spamming those heals into the group, making sure they don't die to these to the ticking damage. But of course, they want to be as fast as possible and maybe get that 2 chest in, which we know is doable, but very close because we've seen Mandatory do it last weekend. So they want to get all of the time out of this, and they're just doing some damage in between, keeping the group alive, which is just insane.
Yeah, now as I was mentioning, Hope was a little bit faster. Like you mentioned, it was due to them having slightly less count there. They are now, pretty significantly behind Echo on the timer in this 19 Halls of Infusion. And they're almost neck and neck with Dratnos Guild Team, and that's going to be a really interesting race to keep an eye on. If both of them stay clean and both of them have good runs, that's going to be really, really fun to watch throughout the weekend. Just we'll have to see whether either of them have any secrets in their back pocket for some of these higher keys. Obviously, it's harder to have interesting route ideas, especially during group stages here. Unfortunately, Ducks Can Fly having issues in the Azure Blade area of the 19 Azure Vault. It's going to be a full wipe for them as they tag the boss here. They unfortunately have their tank go down, and we were talking about this last week. It's still an issue, even without the bolstering affix, right? Because when you're gathering the pull-up, none of the affixes are really active. It's just difficult on the tank. Gathering all those mobs is when you're most susceptible to going down as a Vengeance Demon Hunter, and unfortunately during the gather there for Ducks Can Fly, they had that wipe, had that death. They did put a Savior down. Can we go back to a POV and see if they all got back up, or if they're going to have to run back? That could be a huge time loss for them. Okay, looks like the Savior worked. Everyone got away from it. They got the full res off. So they're going to be able to go again here with pretty minimal downtime. Probably lost about a minute, if I had to guess. Little unfortunate, but way better than having to all release and run back.
Yeah, and there's still... Because we're not looking at a 2 chest or 3 chest here, right? We are going to be just looking for a +1, which they can for sure still do with those deaths on the board if they play clean for the rest of this dungeon. So they should be okay to move on here. It just can't be demoralized from this wipe that happened there. But really nice heads-up play to put the Savior down. That is something that all of the people, all of the players in their teams should have bound. And also remember the keybind. I think one of the things that happens to me is like spells that I like rarely ever have to press. I do keybind them, but then at some point, the situation happens where you have to press this one thing that you press only once every week. And then you somehow have to remember that keybind on the fly, and it can be difficult. I'm sure these teams practiced it as well to make sure that one of them is always ready.
We're always kind of struggling for comparison at the start of day one in the TGP, right? Because, teams are going to different dungeons. We don't have an idea of where the overall score is, but having 3 of our frontrunners all running the same key at the same time in this 19 Halls of Infusion gives us a pretty solid comparison between the teams. In between Echo, Hope, and Dratnos Guild Team, there's a clear outlier, and it's not Echo. Dratnos Guild Team blasting this 19 here. Look at the Kajin split there. 21-19 compared to a 22 flat from Echo and a 21-48 from Hope. Making a good case for themselves here early on day one.
Yeah, that's actually a very good time. Dratnos Guild Team doing very, very good here. We're gonna have to... Yeah, they're definitely getting close to that 2 chest timer. We'll see if any of the teams is getting it. If any of the team would be getting it, would be Dratnos Guild Team, right? We also have to look at the efficiency on how they deal with this bridge. As I talked about this earlier, if they finish off the Ragers first, then they're going to be spawning that mini-boss a little bit earlier, and they can just cleave it down with the rest of the trash. So that is going to be the most important thing here, spawning a mini-boss fast. But yeah, also means that the pull is going to be a bit harder, because of course the Ragers are not the most dangerous mob in that pool. So having to focus them down while you could be focusing a more dangerous mob doesn't feel great. Ooh, Timber actually does go down to inundate by the mini-boss here for Dratnos Guild Team. They do have 3 battle rests, but again, it's the Rasta Druid that died, which means they're going to have to use an engineering rest, but they also have to... Okay, there we go.
They're good.
I thought for a second that he was in melee, which would have been a little bit of a problem, because of course you're trying to outrange the inundate cast, which does have a 40 yards range. So if they have to go into melee to cast the engineering battle rest, could have caused an issue, but never mind. Timber also on range there, being that Moonkin form, and benefiting off of the 45 yards range. So as a Rasta Druid, you can just continue to cast on a boss, while everyone else has to outrange and just stand there. But it's a good indicator for the rest of the team on where they have to walk to not get the inundate, right? It's always nice. Just look at where the druid is and walk there. You're going to be safe.
And of course, you're never actually going to have to heal your tank here, right? So you can just stand out of range the entire time. Frosty's going to be completely self-sufficient for the most part on this pull. Drano skill team through the trash. Hope as well. Echo, though, already on the boss, so a little bit more efficient on the trash pull. Now, all of this is just to compare the three teams, right? I think the overall time increase between the three of them is not going to be that consequential because we're really looking at the chest timers here. 28-minute on the 2 chest. Is that possible? On a 19 tyrannical, I would expect this boss to last somewhere in the realm of 3 to 3.5 minutes, maybe a little longer. So it might actually be possible for Dratno's guild team. Also of note, both Dratno's guild team and Echo have the Bloodlust available. Hope does not. So the 2 chest is almost certainly off the table for Hope. And looking at Echo's timer, probably off the table for them as well. Remember, they started this key about a minute faster than Dratno's guild team, so their timer is a little bit shorter on the 2 chest timer. I mean, this would be massive for Dratno's guild team to potentially get the 2 chest off here when Echo and Hope don't get it.
I agree. It would be massive for tomorrow. I don't think it's going to be matter. Well, it could technically matter today at the very end, but only for like first seed or second seed. I don't think it would be like something that matters for elimination. But yeah, that would be really, really good for Dratno's guild team tomorrow if they're going to go straight into the 21 if they get this 2 chest. So we're going to have to take a look. It's still going to be close for them too, I think, because they're just starting the intermission now, and they have like 2 minutes left at this point, 2 minutes 5, and they have to play those. They have lust though. They have lust for last phase, so it's technically possible. But yeah, as you said, Echo and Hope probably going to be over that timer. Yeah, really impressive on how fast Dratno's guild team is in this dungeon here.
One of the things to keep an eye on for Dratno's guild team is whether or not Forgy's getting a good RNG on them on the intermission here. Where is the Shadow Priest? He's already with the group. He got good RNG. He is here. Now they got to get through this intermission quickly. A little bit inefficient on the gather. Didn't get all the kicks off at the same time. They've got a couple of imprisoned off to the side. They CC'd one instantly. That means their stacks are going to be low, but the damage here is not going to be ideal, which means their burn. They're going to have a little less time on the burn here. Echo's in their burn phase already. They've done about 30% of the boss's HP in 30 seconds. Not going to be getting the 2 chest, but it's a good idea of where the damage needs to be for Dratno's guild team. They're going to have a little bit over a minute here to get the last 60% of the boss down. The cooldowns are available. No combust for Cryptix just yet. He's in the SKB right now, farming that as much as possible. They wait for that Tempest Fury to go off, and once the damage comes out, the Bloodlust has popped, and once the health bars are up to 90%, they're going to get going. Unfortunately, at the same time, another wipe from Ducks Can Fly. Are they going to keep going, or is that going to be a reset? They're going to keep going, so they're not going to get the 2 chest, but our attention is on the bottom right here. 40 seconds on the board for Dratno's guild team to get the 2 chest off. I just don't think the boss HP is going down enough for them.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be close. It's definitely closest for Dratno's guild team, but it's very interesting to see that none of the teams managed to get the 2 chests. So I wonder, I mean, it's just possible that Mandatory is just like better than all of these teams. Or it's possible that Spiteful just slows you down.
What a question. Is it possible Mandatory is just the best out of everyone at all?
Is Mandatory cracked?
I mean, they are. That should be a YouTube title. Yeah. But
they could do like the Pog phase too.
The point that I was trying to make is that maybe Spiteful slows you down more than what we think. Because Spiteful is usually an affix that is not something that is very difficult, but it slows you down because you... Depending on what you're doing, right? Like, because we do see some skips that they do, for example, before the mini bosses, before Gulping Goliath, where you probably have to wait for the Spitefuls to disappear, or you have to AoE them down before you move on. Otherwise, you might be aggroing packs that don't want to aggro. So it's something also when you skip the trash after Gulping Goliath as well, when you skip those trash ones. So, I mean, maybe it slows you down more than what we think.
I'm trying to think
of any question too.
Go ahead.
Oh no, sorry, not to jump in here really quick, but a question from chat that I thought was relevant to this discussion, Nagura. Did Mandatory have the same affixes in Halls of Infusion?
Oh, no.
Do you remember? No.
No, so I was actually about to bring that up. Their affixes last week were Entangling Bursting, which aren't really going to be too much of an issue in this key. Like, maybe you'll have Entangling be annoying during Kajin when you're all stacked up and you need to get rid of it somehow. But at the end of the day, like the worst thing Entangle is going to do to you is like stun you for 2 seconds, maybe once in the key. With this affix set, there are scenarios where Spiteful can be annoying. You know, when you're starting to kill off pulls and you want to just stand there and keep DPSing, but instead you have to run away from a ghost that will melee you for 90% of your HP bar. That can be annoying, so there is a little bit of potential time loss with the Spiteful affix. Now, in regards to the skips after gulping Goliath, I mean, we saw a couple of teams deal with that actually really well in the 19. I think it was Drano's guild team that the second those Spitefuls, the last set of Spitefuls spawned, they had Cryptics Frost Nova them. They also feared them as well, just to make sure they didn't run into the back. And then they just left because, you know, they were going to bleed out to their decay before they even got anywhere close to the trash pack. So that shouldn't be too big of an issue there. I think it's just mainly movement during big pulls. That's really the time loss there. Or maybe Mandatory is just better, you know? We'll have to find out. That we're not going to know that until the Global Finals, though.
Yep. Well, something to look forward to then, to see. In before there's just no halls in Infusion and Global Finals, so we'll never know. But anyway, we do see Dax can fly in the top right. They had 2 full wipes. So they're on 12 deaths. They are now doing that pull before Talash Greywing. So they basically have to finish this pull, do 2 bosses, and then do 1 more trash pull. Within 12 minutes, 13 minutes. Doable.
Yeah, doable.
But close, I think.
I'd say, so the comparison that we were drawing on this key last week on the super high key, it's like on the 2021 key level, is you want about 11 minutes for the last 2 bosses on that key level. On a 19, it's probably closer to like 9:30 to 10 for the last 2 bosses, just to be safe on Tyrannical. So they should have plenty of time. As long as they're able to keep it clean at the very end of the dungeon here, they should be okay. Now, they still do have that last trash pack that they have to go back to, right? So that's something we'll have to keep an eye on, too. In the meanwhile, on Kokia Blazehoof, GIF has been having some major issues. They've had 2 deaths during this boss, which has caused the boss timer to be a lot slower for them. They've actually exhausted all of their battle reses that they have available to them right now. They'll have another one coming up in 10 seconds, but by that point the boss will already be dead. They just need to get away from this circle and burn the boss here. Okay, they got the boss down. 10 minutes left in the key. They can definitely finish this off, but not going to be getting a 2 chest in the 19. And, you know, the 19 2 chest, as we saw last week, might not necessarily be something you even want to care about, because we didn't see a 21 Ruby Life Pools last week. We saw teams attempting it at the end of the day, but that's just going to be a very difficult key to get done. And Hope is kind of throwing bodies at this first pull in their 14 Ruby Life Pools as well. Not ideal. Yeah. I saw a lot of bursting deaths, actually. So maybe their pull didn't quite go as intended here.
Oh, they're just going
again,
right?
They're going to reset. Yeah, they're going to reset for sure. It's only 2 minutes lost.
They could have probably continued after those 2 deaths and still gotten the 3 chests there, but just decided to go again. But yeah, that is something bursting, or generally the affix switch is something that we players on live servers, they don't experience something like that, and we underestimate how difficult that can be in a TGP or even an MDI setting, right? Where you go from one dungeon with a certain set of affixes to another dungeon with another set of affixes. All of a sudden, you're like, oh, there's bursting, right? Well, before you had Spiteful and you didn't have to think about, and especially as a Raster Druid, you have to prepare healing before bursting gets applied. So that is not something that you can really deal with on the fly. Of course, I do have Master Spell. There we go, that's the word from the priest as well. But yeah, that is something that maybe having 1 wipe there is okay. Not going to be losing too much time. Did want to mention something about Dax can fly though. Like on the top right, Dax can fly, right? They're going to be finishing the ski plus 1ing it very likely unless they have another issue. One thing to note though is I do think that if you're going to be playing any key on a high key level at the end of the day to get tiebreaker score, then it would be Asher Vault, right? And I think the 19 could have been 2 chestable for them. So do you think it was a mistake for them to not just reset the key and go again and try to get the 2 chests? Because now they're going to be timing it, but they potentially have to do like 1 extra run, right? They have to do the 20 and then maybe also 21 if it comes to tiebreaker. While another team, maybe if Jiff goes into the Asher Vault to chest the 19 and then gets the 21 on the board, then they're going to have a pretty big advantage when it comes to tiebreaker for elimination today.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the best play is, and if I were in the competition myself, I wouldn't necessarily be comfortable making that call either. I think committing 25 minutes to a key and then resetting it is a pretty scary idea, and just getting the 19 on the board is probably the safer call. Like we were talking about earlier, in Group A, our day one cutoff was 2 19s and a 20. So getting the 19 on the board, albeit not with the fastest time, but still on the board, is the safer play, and then you leave that 20 to come back to. We also didn't see any 21s done on day one last time around either, so we'll see if that's going to be done today.
They had
You never
longer
know.
dungeons, right? Like
They
they
did
had the
have
Noka
longer
defensive,
dungeons,
which I think probably slowed them down the most. So I guess it's possible that we see some hierarchies. It's not going to be insanely high, right? We might see more like 2020, 19, something like that, but yeah. So 21s are going to be a little bit unlikely unless teams feel risky and want to do a 21 at the very end.
Yeah. Well, looks like they're committed to getting it done. You got some bangers going on outside there, huh?
Some literal bangers. Nagura, decided to bring extra hype for the competition today and just hired an entire drum corps to play in the background.
I mean,
I love
don't
that.
know what's happening, but it sounds
like-
great.
Sounds like someone outside was pissed the mage didn't lust and just popped the drums instantly. It's already on cooldown, guys. Stop hitting it. Alright, good. Thank you. We're good. Yeah, alright, cool. So, give plenty of time on Karaka and Urquhart to get this 19 done. Yeah, looking good. I would like to go back and watch Hope do their first pull again, because I'm actually curious as to why they wiped. Did you see if they were going for the double mini-boss pull, where they pull all the trash plus Juggernaut plus Dragar as well? That would make a lot of sense as to why they potentially wiped there.
I think they did pull Dragar as well, yeah.
Okay.
That is a super difficult pull. I think we've seen it happen for a miscount as well, and we also have seen it done by some of the teams last weekend too. It's for sure incredibly hard. In case this is something that usually happens on accident, where you pull Dragar on, like it just like patrols into you or somehow it gets pulled in addition to the other mini boss, and then all of a sudden you have to watch out for frontals, you have to watch out for swirlies in the ground, plus earths being thrown around. It can be super difficult, but yeah, Hope dealing with it very well on the second try.
Oh yeah, Dino's Guild came at a crazy clip here. Did they snap the Furies into the ring pull? Actually missed that level where we were talking about Hope there. Hold on, I'm gonna go back and watch, because if they did go for that, that's actually a very quick time save and something that's pretty insanely fast if you can pull it off.
They don't have a rest.
Ooh, they don't have a res. Their tank is dead. No. This is the one thing
That's
that couldn't
a reason.
happen.
They have time though. If they get a Shadow Melt off or a Savior, they can maybe still do it.
Actually, true. Yes, does Raven
have to be
have
super
the
fast,
meld?
though.
Oh no,
She
it
didn't
was on
manage
the
to melt.
transition of the boss. It was on the transition of the boss, so the boss doesn't instantly reset there. Oh, that is brutal. They have to just go for a full reset. There's no way you can get it done with the run back. Oh man, 26 minutes of time loss, and this goes to show you there why just getting the 19 on the board is important for Ducks Can Fly, because they just have to outlast the competition here, right? They just don't need. They just want to not get eliminated today. So if they can get this Umbral Skull down, they should be good to go. They've got 2 battle reses. They've got the Lust prepped and ready for the next set of crystals here. It's kind of just all on the tank here. Goatface needs to stay alive. Needs to not go down to one of those dragon strikes. And honestly, if I were these ranged players as well, I'd make sure that I was max range from the boss, just in case, on the off chance your tank does go down. Both of these DPS can get away from the boss extremely quickly, and then also, you have the added benefit that both of them can then drop aggro onto the other one for a little bit of chaining while their druid gets the res off, right? The mage can invis, Shadow Priest can fade, so there's a little bit of aggro juggling that can be done. Ideally, though, nobody dies and you just get through it cleanly. That crystal, though, staying alive, gotta break the shield, though, to stop the damage. But with the Bloodlust, not going to be too much of an issue for them. Just one final set of crystals to get through, and they'll get that 19 on the board.
Like, well, they do have to do that one trash pull still at the very start of the dungeon, which Sanguine can cause some issues, but we'll see. So they have 4 minutes 30 left. Technically, that's, I think, good enough. They have to get that last crystal pack, as you said, that is going to be spawning in just a moment at 30% here. They do have cooldowns available. We do see PI coming up. Breath is ready as well, and that combust coming up too. So it should be okay for this spawn. But yeah, maybe they have to definitely play Sanguine really well, and they have to move very quickly after this boss to get that last trash pull done, because it does have a lot of HP.
Live update from Tettles, by the way. Apparently Dratnos has cast a Hex on the other teams. Not sure where that stands in our rule set, but we'll have to check with the admins on that. Back to Ducks Can Fly, though, through the final set of crystals, so just got to stay alive on the tank and get through that last trash pack, and we're good to go. They'll be getting the 19 on the board. 4 minutes left on the key timer. Still time for some Sanguine issues. They'll have the 2 minutes up when they get back to that final trash pack. And they're looking pretty good now to stay alive today. Plenty of time left in the day, though, right? Like, you know, mistakes can happen from everyone. We've seen it from pretty much everyone. We'll have to see if they're able to stay clean throughout the day. Now, I'm looking back at that run from Dratno's guild team, and yeah, they did actually snap that Fury plus Thrasher pull onto the ring and pulled it with just one of the packs on the ring, if I'm looking at this correctly. So, big snap pull. Not something you would typically see on a Sanguine week. Usually you don't want to go for those snaps, but they're making it look good. That was actually a very, very clean pull from Dratno's guild team.
I like that a lot. I want to see if they're continuing to do that snap on the higher key levels as well. That would maybe be really cool to see some of the higher keys to chest it pretty easily on the 19. And maybe even on the 21, we're going to have to see. But as you said, Sanguine making it a little bit more difficult. Now we do see Jiff on the top right, unfortunately having to do the 19 again as they wiped on the last boss. Very, very unfortunate. Going to cost them quite a lot of time. And it looks like, but it's interesting to see as well that they're going back into the 19. It's 1.5 hours into the competition already today, and they're still in the shortest dungeon today. So they definitely, after this 19, they have to hurry up to make sure they get the points on the board for just to not be eliminated today. Ducks Can Fly, top left. They also had issues, 2 full wipes in this dungeon, but they're now on their last pull. They do have enough time left, as long as they don't get an insane amount of Sanguine healing here. So Ducks Can Fly looking pretty good in comparison to Jiff. Now, of course, in comparison to the rest of the teams, both Ducks Can Fly and Jiff are, of course, a little bit behind, because they've had issues while the other teams didn't really have as major issues. Dratnos, though, having some issues as Timber goes down on that frog pull. Do have Battle Rest available, but again, needs to use Engineering Rest.
They're opting for the healerless variation on this pull. Usually you can just stay alive with the Vampiric Embrace at a right time, so looks like they're going to be okay there, and it looks like they're just opting to stay healerless as well. We're just chaining this trash back anyways. Timbermaw, you could have released and run back, so hopefully everything's okay on that front. But again, you know, the damage intake here is not going to be necessarily that bad. You're just worried about the Bestial Roars chaining with a shoulder slam, and you have a lot of tools to live through that as well. They do have the Bloodlust if they're really in any danger as well here, so we'll see how this goes for them. Looks like they're going to be relatively okay. That breaker is going down very, very quickly for them.
Zeronic, it's a little bit worrying hearing you say the words, it looks like they're going to be okay, because Dratnos has just come in, and Dratnos, we have had it confirmed that you've been hexing the other teams.
That's right.
Would you, you're just going to own up to it. Okay. Great. Yeah. Well, we can talk more about that as Nakura steps out for a bit here and gets a bit of a break. But Dratnos, you're just gonna own this? You can take over? Bye.
I mean, I checked the rules. There's nothing against, sorcery in the rules this time around. Maybe they'll patch that for next TGP. Although it looks like it may have backfired and hit Timbermaw instead of the other team. So a little bit of a misfire, but hopefully he's able to get back soon. Actually, I think that they're still on pace to get this done, even if they don't have a healer for the rest of this dungeon as well. Like, on a plus 14 key level, can you no healer with this comp, the last 2 bosses? I think so, right?
Yeah, some say it's a cosmetic roll, some say, there's some issues with it, but, on this low of a key level, with this high of a player quality, you can get through some of these bosses, or at least the trash pulls without a healer. They're waiting, though. Maybe he's hopefully coming back in soon. We obviously wouldn't want to see them lose potential 3 chests due to this. It's really unfortunate if it is a DC. They do have plenty of time, though. With the Bloodlust on this key level, I would say they probably need about 6 minutes to get it done. So we're looking at, what, a 22:30 3-chest timer? So they've got a little bit of time to just sit here and wait. And, you know, actually, this might be a great time for them to do one of those mid-key break timers, potentially.
I wonder if you could count. Yeah, it needs to be at least, is it 5 or 10 minutes for it to count as your break?
Is there
right?
a minimum? I actually don't know if there's a minimum break timer. Okay, minimum break timer is 5 minutes confirmed, so okay, that might not be ideal for them. Timbermaw is back, though.
Oh, here we go.
In the
Back
cat
in
form, off to the races. Got a lot of distance to cover, though.
All right, now this is a spot where on this run back, you got to make some intelligent decisions as well. It's a very embarrassing way to die.
Oh, the Wordstone tech!
Beautiful.
Huge.
And they are right back in it. All right, all good. Only a couple of minutes lost for old Dratno's guild team. Meanwhile, we have the 14 Ruby progressing for Echo in the bottom right. For Dux as well in the bottom left, same dungeon. And it's Jiff on that 19 that has proven to be actually quite a dangerous key level, so scary place for Jiff to be is still in that 19 Ruby. They need to put this on the board on this run, I think.
You mean GIF, right?
Yeah, sorry, GIF.
Yeah, okay. I was a little confused there for a second, but I think we're all good to go. Yeah, it was really unfortunate. The way they lost that last 19 was just extremely unfortunate. These tyrannical bosses, truly a force to be reckoned with. They actually lost all of their battle reses on the bosses, so you know, it just kind of goes to show you how dangerous this dungeon can be, and really it's everywhere. It's not even just the bosses, right? The destroyer pulls themselves are also pretty tough in general. So much AoE damage, not to mention single target damage when the living mobs come out as well. And if you let any of those cinder bolts through onto any particular players while the other damage is coming out, there's just a lot going on in that upper ring section of the dungeon, so it makes total sense for this to be a difficult point for any of the teams. So hopefully they can get it done this time around, because they are slightly starting to fall behind the rest of the teams. But again, still plenty of time left in the day, still 3.5 hours on the board, so plenty of times to claw themselves back into it here.
Yeah, exactly. It's not catastrophic just yet, although it does mean that they are on the chopping block right now, and they need to have nothing further go wrong for them. And then maybe, you know, if every other team, of course, plays perfectly for the rest of the day, that's going to make things very, very difficult for them. But that's, of course, a big ask, right? There's still remaining 3.5 hours in the day. That is a long time for stuff to happen. So definitely good that they're keeping it going here. We'll have to keep checking in the progress for them. Meanwhile, we have Hope nearly finished with their Ruby down in the bottom right, well ahead of that 3-chest timer, as I think I would say it's fair to say we've come to expect in these key levels. That's something where if you fail to 3-chest, it's surprising and very bad, very dangerous. It happened a little bit last weekend, and it was always a very bad sign for a team that happened to.
Yeah, always some question mark pings coming out whenever a 3-chest was missed that, you know, other teams got. It's important to mention as well, if there's any one of these one teams that you really like and you really want to follow along their every move, we do have one POV from each of the teams available to just go and watch. One player from each team is live on Twitch right now, so if you want to check that out, we'll leave our moderators have a command in the chat so you can go check out any of those players as well. And you know, if you click on one of them, you might get a little bit of Dratno's face on there too. You never know.
Yeah, different chat blockers being deployed there. There's some innovating for sure happening, not just in the dungeon routes, but in the chat blocker tech as well. As Kajin for miscount in the bottom left. So here's an interesting question: I guess it's not so much the 17 2-chest, it's the 19 2-chest potential once miscount gets to that point, right? Because that was something that we saw mandatory able to do, and this time around, none of Hope, Echo, or Dratno's guild team were able to put up that 2-chest in the plus 19. Now the affixes are slightly different, but I don't think they're necessarily slower than they were last weekend, right? With Spiteful and Incorporeal, like those shouldn't be costing too much time for these teams. So that maybe just goes to show how strong mandatory were last weekend, and maybe they're even a cut ahead of this field. Although miscount, it's a huge opportunity for them once they get to that 19 in the Halls of Infusion, if they can put up the 2-chest, and also for every other team. seeing 19 two-chested Ruby out of missed count is a big thing that they are going to try and match. That as a vital thing for them to put on the board as well.
Yeah, I would actually completely agree with you. I think the affixes we had in Halls of Infusion were actually slower last week, right? Especially in that first boss room area, chaining pulls together with bursting is actually pretty rough, right? You only have that one master spell every 2 minutes, so it's not like it was, back in Season 2 where you could just master spell every single bad bursting overlap. You have to really pick and choose your places here, and the chaining was pretty rough on the team, so Mandatory looking better and better with her runs last week compared to what we're seeing from this Halls of Infusion. I was actually kind of surprised that Echo wasn't able to get the 2-chest off. How happy were you to see Drano's Guild team absolutely blasting in this key?
Yeah, it was big seeing the fastest time of any of the 19 so far, although it's one of those things where it doesn't really matter unless it is showing that they are, faster across the board, right? But
right.
If it's just variance, right? If it was just a good run versus a mediocre run or something like that, it's not one of those times where it crossed, say, a 2-chest threshold, right? Or the timer threshold and actually meant something, right? In the end of the day, it's only earned them 30 extra seconds, which has then immediately been gifted back and then some with Timbermaw going away for a bit there. So, I'm excited though to see that they are keeping up, right? And looks like they are going to be able to put up the 3-chest in this plus 14, even having lost a couple of minutes in this run too. So that is also a very good sign. It's an important thing. I mean, failing to 3-chest the 14, it's actually not inherently disastrous, right? Because maybe you get that point back, right? Maybe you 2-chest the 14, you get a 16 instead. You 2-chest the 16, you get an 18 instead. You 2-chest the 18, and other teams are only 1-chesting the 19 that they earned or something. And then you kind of get that, you get that level back later on. But I think in Azure Vault, there's a decent chance it won't work out that way, because I think Azure Vault, the 17 is still potentially 3-chestable as well, right? And so it can go all the way up very quickly.
Yeah, there's also this important aspect that we've covered a little bit but haven't fully discussed out yet, where because we've seen close to the same key done in Group A very successfully by a lot of the teams, you kind of have certain things blueprinted out in this key. So, for example, in this Tyrannical Azure Vault, one of the major pain points, like we talked about last week, is going to be Laymore. How do you live through Laymore in a Tournament Realm situation where you don't actually have a lot of avoidance? And those question marks led teams to doing the 20 on day one last week instead of going into the 21, just to make sure they got the +1 on the board and make sure they were safe. Now, with the cooldowns mapped out last week, the teams from this group can look at the cooldowns used to live on Laymore, just flat copy them from Mandatory or whichever team did them, and they should be able to get through Laymore on a very early attempt, maybe even on the first attempt. And that's the main difficulty point gone in the key. Now, of course, the rest of the key is still pretty difficult, and on Sanguine you're going to lose times pretty much guaranteed at some point in the dungeon, just due to the nature of the affix. But, the key should be timeable on 21 relatively easy with that blueprint laid out for them. Is that something that we could potentially see on day one near the end of the day? I certainly think so.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a possibility as well. One thing we mention, but I think don't mention or haven't mentioned recently and is worth mentioning, is those bosses, 20 Tyrannical Laymore is really, really hard, especially in TGP compared to the live servers, because on the live servers right now, you can pop over to the auction house, pick up some avoidance gear, get yourself up to 10% avoidance. That works on almost all of Laymore's lethal abilities, right? In fact, all the damage of that fight avoidance reduces. On the Tournament Realm, you cannot get avoidance on gear. The only avoidance you have access to is a bit over 3% from enchants, which, of course, the players are using, but it does mean that flexibility, that wiggle room on boss encounters like Laymore that are about your DPS players surviving AoE damage, it becomes really, really precise what you need to do to live it. So yeah, like you said, having that blueprint of planning out your defensives is valuable, although I suspect that's something that the teams are probably, especially the top teams in our leaderboard, are probably pretty capable of constructing a good cooldown order for those bosses by themselves. The nice thing about seeing it last weekend is that you can compare what your notes say to what Mandatory said, right? And if there's a disagreement, right, if Mandatory are using one less CD and they're still living something, you can be like, oh, we didn't know we could do that. We thought we had to use more on this. And then you free it up and maybe can live an extra overlap at the end of the fight or something.
Exactly. And I mean, of course, it always is nice to map something out on your own, but dude, it's so much easier to just yoink every now and then, especially if you're having issues living through something, right? Like if you have a blueprint mapped out, but it's just not quite working out for you, having that blueprint laid out and just being able to be like, okay, that works, we'll do that is really nice. But of course, we'll have to wait until later on to see if that's an issue. Normally, you don't have to be so meticulous about it on the lower key level. Check out the poll from Echo here. Same thing we saw from Hope, but a better POV of it here. Every single mob in the first area being pulled together. The dangerousness of all the trash, bolting the tank non-stop, in addition to making sure you have to dodge out the frontals from Dagar as well. And then the bursting stacks at the end as well. Just got to make sure you don't roll those too much here. The Master Spell's already been expended from Mirrors as well, so really got to be careful about rolling.
It hit everybody else, but Clicks popped up to that 13 stacks for a while there. Was able to survive it, though. And yeah, like you said, very, very dangerous and impressive pull. One of those pulls as well that I think it makes a lot of sense to master because it is at the start of the dungeon, so going for it just makes so much sense because it's such a low-cost pull to attempt, and it sets you up to have a bunch of time for the rest of the keys. So I wonder if they'll be keeping that pull going as they go higher in the key levels, because it's one of those things where paradoxically, as you start approaching the 19 and 20 key level, you start thinking to yourself like, okay, maybe we should back off this pull, right? Like, now that the key's gotten higher, things that weren't killing us are going to kill us. We got to be a lot more careful. Like, let's not do this. And then once you get up to the 21s and 22s, you instead start having this thought of, all right, well, now this 30-minute dungeon is taking us 32 minutes. Where can we shave some time? And the best answer is usually let's do something a little bit foolish at the start of the dungeon. And if it only has a 20% success rate, that's fine because we can just restart the key until it works.
Exactly. I mean, great example of that is that Agothar Academy we saw last week, where they were going for the double snap, right? Normally, that's just a silly pull. That shouldn't be something you do, but in this situation, in order to find an extra 2-3 minutes in the key, you just have to make it work. And I had a pretty low success rate, but they got it done eventually after a few attempts and were able to get that 22 done last week. So, I think that's just going to be kind of that's the idea that you want to go for in TGP. You want to front load a ton of the difficulty just to make sure you have that room left in the key to time it. And hopefully we'll see more of that this weekend in dungeons that we already haven't seen it. And that's the idea, right? That's the ideal scenario. We want to see more innovation, more insane pulls. We want to see them do something we haven't seen them do yet. And if we can see them do that before the Global Finals, that's pretty cool, because in the past we've kind of seen teams try to save strats for globals, which is nice, but I want to see both. I want to see cool stuff in the cup stages and in the Global Finals.
I don't know if you can afford to save stuff for globals as well in a competition like this, right? Like, that's something where if you're ahead by enough, you feel safe in doing it, right? Like, maybe Mandatory on Sunday last weekend at a certain point could have done that, but I don't know. I don't think that any of our teams this weekend can feel comfortable in saving something for globals that might get them points this weekend.
Yeah, no, I agree, actually. I think the competition's way too close, particularly to really save strats. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't know. Echo has been known to just kind of save strats even when it doesn't really make sense for them to save strats. And I mean, they've even lost in cups before and then had strats that were faster than their cup strats when it came to Global Finals. So maybe there's a potential they've lost runs due to saving strats before also. We'll have to see, though. I mean, this isn't a lose-win situation, right? It's just top 3 or not top 3, and I think that Echo should be safe to get top 3. I'm losing my train of thought here. Regardless, let's move on. GIF on a much better run in their 19 in the top left here. 0 deaths on the board this time compared to the 3 they had last time around. Looks like they're on good pace to get this 19 done efficiently. The question of 2 chest or not in this key is, I don't think it's that important. This is one of the keys that I think the 21 is going to be very, very difficult in. Maybe with the addition of the pull that we're talking about in the first section of the dungeon, doing Dagar with the Juggernaut, with all the trash, they can maybe find the time to get it done. But I feel like the big wall in this key is just living through that ring area, right? Those destroyers, even on Tyrannical, do so much damage to the group with the addition of the Cinderbolts going out if you're not perfect with all of your stops and kicks. It's just so difficult to live through that area. And then in addition to that, the bosses just get so long, especially Kokia, right? Every single extra ad you get just lengthening that encounter out, where, you know, the boss might be a 3.5 minute fight on a 19. It could easily balloon up to something like 5.5 minutes on a 21.
Yeah, we talked about this last weekend, but I think it's worth explaining why that's true for some boss fights more than others, right? Bosses like Kokia, whenever you have a boss that spawns ads on a timer, those tend to balloon in time, like exponentially or quadratically as your key is going up, right? Rather than linearly, because not only is the boss having more health, the boss living for longer means that it's going to spawn extra ads. Each ad that spawns has more health, so the ad is going to live for longer, which means of, say, a 40-second boss cycle, you're now spending 25 of those seconds focusing an ad instead of 20, which means the boss is then being focused for less time, which means the boss is living longer, which means the boss is spawning more ads, and so all of those sort of feed back into each other, and you can get this situation where, yeah, a couple of key levels is doubling the amount of time you're spending on an encounter like that. It is unique to that style of fight, and Kokia is, I think, one of the best examples of it, which means having stuff like Bloodlust for that kind of encounter can be really important to help you sort of even the odds and reclaim some of that time. But Ruby's not an easy dungeon to budget your Bloodlust timing in as well. We've seen disagreements between the teams, especially around that 17, 18, 19 key level of, are we playing this dungeon for 3 Bloodlust, or should we, say, sacrifice our 3rd Bloodlust to guarantee that the second one lands on Kokia where it is the most important?
And of course, they're also thinking of other scenarios in their head too, right? Do we still want to try to go for the 2 chest or the 3 chest here? Is there potential for the 3 chest, or are we just committing to the 2 chest, trying to get the 3rd lust off? It's definitely, there's a lot of questions that are going through the team's head, and it's a lot more complex than just, you know, running the key and hitting the lust when it's off cooldown, right? There's a lot more thought going into it, especially, you know, not only with the bloodlust, right, but with the cooldown, the 2-minute cooldown usage as well, with how, you know, efficient the comp is with their cooldowns. You know, pressing your Void Form, your Breath of Eons combo is definitely, it's a commitment, right? Because you don't want to pop those when a pole's at 50% and then have like 15 seconds of Void Form left over when the pole dies. So, you know, these things are well thought out of in advance. You know, they know where they're going to be pressing their cooldowns. It's very similar to the MDI in that scenario where, right, things are mostly planned out. And the idea is, okay, we'll have cooldowns for this pull, this pull, this pull. They might come up late in this pull. We can pop certain things here. But one of the other interesting scenarios in this push key scenario is if a wipe happens and your cooldown timing gets a little off kilter, what do you do in that scenario, right? Do you just press cooldowns at the start of a pull where you don't normally have cooldowns? There's a lot of like weird scenarios that you don't necessarily have good practice for, especially in that wiping situation, which we haven't really seen any of the top teams get through yet, but I'm actually interested to hear thoughts from them on that if we are able to talk to them, you know, in a potential interview later on, because that's a pretty interesting topic.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense as well, because it's so hard to practice for everything that could go wrong. So what teams often end up doing is they don't practice for much that could go wrong, right? Like, you sort of just hearth out of your practice key as soon as you wipe, right? You're just like, okay, well, that's not going to happen on the real day. And then sometimes it does happen on the real day, and then you have to a skill that gets tested in that instance is the decision-making of, is this key worth continuing? How do we adjust our cooldowns to now survive this? Do we change our pulls? Those sorts of things, right? Like, has this wipe cost us the ability to 2-chest, and therefore it's better to just hearth out versus not, right? As we do see happening for Echo right now in the big screen, we have Flame Goulet pulled for the team. You have to imagine that that's not the idea, right? You have to imagine that the wipes here are because that, clicks.
The
this
fire
is an Evoker
breath
special.
No.
Yeah, if you're an Evoker, it's a very good chance when you release you are going to be in combat thanks to that fire breath. So going to have to kind of wait around here until the rest of the team is able to get through this, opening up the map, surveying the situation here, but not much that can be done about it. That's going to cost Echo. I think the good news for Echo is that it's probably not going to cost them the 2-chest timer because the 17 has a decent amount of flexibility on that 2-chest timer, right?
Top left corner here, GIF in issues here. Sorry, GIF in issues here. Healer is down. They've pushed the phase. Okay, we got the battle res off. That was huge. That was actually a very scary moment for, but with the healer back alive and the bloodlust popped, they should be overall safe here. Burning Karaka as quickly as humanly possible here. They're going to get one last flame spit that they have to live through. No major AoE cooldowns available here. Shox does have the cheat death available. The cauterize still there if it's needed, and with the overlap from the interrupting cloudburst does almost get it popped there. But with the boss going down, all they have to do is live through the winds and a little bit of tank damage here, and they'll be able to get this 19 down. Scary moment for them, but able to get through the dangerous part.
Yeah, very sketchy, but not going to end up costing them. So that's going to be... So for GIF up in the top left, it is a one-chested plus 19, but it is on the board. That is very important for them, and they need to get out of this Ruby now and head somewhere else because we've spent almost 2 hours of the day now, and this is only one dungeon that they've been in. You only get 5 hours. 5 divided by 3 dungeons is less than 2 hours per dungeon you need to be spending, so they need to very quickly add the other 2 dungeons to their scorecard, or else they are in serious danger of elimination.
And you know, funnily enough, the conversation topic that we were talking about earlier with wipes, cooldown timings, etc., is coming to fruition here for Echo. Look at the cooldown timing for them. They popped their 2s and Lust on the final of the Blazebound Destroyers, which means for the Pole of Kokia, where they probably would have normally had that Bloodlust in 2 minutes, they no longer have access to any of those cooldowns. So the start of the boss here is going to take longer than normal. This first ad is going to take longer to kill than normal. Are they prepared to deal with that? They're going to have to focus these first few ads down more than they usually will, and because of the delayed 2-minute timings, they're not going to get their 2 minutes until about a minute and a half into the encounter here. And they're going to have there's going to be another question later on in the boss, when the boss is at about probably 15-20%. Their second set of 2 minutes will probably come off cooldown. And then another question will arise, do we pop the 2 minutes here and get full usage of them on the boss, but then not have those 2 minutes up for the next trash pull after the fact? These are questions that, you know, most teams probably aren't prepared to answer, probably not even Echo, and they just kind of have to play it by ear, which is scary to do sometimes.
Yeah, the good news is that they're capable of making those sorts of decisions intelligently on the fly, right? Like, you have to understand the principles behind it and figure out what is our objective here, right? So, for instance, pressing Bloodlust when they did, one of the advantages of it is that it guarantees them that they will get a third Bloodlust in this dungeon if it comes close to the 2-chest timer, right, which is 24 minutes. So they will get a third lust in the situations where it matters. Although one kind of awkward thing in Ruby life pools is that if you're lusting at the very end of the dungeon, it's neither that important for safety, right? Lust, one of the values of Lust is that it gives you extra defensive value on your tank. It gives your healer extra haste for healing as well. Your tank needs less healing, so it gets a lot nicer to keep the group up. And also you're losing out on damage too, because the end of the Kairaka encounter is just single target, and it's also not dangerous, right? You'd rather have Bloodlust for the 2 target moments of that fight, right? For the 50-0 on Kairaka, which is both when you've got 2 targets, so it's when the Lust is most efficient damage-wise, and also when you're in the most danger of dying, so the Lust is helping keep you alive the most. Now, is that going to matter on a plus 17 key level for Echo? Probably not. But as this key level goes up, particularly if we're looking at this, say, on the 19, where the 2-chest is also within reach but difficult, then I think that will absolutely be a consideration.
Yeah, I think either way the 2-chest, you know, barring disaster, is almost a certainty for Echo here. It's just a measure of how much more difficult it makes the pulls afterwards, and on the higher key level, that's really where it's going to come into play. On the 17, I don't think they're in too much of a danger of failing any of the pulls coming up. And as a matter of fact, they might not even have that scenario where the 2s come up at the end of the boss and they're kind of questioning whether or not to pull them. This boss is very low already, and those 2s don't come up for another 30 seconds. So the clear solution here is just to not press them. They may even just go for a boss burn here. I would not be surprised if that's the play. Probably has about the same HP as the ad.
Yeah,
Boulder!
Boulder!
No!
No!
Again!
The staircase boulder! That is a common way for this to go wrong. But now, okay, now they're in a really tough spot. So they're going to have to expend their battle res. They get their players up, but now they're missing an augmentation evoker. Now they get the second Inferno off of that Blazebound Firestorm. They're committing to the boss here, but they now have to keep kicks on this Blazebound Firestorm, and she's about to summon another ad here. So now we're going to have 2 ads here. The first one is still up there free casting. They can't get too close to the second one. They are able to kill the boss before that Inferno cast goes off, but wow, that was sketch in a way that it did not need to be. But that's that area that you were talking about last week as well, Zyro. If you're up on that, in that life pool area, there are a lot of pieces of terrain on which that boulder can explode, as Echo just found out there. Second time that Echo have found out a unfortunate news about that boulder as well. This was, of course, the team that lost an MDI map in Ruby Life Pools to a boulder explosion on the pathway. So you learn something new every day, but you hope it doesn't happen during TGP.
This is just how you know Echo's completely copying Mandatory's routes, right?
True. Yeah, Mandatory, of course, did have that happen to them last weekend as well. Oh, Mira's down to an auto attack from a Primal Thundercloud. And it looks like Echo, are we starting to get in range of this 2-chest being in question now? Now is going to go down as well here. Zalia is maybe out of combat. If he can land the mass res.
Yeah, they're fine.
All right, we're chilling. It's all good. No need to panic. If you're an Echo fan out here, this dungeon has looked a little bit sketchy, but honestly, you would choose for everything to go wrong in the plus 17 Ruby and then have the rest of the day be perfect, right? So that's surely what Echo are up to here, especially as this isn't going to cost them that 2-chest timer if this, as long as no further incidents occur.
Well, no battle res is on the board. I don't want to say that they're safe just yet. I mean, if there ever is a tyrannical boss that you can just completely disrespect, it is Karaka and Urquhart, because the boss just tends to die instantly, as long as your cooldown timing is
at the lower key levels, right? It's like that. As we start getting the higher key levels, the flame spit's just murdering your group.
They do get a little scary at the higher key levels. On the 17 Tyrannical, they should be able to ideally, it's one of those situations where you can twos on pull and then twos whenever they come up later on, and you should be fine. You might have to live an extra flame spit, but on this key level, that's not going to be too big of a deal to live through, especially for Zalia. But, maybe with how much they've died and with no battle roses on the board, they opt to just play it safe. I mean, they've got the time for it, right? 5.5 minutes from this point to get the 2-chest off. You could absolutely just slow drain the boss down to 50% and then do a big 2s push to try to get an ideal push. They have the time for that, but I just have a sneaking suspicion that that's not what Echo's going to do.
Yeah, I don't think that's in their team character either. I think that it doesn't sound like something they would do. We will get to, I guess, see soon. As we do have Missed Count in the bottom right have fired up the 19 halls. So this is going to be an important keystone to watch, because this is the keystone level where Mandatory are the only team to have put up a 2-chest, and no team this weekend so far has been able to replicate that. So Missed Count, they have an opportunity here to not just kind of show the field that they are, on track with Mandatory right there at the top, potentially, but also gain those 30 extra minutes that the 2-chest could afford them, particularly if, unlike Mandatory, they choose to ignore the 20 after unlocking the 21 from a 2-chest. That would be big news for Missed Count. So this is a important keystone for them. They need to... I mean, they don't need the 2-chest, but the 2-chest would be a huge, huge boon for them.
Yeah, Missed Count is a team that I definitely am paying a ton of attention to this weekend. I think... I covered it a little bit in the prediction section at the start of the show, but I think the skill level of the teams in this weekend's bracket are very much grouped into pairs. I think Echo and Missed Count are extremely close. Missed Count, they might not be as well known as Echo or Mandatory, or even some of our other teams like Hope, but I think that they are very clearly one of the front runners for the entire competition and are capable of pushing extremely high keys, the highest that we'll see, the entire TGP.
Now, another important variable as well is up in the top right, Dratno's guild team. Are they going to be able to put up the 3-chest in the plus 17 Azure Bolt? They do have Umbral Skull pulled here. They have a couple of minutes, but they will need to get trash afterwards as well. So I think it's going to be I think they're going to be a little bit on the bad side of this 3 chest, but maybe I'm mistaken. They are doing a lot of damage right now, and they are going to have Lust coming up.
2 minutes and 10 seconds on the timer. They have a lot of count that they need to get to. There's no way this is just the first pull of the dungeon, right? 81.9.
Yeah, they must get a bunch of stuff from the first boss area. Is there even 19% there? That is a good question. Maybe they have some other way of getting that. Frosty playing Manic Grief Torch here, getting some big damn in on the boss. That's cool to see as well. Really indexing for damage. That's something that is pretty sketchy to play that as a tank in a lot of these places, but he's finding a window to press it.
They're really pushing for damage here. They don't have 2 minutes or anything available for this first set of crystals here, so it's actually going to take a while to burn down. I guess they had a little bit of combusting night cleave there, so the first crystal does get burned, and they're able to get through that second set of crystals, but the 2 minutes are available. The Lust is ready. I wouldn't be surprised if they just push here. The Breath of Eons goes. Yep, there's the 2s. They have the Lust. Press the Lust. Press the Lust. You got to go for it, guys. I guess they're playing
maybe this is a concession to the 3 chests not being possible. I mean, looking at the timer, I think it is probably outside, especially if they need to do a pull with 18% count next. Perhaps that's a pull that Bloodlust facilitates. I'm not sure. Oh, there's Lust now. Okay.
There's
the
Lust. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe
just ready.
Or maybe the idea is to roll it into the crystals and get that extra big damage on those crystals, although it is unfortunate how it's failed to overlap with the Void Eruption and the Power Infusion. So there are those crystals, nicely stacked as well. You can see they're tanking the boss up on the wall, which does tend to clump the crystals a little bit more nicely, as Echo do secure the 2 chests, still with a bunch of time to spare. Actually, Echo going to still have a pretty solid couple of minutes before that 2 chest timer would have expired, despite all that went wrong for them. So it's good news as well happening there. We also have Hope working on the 19 Ruby that they have just begun. So you can see Hope actually a little bit ahead of Echo now in terms of like meta tournament time, right? Because they were able to do this Ruby 3 minutes faster on the 17.
Which is surprising, actually, when you consider that, the first view that we saw of Hope in this Ruby Life Pools was wiping to that first attempt at the 14 first pull. They've just quietly been plugging along here. Got their 3 chests at 14, got their 2 chests at 17. We haven't really had to talk about them much in the past 30 minutes because they've just been cleanly playing along here. Already through the first pull in the 19, already on to Melodressa as well here, going into the first intermission phase, and yeah, they've been just crushing it. So good to see from them. Hopefully the clean play continues and we can see more of that out of them. And unfortunately for the guild team in the top left, that 3 chest time
not even close.
Passed, but plenty of time on the 2 chests, so they'll be able to get that one up with no major issues. Even if they do have like a full sanguine or a full wipe, they're going to have plenty of time, so not too worried about that from them.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's still good, although it does further highlight just how impressive the 3 chests from mandatory at this key level was last weekend. With Sanguine active, though, it's potentially Sanguine is one of those affixes that really slows down how fast you can do a dungeon, especially if you're trying to 3 chest it, right? Because that means that you're pulling bigger and you have more Sanguine opportunities. Let's see how they get this 18% count, though. Is it just the entire start of the dungeon? No, there's some flowers.
Oh, they have the Furies here too. Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? Their first pull is probably just a snap of some of the flowers down to the first boss area. Ooh. So they leave a lot of stuff up here. Uh-oh.
We have a gamer down for Ducks on the on Kokia. That's going to be their battle res. Luckily, they were able to land the battle res, which is not always feasible on a Resto Druid, depending on where they die. The Resto Druid is the only person that has a ranged battle res in this comp. Everybody else needs to have an engineering bracer tinker available to be able to do that, which looks like at least almost all teams have at least one of those. You put one on like your augmentation evoker, maybe your tank as well. So Ducks able to recover this, able to keep their 17 run going. Good news for Ducks is they are, of course, trying to stay ahead of GIF and avoid that elimination at the end of the day. And things are working out pretty well towards that objective so far, given GIF's troubles in the 19 Ruby earlier. So Ducks just need to just keep putting those keys on the board. And if they can avoid any wipes, I think they are in good shape for survival to Saturday, if not Sunday.
Dorky truly in his element. I have some of the co-stream chats on my other monitor. He's currently typing in Growl's chat mid boss fight. So
that's a Dorky special, yeah.
That is a Dorky special.
He's able to do that. He's able to. There are some players that distraction is, something that they really want to try and avoid. And then there are some players I've found for whom the ability to like be doing a bunch of different things actually kind of gets them into like a zen state, right? Where, you know, they're firing on all cylinders, they're using 100% of their brain power, and, you know, that makes them more efficient, more well honed. And I think Dorky is definitely one of those types of players where he is in his element when he is spinning multiple plates at the same time.
Oh yeah, he's one of those dudes. He is that guy. And of course, you know, he's blasting while doing it too. Cool little 400k on this first boss, although I'm sure a large chunk of that is to these whelps, you know. Actually, you know,
Yeah,
it might not be. Dorky does usually use a details preset where he, like, removes all of the pad mobs from his details meter. So he removes the, like the tiny lashers in Algathar Academy, he removes the lashers in Brackenhide, he removes the whelps from this boss. So maybe he's not actually padding on them. You never know with Dorky.
Yeah, could be. This Demon Hunter build definitely does have the potential for some big pad, right? You get your firebrand spreading, and it's increasing your damage dealt to the mobs. Then you slap down 2 of those big Elysian decrees, and you can do some really impressive pad. We did see them spawning intentionally some extra whelps as well, which... Spawning extra whelps on the first boss without a Frost Mage is a pretty marginal DPS increase on the boss, but it is definitely a DPS increase still, right? You're getting more insanity on your Shadow Priest, you're getting some extra flare-ups from your Fire Magey things, and you're getting some extra souls for your Vengeance Demon Hunter, which does increase not only their damage, but also their survivability by a considerable amount.
Yeah, and especially on Tyrannical, like, the person you're most scared of dying on that first boss is almost always your tank, right? They're just getting pelted
absolutely.
the entire time by tons of ice bolts to the face from the boss, which is pretty brutal for the tank to live through. So any extra bit of survivability you'll absolutely take. I really doubt it's anything to do with you know, funnel for the Shadow Priest and the Fire Mage, because like extra targets for those two classes only really amount
now
to
he's dead for Echo.
1 or 2% damage increase. But now being dead on the first boss, like we mentioned, tank being in danger on this first boss. Very, very scary first boss for them, and you know that's a hiccup from Echo there. Echo, we already saw them falter a little bit in the 17, but a full wipe in the 19, that's going to be a reset for them. And you know, with a 3-minute slower 17 in for Echo, and then now losing 5 minutes in the 19, you know they're slowly falling behind some of our other frontrunners.
Yeah, the good news for Echo is that this is unlikely to lead to an elimination scare today, as, you know, they've lost, 10 or 15 minutes. GIF have lost much more than that in their 19. So Echo are probably chill for getting through today, even if every other team, times every key that they enter from now on, as long as Echo also are able to start doing that. But it is sketchy for them, right? Like, this is a potential, you need to be in the top 3 teams right now or not right now, but by the end of Sunday to get out of the group, right? And if the tournament stopped right now, Echo have been playing the 4th best of our 6 teams. That's not a good place for them to be, but it is early days. These are, at the end of the day, going to be a few extra minutes that the other teams have to push compared to Echo, but all of that can easily get erased once we do get to those super high push keys where Echo have been known to start clutching it out, right?
Oh yeah, and you have to remember, we don't really have that much precedent for how Echo plays after a loss, because they've only ever lost the one time, and that was when they started their 9 tournament winning streak. So we kind of, if you go based off of precedent, we kind of expect them to come back into this tournament and be like almost playing mad that they lost. But I don't know, it's just, for the first couple of hours of the day, it's been uncharacteristically sloppy from them, and maybe that's, I don't know, maybe you could be seeing a little bit of nerves from them? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to diagnose, right? Like, to some extent, there's a degree of just randomness, of variance, of, something is going to go wrong for you 5% of the time you attempt these keys at this key level, or 10% or 20%. And
sure,
even if it's, say, 5% for your team and 20% for another team, you could just hit that 5% chance and they could miss the 20% chance, right? And it looks bad for you. That may be the case for Echo, but I agree with you. I mean, increasingly, I'm worried about them. Now, they still are certainly not to be underestimated, right? That is a team that it would be foolish to ever count out. But it is, a show of weakness from a team that is coming off of a loss, not a team that is currently defending champions. So Yeah, we'll have to keep seeing it out of them, whether they're able to pick this up, whether they're able to right the ship, get things back on pace.
Yeah, and to be clear, the worry is just that they'll play to their own standard. Obviously, they're still one of the best teams in the tournament. We're talking about a comparison of Echo to the other top teams, to the mandatories, right? To the missed counts.
I mean, I think with the level of competition this weekend, you can't feel comfortable about getting third instead of fourth as any of our top few teams here if you make some mistakes, right? Like, are you if you're any of these teams competing, are you comfortable resting your hopes on one of these the other three top teams having a bad weekend at all? I wouldn't be. Like, I wouldn't be happy with any time loss compared to any of these. Nobody is really showing any cracks in the facade so far.
Well, and you can also be rest assured that even though they're not playing this weekend, Mandatory is sitting on the sidelines, licking their chops, looking at what's going on, looking at how these other teams are looking, and probably comparing themselves at the same time, just, sizing up the competition for next weekend, because they're going to be ready to go.
Yeah, it is a... last weekend, the texture of the tournament sort of developed pretty quickly to being Mandatory was ahead of the field, right? We'll have to see if anything like that develops this weekend. So far, I would say we haven't seen that at all. So far, I would say we have 4 teams doing equally well at the top of our leaderboard, and if anything, it's Echo slightly behind the other 3 up there. But it is very early days, right? We've mostly just seen the 14, 17, 19 show. Once we get to the end of our day and we are looking at, say, the 2021 attempts, that will be, I think, the big breaker, the thing that might potentially separate the dominant teams from the other extremely good competitors.
Something we should keep an eye on for the duration of the remainder of this run is for missed count. This 19 Halls of Infusion, all 3 of our previous 19s today did not hit the 2 chest timer, the closest one being the Drano Skill team, of course. Missed count now are looking to put themselves on pace for about a 2020 to a 2030 split on Kajin the Undying here. That is pretty quick. I believe Dratnos' guild team split on this boss was about a 21-19. I think Echo's was a 22 flat. So they're actually very, very close to on pace for the 2 chest. Are they going to be the first team to really pull off a run that sets them ahead of the other frontrunners?
Yeah, this is vital here, and I think they are on pace. I think that they absolutely are. I think Miscount are looking to potentially be claiming the throne here, at least of our first few hours. So, very, very good showing. One really cool thing as well, they're deploying the Frost Mage in this Keystone as well. Not something we often see in the Halls of Infusion in particular, right? That's a choice that has generally been relegated to some Ruby Life Pools runs and almost all Brackenhide Hollow runs last weekend. But seeing it in this Keystone in particular is interesting. I wonder what if you think about it on a pull like this, it's great, right? You're just dumping Glacial Spikes into this dragon that has way more health than everything else, and you're farming damage off of all those other mobs being in your Blizzard, being in your Frozen Orb, right? Like, that is... this is a great pull for Frost Mage, for sure. Not only on overall damage, but the prio damage here. The damage to that dragon is going to be hugely dominated by the Frost Mage on a pull like this, but most of the rest of the dungeon you wouldn't really think of as being super frost-friendly. I guess Gulping Goliath, you've got some frog spawns, right? Maybe they just like it overall, though. I mean, it's a spec that I feel like people overlook frost due to the existence of fire, but it is just a very powerful spec on its own merits, even if you're not always getting all of the min-max theoretical value from it, and it's an extremely good Spiteful spec as well. You save everybody else so many globals from the slows on the Spitefuls, and you farm extra damage off of them too.
I mean, like you mentioned, there's a lot of massive pulls in this key where the extra control from the Frost Mage really helped, not only on this pull, but in the first couple of pulls in the dungeons as well as the Swaplet pulls in the middle of the key before Gulping Goliath. Being able to control those and let your group just stand and cast for a few extra seconds longer before repositioning to get away from them is extremely useful. And then also, it just makes the tank's life so much easier in general, right? Having a Frost Mage is super nice. Now, of course, the big thing you're losing out on, no Cauterize, no cheat death. So you have to be a pretty confident mage player to spec into Frost when other mages are consistently choosing fire, but Hearthjack's making it work, and the team just, once again, destroying this key. I mean, I don't know if it's exactly the Frostmage pick that's causing this time imbalance for them, but going almost a full minute faster than every other team at this point in the key, they're going to have well over 4 minutes left for the Primal Tsunami. They've got that Bloodlust prepped, didn't even need to use it on Kajin. I mean, they're looking extremely good in this key.
Oh, I mean, it's a little bit of a TGP of ice and fire here with this bit of variance between the mage picks on either side, but it's been really interesting to see how that's had an effect, and we'll continue no doubt to keep our eyes on it as we go ahead. But we're going to be having a bit of a swap here on the desk as Tettles will be coming in and Zeronic will be heading out for a little bit. Now, we touched on it just a little bit. So Missed Count, Hope, Echo, and Dratnos Guild Team right now all sitting at 36 points, but a little bit of variance there in how they're kind of getting through these in the pacing, right? So, I mean, Tettles, as you come in, how are you thinking it's looking for these four, and what do they need to kind of be doing here to pull ahead and secure their spots here?
I think Missed Count 2-chesting is pretty important. We did see Mandatory. They were the only team that 2-chested the 19 in Cup A, and then they went and ran that dungeon immediately on the 20, not really wanting to deal with the 21. They were playing a bit safer to avoid elimination. I'm kind of interested in seeing how consistent Miscount is going to be in this dungeon. Like, Dratnos, what do you think? Do you think that they're going to play the mandatory approach and just, like, play for safety, do the 20, don't really mess with the 21 until Sunday?
I don't think so. I think that if your instinct is to do the 20 today, just go to another dungeon. You've got other stuff you can do in other
just
dungeons.
Leave the 19?
You just leave it on a 19, and you can probably... You're not going to get eliminated if you're miscount at this point, if you're using your time well in other dungeons, and you're not going to run out of other stuff you can do today. And then you avoid just spending time in a plus 20 that ends up not mattering if you do later do the 21. I think that... I mean, it's an interesting question, because maybe if you're playing to avoid going fourth, you just want to make sure you start putting, you don't put yourself in a position where you attempt the 21 a bunch of times and it goes wrong and you don't have a 20 on the board.
Sure.
But I feel like the assertive, dominating team strategy that's like, hey, we're here, we're going to win. I feel like that is not spending time in a lower key level than the one you've unlocked, unless you don't think you can do the 21.
I had a chance to talk to Kira a little bit before broadcast. Maybe it's on like Wednesday, maybe it's on Tuesday. He said that they've just really been focusing on their own game plan and just making sure that they're going to make their strats work inside of this dungeon. They have one of the... no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. The mob came out of the ground. The mob got stuck in the ground. I've seen this happen before.
Yeah.
Where the mob can, like... If it pats through the middle of the boss is why that happens. But it can come out of the ground. If once the inundate goes off, you just have to pop all your defensives, which is a bit sketch. I will say, I think for Missed Count, the fact that they're going to have 2 full dungeons of homework keys completed by the halfway mark on today is a massive deal. Like that's going to set them up for a great finish to their day one.
Absolutely, yeah. This is a great spot for Miscount to be in. They've just been moving through their keystones so quickly.
Oh my God.
They've been moving through them so efficiently as well. Like, they haven't been wiping. They haven't had to restart keystones, right?
Dude.
So they're going to be putting this on the board. It's going to be really, really good.
Yargi just procced his engineering cheat. That is how dominant they've been in this dungeon. Yargi just procced his engineering cheat, and he didn't proc it because he didn't press a defensive on the AoE of Tsunami. He procced it because that cheat death doesn't factor in absorb shields, and he had a Ward of Faceless Ire pressed onto him, and so it didn't factor in that was going to mitigate the damage from it, and so he actually wouldn't have been able to keep that cheat death for this entire dungeon. Miscount is playing insanely well right now.
Yeah, they are looking so solid, and they are going to be the only team of our 4 top teams that you can see on the screen right now. Every single one of them will now have a 19 Halls of Infusion on their scorecard.
Yes.
But only Missed Count are going to have it with a 2-chest underneath, with a 2-star, right? Which that means they completed it under 80% of the timer, right? They had more than 20% of the timer left over at the end. And that unlocks the ability for them to go straight to a 21 instead of needing to do a 20. You can see in the bottom left those lines where they are the only team to be faster than that 2-chest cutoff. Very close were Dratnos Guild Team, but not quite. And then a full minute slower were basically Echo and Hope.
A lot of it comes down to that first boss split, being 40 some odd seconds under all the other teams.
Yeah, it's huge.
I mean, that's a big deal. Watcher Iridius split is pivotal, especially in Tyran. Now, Now, we talk a lot about potential points versus like realized points. Do you think that Missed Count's going to have the opportunity or the desire to go back into that dungeon on 21 today?
I don't think you do that today. Maybe it's the end of the day adventure. I guess. Okay, so let's.
You think the
about how
AV
you're
is a bit of a trek?
So I guess you have another 2.5 hours.
Yes.
You're going to put a 14 Azure Vault on the board. You're
Yes.
going to adventure to a 17 Azure Vault. There is another breakpoint where only mandatory have put up a 3-chested 17 Azure Vault last weekend. Nobody else was able
Tyran?
to. It was on Tyran. It was with
okay.
Bolstering active, but it wasn't with Sanguine active, which is what's active for us this weekend. So Sanguine may be an affix that just prevents that from really being feasible. But if not, if Missed Count could, say, put up a 3-chested 17, that would be huge for them as well. Even if not, then they could do the 19. But then you've still got an hour at the end of your day. And yeah, I mean, particularly you 2-chest the 19, you're looking at doing a 21 of one of the 3 dungeons, and I think it is dealer's choice at that point. The only thing I would say is I would definitely hope to see them do a 21 rather than a 20. But maybe you'll be looking at it and thinking like, oh, actually we do need to do the 20 to avoid getting eliminated here, because all the other teams are getting into a spot where they might have 20, 19, 19 on the board, which was kind of where we ended Friday last time.
So a couple things I want to point out. First off, Hearthjack's just a beast Frost Mage and Jory. You're just playing Frost Mage in every single dungeon. Secondly, Missed Count has already taken 10 minutes of their break, where some of the other teams haven't even taken
Ellesmere for Hope
any
is
of their
down.
break.
That is their battle res as well, and it looks like is he in a spot where he can even get res?
Where
as
is
they're
his
working
body?
on this. I'm not 100. It looks like it's actually pretty close there. Goop getting over there is going to start landing that battle res.
Oh, in the fire breath.
Into the breath. Okay.
He got the Inferno Core dot, but he's gonna live it. Okay, he gets warded. Yeah.
That's
They're probably fine.
It's
Are they gonna 2-chest this key though?
They have another. Oh no! They have another death here. Goop going down to an Inferno Core that Lord of Faceless Ire used to survive earlier. Not
Dude,
available
they're
on
not gonna
the
2-chest the key now because of that.
And they only have 9 more seconds left before that 2-chest timer expires. Hope are not going to 2-chest this keystone now.
Oh my god.
Is this relevant is the question, because last weekend we did not see anybody put up a 21 ruby. Everybody was capped at that 20 keystone level. So this may not end up costing Hope if the teams come to a similar conclusion about what's possible this time. Although, note the affixes, right? Entangling, Bursting are very much affixes that don't slow you down all that much, especially at a very high key level, especially in a dungeon like Ruby Life Pools. So it's a question of tyrannical, right? It's a question of, can you do 21 tyrannical Kokia and actually time the keystone still? But if the teams think the answer is yes, and one of them is able to do it, this is going to cost Hope a lot of time.
Well, so Mandatory was in here last weekend thinking that the 21 was doable. Obviously, it was like a really big chase key.
They did try it, yeah.
I will say that I don't think anybody's going to go from 19 to a 21, which is the big deal, right? Like, every team
if everybody else puts up a 20, then it's kind of the same.
Exactly. So every team's going to go to the 20, and then the 21 is that chase key. That was one of those Sunday chase keys that is doable, especially with slightly easier affixes, but you definitely don't put it up today. You know, I think the 20, it's not good. I would say that is a medium bad for Hope. They've looked a little bit slower in some of the dungeons, you know, only getting that 1 chest on that 19 Halls of Infusion, only getting this 1 chest on this 19 Ruby Life Pools. How is this going to bode, you know, moving forward into day 2 and day 3? That's definitely a question that's going to need to be answered. But I think all in all, it's just going to be something that we have to look at in the future, and just something that we keep in the back of our mind. It's not like a huge deal today.
Echo working on Kokia this time, hoping to avoid another Boulder incident.
Dude, that was I thought that they were going to have to reset that dungeon. I was really worried that they were about to they were going to like full wipe that key.
Yeah, it was a sketchy moment for sure, especially whenever you have 2 Blazebound Destroyers out, or Firestorms out, right? Like, you are in a
peril.
we kill this boss in the next 10 seconds, or it kills us situation. And luckily it was the former of the 2 scenarios there, but you can see they are moving back towards the scene of the crime now, heading up into the staircase here. This is the area where it is vitally important that any boulders they bait are sent in the correct direction and do not land on that terrain that is close to them. So you can see they are very carefully baiting that boulder
rescue
behind. The rescue comes out, and now they're going to try and kill the Firestorm up here and get out of this area and start U-turning back towards where they came from, back towards where the boss spawned along that inner part of the ring.
Yeah. So one of the big changes this dungeon this season is the fact that, first and foremost, the fire despawns. Now, it does take a while to despawn. It takes about 3 minutes for it to despawn. But whenever you're doing this like zero dragon route, the no flame gullet, no thunderhead route, like Dradnos was pointing out, whenever you make this U-turn here, you're able to get closer to that final boss area. And while that's only going to save you 15, 20 seconds of travel time, that's the time that these teams really need to make up. Whenever we're talking about maximizing this dungeon to the point where you're able to do that on a 21 tyrannical, that 15 to 20 seconds of travel time that you save yourself just by better movement optimization, that is a big deal.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just very important. You basically want to be going into every boss thinking about, where do we want to be when this boss dies, right? Like,
yes.
Where physically can we be standing such that we are as close as possible to where we want to go? Now, Echo's strategy here is optimized, I think, for the 20, for the 21, rather than for the 19. As you can see, they are going to kill Kokia before
this fire's
getting all the way to the war.
Yeah.
Or to the wall, where, it's okay, right? Like, because once they get to a higher key level, they're going to be fighting this for longer, and that fire would have been despawning in front of them, and they would have been able to kill the boss basically right by the wall towards the remainder of the dungeon and save themselves the maximum possible amount of time.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, up in the top right, we have Dratnos' guild team working on the 19 Azure Vault. They are nearing the end of this dungeon. Fighting potentially is 2 chests still on the table here for them. They have a decent chunk of time, but they do have
What's the 2 chests? 28
bosses. That's a long timer. Let's see. It would be 37 times 0.8. It would be 30 minutes.
It's 30.
Basically.
It's 30 flat. I think that they 2 chest this dungeon in general. Taylash and Umbral Skull, if you're budgeting. Oh wait, they still have 15% count.
It's the start of the dungeon. Yeah, actually, it's a slightly different percentage of count that they have than they needed on the 17. When they were in the 17, they needed 18% count at the end of the dungeon. It looks like this time they've changed the routing up a little bit, such that they need a little bit less count at the end of the dungeon. So I'm always impressed whenever that is true for teams, whenever they have a different route between, say, a 17 and a 19. It really means they've kind of thought out every key level, which is not something that is a natural thing to do, right? Like, if you think about pushing keys on live, usually you're just thinking about the highest key level you can do, right? And you're thinking about how to min-max that. But one skill that TGP rewards is actually thinking about, how do we min-max our chances of 2-chesting and surviving these lower keys? And is that a different answer than when we get to the really high key level as a Volcanic nearly takes out the members of Dratnos' guild team, but they are okay.
I'm just looking at their timer a little bit. I think that the 2 chests is still on the table for this. So Taylash probably only has another minute. Then Umbral Skull is going to end up being about a 4.5-ish minute encounter. They do have the Lust available for Taylash Graving. And then that final trash pack's probably like a minute long, maybe a little bit longer than that. So just looking at that with the 30-minute 2 chest timer, I think this is still possible. They're really going to have to pump the final 2 bosses, though.
Yeah, we'll be able to check back in on that, I guess, in like 7 minutes time.
How do you feel about Ducks Can Fly versus Jif? Those were the 2 teams that came in, seeded the lowest. They came in, I think, with 39 points from time trials, where some of these other teams came in with 42. So they were definitely underdogs. How have you felt about the performance of both of the teams? I feel like Ducks Can Fly have kind of been silent assassins, just kind of slowly working their way through all of these keys, had that 19 AV posted, and now in that 19 Ruby life pools.
Yeah, Ducks Can Fly are potentially going to be in a bit of a position that Perplexed were in last weekend, where I think there is a very good chance that they are going to be escaping Friday alive, because it's Jif that ended up committing the more costly errors so far today.
They reset 2 keys, I think, right?
Yeah, they reset a 19 Ruby very late into the keystone. It was extremely costly.
Yeah, then they reset a 17 on Kokia as well.
Yeah, so just a lot of stuff going wrong for them, which means that Ducks Can Fly are in a position where there's a very good chance they'll be able to survive till tomorrow. But like Perplexed last weekend, there's a decent chance that even if they survive on kind of the same key levels as some of our other teams, they are going to be sitting on a bunch of 1-star, right? 1 chest keys, right? 1 chest timers.
Yeah.
Whereas the other teams will be sitting on potentially some 2s. And that is something where it means that they are vulnerable on Saturday. And they are certainly the team that is, in the most danger, as you said, from time trial times as well. They're the team that was able to do those keys at a slightly lower level.
They're the underdogs.
Our top field.
They're the underdogs coming in the weekend. That's just the reality situation.
But like you said, they have been consistently performing so far today, and you only have 5 hours per day, right? If other teams make any mistake and you have a team like Ducks Can Fly putting up timers consistently, all of a sudden, all that extra theoretical advantage does not count for a lot. It is Ducks Can Fly are certainly playing at a pace to put the pressure on the field. If not today, especially tomorrow, I think the pressure
cursing them
is gonna put on.
as their
No,
shadow
that's okay.
priest.
That's all. That's fine. That's all. That's all right. Not a problem. That's one of those good spots relatively to have somebody die.
Honestly, it is, and Mirage able to get back up and get back to the battle here.
I love how the mounts are always look funny in this place as well. Whenever you take that dragon, you just get to see the moonwalking unicorn. I love that.
If you want to trigger our producer, just type in chat, why are they walking like that whenever they get on the mount?
Yeah, that is beautiful. That's one of those things where I'm glad it's still in the game. Like I think it's just one of the great things about Ruby Life Pools is seeing all your friends, do their mounts just moonwalking. Yeah, it's very cool. Meanwhile, we have Echo up in the top left, looking to put this 19 Ruby on the board. They have 1 minute and 45 seconds until the 2-chest evaporates, and they are making the boss die faster than that. They've got Bloodlust popped. There's that Breath of Eons as well. We are in all of our cooldowns here. Actually, somewhat even cleaving the two as well. Not super hard focusing Kairaka, although, of course, Kairaka is the primary target here, but big Darkness coming out as well. Darkness, one of those defensive CDs that I think is really criminally underrated and underused.
It got buffed this patch. It is insane.
Yeah. It's a 30% chance to avoid any damage in a 5-player content. It's worse in Raid, but in Raid it applies to more people. But yeah, in 5-player content, Darkness is just, it is incredibly powerful. Actually, one of the most underused versions of it as well is just using it as a tank defensive too. It is super, super sick for that. But you can see now on those healing meters, pumping out 160k HPS. A lot of that's going to be to himself with his souls, but I imagine that a sizable chunk of that is through Darkness as well.
I mean, there are specific situations. I think the first boss of this dungeon is one of those, kind of to shout out, that Darkness on the first boss of this dungeon, Darkness on the last boss of Azure Vault. Those two, like, just the way that you're taking periodic damage, it works so well with how the rest of Druid's also going to have you hotted and like heal you up over time. And so versus those progressive damage taken events, that ability is incredibly potent, like you were saying.
All right, so it is a 2-chest on the board for Echo. It is a 0-death run. That's the good news. The bad news is it's almost a minute slower than Missed Count were in their plus 19 Ruby Life Pools. So potentially even more of a strong news point for Missed Count and a worrying sign for Echo potentially that they're not going to be coming into this weekend in that sort of mandatory dominant position, but are instead potentially fighting for those top 3 spots with these other incredible teams.
Dude, look at the bottom left. We don't really highlight this that often, but Yips on the side of Hope has actually pulled some of these lashers and they pop that lust. What this actually does is it allows the Shadow Priest to stack up their current 4 set, which makes the Shadowy Apparitions after they press Devouring Plague do a little bit more damage. And so being able to pre-stack that before the dungeon, it's time inefficient on the course of the entire day, but it's really, really efficient damage-wise. And there's a key level where it becomes a lot more valuable to do that.
Kira down on Missed Count there. And Heartjack's actually lusted for himself as well.
I saw... Oh, he lusted... Oh, okay. So he lusted before the Sated came off of the group. That makes sense. So he did... Okay, that's the only ethical Mage Lust I've ever seen.
Yeah, because particularly if you're a Frost Mage as well, Frost and Fire have slightly different incentives with Double Lust. With Fire Mage, you generally want to press both of your Bloodlusts at the same time, right? Your Lust and your group's Lust, because as a Mage, you get to have both for the next couple of weeks. Goes away, I think, on pre-patch, which is July 23rd, so that's 10 days away.
Oh my gosh, dude, I have some stuff that I need to get done before that.
Log in, finish all of your finish your achievements. Some stuff is going away, so make sure you get that done before War Within. But one of the things that's true about Frost Mage, interestingly, is that they tend to not want to stack their lusts. They tend to instead want to spread them out, and you just want 1 on each of your veins instead of, say, 2 on one of your veins and 0 on another. So it does create a somewhat different texture of bloodlusts between those 2 specs.
Dude, I can't figure out why he's playing Frost in a Sanguine dungeon.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a... it's a not a combo you generally like to see. Like Sanguine weeks tend to be the weeks where mages swap off of that Frost
He's
spec.
only played Frost, and they're the fastest team. Maybe he's
Yeah,
just cooking.
I
Maybe
think
he's just a chef.
I think that he just thinks that Frost is the mage spec that's better. And honestly, look at the damage meters. Are you gonna try and tell me he's wrong? He's been doing some incredible damage on Frost in every single dungeon.
The advantage of Frost over Fire is Frost does, I don't want to say a lot, but it does a decent amount more single target damage.
And priority damage as well. You think about pulls like those Draconid Breakers, right? Like, who cares about those frogs dying? It's the Breakers that need to die, and a Glacial Spike to the Dome can kill something real quick.
The priority damage is a little bit worse. And I think the Fire Mage damage works a little bit better with how Shadow Priest functions. But maybe Hearthjax is just brain chasming everybody right now.
I really love seeing the Frost Mage ever. I think that it is a cool choice. It does require you to plan out your CDs a little bit differently, right? You're planning out your double lists a little bit differently, so it's not just something you can like slot in for one practice run and see if it's better.
Yeah.
You actually have to like fully theory craft how you're going to do your damage differently.
I have a question. Isn't Forgy a mage theory crafter, Dratnos?
Yes, yeah. On Dratno's guild team, he is playing Shadow for this tournament, though. So one of those spots where you're like, oh, that's weird. But he also plays that. But yeah, he's a big time mage theory crafter. He's been chefing up some arcane builds for War Within that have been.
Dude, arcane is so nasty.
Yeah,
right now.
The current beta builds, it's been looking pretty cool. But as of right now, we are going to get to see Umbral Skull from Mist Count.
Oh, look at their route. They're not backpulling any trash.
So they're just playing straight up to end the dungeon once they kill Umbral Skull here, and that's going to be their Fury of the Aspects popped here, that Bloodlust from the Evoker. And one of the things the Frostmage is going to be good at here as well is not losing boss damage while focusing the Hardened Crystal, right? You just dump Glacial Spikes into both at the same time. That's really nice.
We missed this because Miscount was full screened. Dratnos guild team was able to finish off the 2-chest timer. They were 40 seconds under. So they got the 19 2-chest with 29-21 being their final official time.
That's what we like to see.
That's really good, yeah.
On the board, that's great. That 2-chesting that 19 Azure Bolt is an important extra piece of number in their scoreboard.
Piece of number.
Look,
Great.
sometimes I don't talk so good when I get so excited about how well the team is doing.
I think that it's only just because you've blasted me so many times over the years about the same thing.
All right, in the meantime, we have several Azure Vault 14s beginning to spin up here. On our right-hand screens, we have Hope and Echo, pretty much at the same point in this dungeon as well, with the same keys on their board, except, of course, Hope having lost that 2-chest in the 19 Ruby, something that may or may not come back to haunt them. Like you said, it depends on if everybody decides to do the 20 Ruby anyways, which last weekend was what everybody did.
Well, it's kind of the same with the Halls of Infusion, right? Like, where the Halls is in theory 2-chestable. Is everybody going to go to the 20 anyways? And then we're kind of in a...
Halls is more 2-chestable than the Ruby. I think both are, and it's hard in both of them. But I feel like the Halls is maybe like, I don't know, 50% easier than the Ruby to...
You mean jumping from the 19 to the 21 as opposed to
just
19 to 20,
21 on the board in general.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not considering whether or not to take that 20 step along the way, just whether the 21 is doable.
Mm-hmm. I tend to agree. I will say Spiteful is a bit slower than the Bursting Affix set that we had last weekend.
That's true.
But I do think that the 21 is still doable, and I think that for the teams that are going to be qualifying into the global finals, they're probably going to need to be able to put up a 21 in here, almost regardless of the affix set.
So
yeah, the Spiteful is another good spot for the Frost Mage as well, right? That's the natural predator of the Spiteful affix is the Frost Mage.
Were we gonna say Rook?
Oh, let me just sneak in here. No, I'm crawling in for a moment just to pop in. There've been some talk from folks in the chat throughout the day about being newer to something like TGP format, right? And this question of like what dictates what you're looking for with your keys, right? +1, +2, +3, like trying to get this. So yeah, please. I mean, if you wouldn't mind talking a little bit more about that, I think there are some folks that would love to hear it.
So start of day keys, we kind of call them homework keys, where you're going to be looking to, at minimum, +2 them. Really, in a 14, you're going to want to be +3ing it straight across the board if you're going to be looking to qualify for the future. Then the 17, 18, 19 range, there's kind of a question as to what's 2-chestable. Some of the dungeons just really are hard to two chest, even at like a 17, whereas some of them, even all the way up until a 19, are two chestable. And then Dratnus likes to call it potential points versus realized points, and that also maintains a large difference moving across the entire weekend. Dratnus, can you explain the difference between like potential points versus realized points for this conversation?
Sure. So if you look at the scorecards right now, right? So for instance, on Echoes, they have the 19 with the 2 stars below it, right, and the 19 with the 1 star. Both Echo and Hope have 38 points right now.
Yeah.
But Echo have that extra star under their ruby, right? Because they two chested that ruby. They were able to do it fast enough to get access to an extra key level. Which means that with 30 minutes, right, if you gave both teams 30 minutes, Echo could put 2 points on their scorecard, and Hope could only put 1, right? So if they're able to realize those points, if they are able to quickly do the keystone level that they've unlocked, even though it looks like both teams are at 38 points, Echo sort of have an extra point, but they would have to actually succeed at the 21 to realize it, which, you know, that's a particularly hard thing to do.
Exactly, and that's kind of what we were talking about, is how big is it that you like two chested the 19 ruby life pools, because is the 21 even timeable? Like,
yeah,
because
if it is it fast, right? Like if it's going to take you 3 hours of progression to time the 21, what are we really talking about here, right? Like, is it then the most important variable isn't whether you unlocked it quickly, it's whether you time it on your first attempt or your fifth.
And there's an issue with ruby life pools in particular where ruby is like the second boss. It just gets so much longer the higher you go. And then there's a question, this comp that all of these teams are playing is really, really bad at killing the ads on the second boss too. I don't know if we necessarily talk about it enough, but Shadow Priest Mage is Shadow Priest Mage is not great in
Frost
theory.
Mage is quite good at it.
Okay, the Frost Mage is good at it. Most people play Fire though, right?
Yeah, but Miscount have been playing Frost, and actually Ruby has been a dungeon where a couple of teams have played Frost, but so far I think it is just Miscount that have been really deploying it in there.
And then there's a question about avoidance as well, giving you a little bit of mitigation. And it's like you need wards to be able to live the explosion from the ads, but then you also want a Bellorelos or a Grief Torch to be able to kill off the ads. And so that boss, particularly on like a 21, it's very challenging. There's a question as to whether or not it's doable. What happened with Mirez?
For Echo actually ends up getting eliminated there, so that's going to be no battle res for Echo for the next little while. Now, we talk about these 14s being 3 chests or bust, and they're certainly still on pace for that, but it is a little bit sketchy now, because even though this is a plus 14 key, a lot of abilities will one-shot you. A lot of the avoidable damage will still one-shot you at this plus 14 key level. You know, if you get hit by a swirly or something like that.
Yeah.
Even at this plus 14 level as well, if you die without a battle res, which is now the danger for the next 2 minutes for Echo, that could be quite costly.
Mirez did something that was actually pretty slick in the top right. He gripped his thing from beyond to make sure he didn't. Yeah, he didn't pull Asher Blade. Do pets running through the middle and accidentally pulling the boss. Spiteful Shade's also criminal about accidentally pulling that boss. Mirez really having heads up play there.
Yeah, that's a nice little bit of tech. In my guild, we usually reserve that for life gripping people's pets away from bosses to grief them, to hurt their damage. But it looks like Echo have come up with a different use for that ability. As they are on to Azure Blade. Their battle res will be recovering soon, and I think that they are out of the most dangerous point that they were in briefly when Mirez went down. And in the plus 14 key level here, there is some flexibility on that 3 chest timer as well. They will have a couple of minutes to spare if nothing else goes wrong here. So all fine for Echo. Hope also having lost a player in their vault up in the top left, but it didn't cost them the battle res, so they are on 2 of those.
Ducks can fly in the bottom right, looking pretty good. I feel like this team is very similar to like the 6-seeded team that we saw from last weekend, where, if any of these even top-seeded teams are like, we call them favorites, I guess. Even if these teams that are favorited to come out of this group weekend, if they have a bad day, I think the Ducks Can Fly could potentially eliminate somebody. That is a team that they're a bit slower on the 2 chests, but there's also a question as to whenever you start pushing the higher keys, what is their consistency going to look like? Are they going to be able to first try some of these dungeons that some teams take 2 or 3 attempts to be able to make possible?
That is absolutely right. We talk about these like differences of like, oh, this team lost 5 minutes because they had to reset a dungeon at the start, or like, oh, this team lost this 2 chests here or there. But when we get to the point where it's a question of does the team succeed on a keystone on their first try or their third or their fifth, like now we're talking about hours, not minutes, being gained or lost, and that is ultimately what it will come down to in all likelihood when it comes to like which teams are, say, being eliminated tomorrow, which teams are our top 3 that get to go to global finals and challenge mandatory.
Yeah. I think that for a lot of these teams too, there's kind of a game that you have to play. You have to be really careful about not getting eliminated at day's end, but at the same point you have to be able to also put up points that are allowing you to get to top 3 to make the global finals.
It actually means that what's happening for Ducks Can Fly and for GIF is really important for the rest of the field as well. Like, that's something you need to be looking at, because if you can see, oh, GIF lost 40 minutes in Ruby Life Pools, all of a sudden now you are not in as much danger of being eliminated, and you can afford to, say, try a speculative key at the end of the day rather than a safe one, as Ducks Can Fly are going to have their healer going down. Luca there.
This is the time. This is the time to go down. Yeah, during this intermission, especially whenever this fire breath is going off, you're not going to have any dots on any players. There's going to be a little bit of damage from the interrupting cloudburst, but you should be able to get everybody rezzed up, and Luca ends up getting up.
Gets autoed by a breaker for Hope. And that's not good news at all for Hope. They are going to be able to get him up, though, as well. So both Hope and Ducks Can Fly having a healer go down, but both teams able to recover it as Lust now popped for Ducks Can Fly.
Did we get one taunt on the breaker?
Apparently not.
One taunt?
These things happen. Yeah, maybe we got one taunt from Ellesmere.
It's fine in the 14. I'm going to be honest with you.
Not Paladins, Druids. I'm so used to being a Paladin.
It's totally fine in the 14 that he dies. You just res him.
Yeah.
You do have to get him up because he's going to be a pivotal point of knocking all these mobs not in Sanguine. Unfortunately, I've seen better knocks, but...
it's okay. Honestly, this is not bad for Sanguine. Like, okay, Sanguine is the top healing on the healing meter, sure, but... in a pull like this, there are so many mobs and they don't cooperate. Yeah, and the breakers don't get healed, so you just, like, this, starting now is all the time that they're losing from Sanguine, and it's not going to be too much. It's going to be 15 seconds or so, as Ducks Can Fly will be putting this 19 Ruby Life Pools on the board. It's not going to be a 2-chest, but it's not going to be a problem for the Ducks. They are going to be very happy to secure this dungeon and still have 2 hours to go and work on that Halls of Infusion and slam the door on GIF.
Like Drados and I were speculatively talking about, it's like 20 is definitely the key level that you need to be able to do on the Ruby. Having this dungeon 2-chested, while it's a nice luxury, it's not something that is required. It's unlikely to be a first try key. So for Ducks Can Fly, while it's not the greatest thing ever that they're a little bit slower in the 19, they still have the timer for the 20, which is an important thing. And if they have the consistency to be able to put up the 20 every single attempt, that's a big deal, because they one-shot the 19, and that's impressive in and of itself.
Yeah, very, very strong showing. Absolutely.
Do you prefer Sanguine Azure Vault or Bolstering Azure Vault? Because we've seen both now. What do you think which one's faster?
Do you think Sanguine's slower? Slowing you down more. Yeah, if you think about what Bolstering is going to do, like, Bolstering doesn't increase the health of the mobs anymore. It just makes them more dangerous, more scary.
It makes the breaker pull have to be separated into 2, I think, is the only large discrepancy, right?
I feel like Sanguine costs you like 15 or 20 seconds on every pull, though. Like, even if you don't get any Sanguine healing, you are being forced to expend globals, knocking mobs, and you're forced to be kiting and moving mobs out of Sanguine, and I feel like that costs you much more time over the course of the dungeon.
I never really considered the loss of pressing one global to knock a mob until you brought it up.
I mean, one global is not a big deal, but over the course of the dungeon, it adds up.
Adds up a little bit, yeah. That's certain.
Plus, like, you sometimes you're forced to kind of prioritize your damage a little bit differently, because it's very important that you kill the mobs off at the same time, which it's also the same incentive that Bolstering offers you, but it's a little bit less punishing on the timer and a little bit more punishing on killing your team if you do it wrong. But if it doesn't kill your team, then it doesn't cost you timer.
Dude, Negro brought this up last weekend. This is the last competition that we're ever going to have to see Sanguine in again.
Yeah, that's it. This is our farewell to the
meme is dead, man.
Epics.
The meme is dead.
I hope we get one more 100 million Sanguine healing pull at some point. I'm sure we will in these Azure Vaults this weekend, especially once the teams start really pushing in that dungeon. That's going to be a beautiful send-off to one of our favorite affixes, especially one of the most entertaining MDI and TGP affixes, right? You just see them all bathing in the Sanguine, yelling at your screen, like, get out of the Sanguine, and it's just sitting there like, nope, I'm casting. Nothing you can do about that.
I think it is the competitors... It's either that or Bolstering, but I think that Sanguine is the competitor's least favorite affix by a lot.
Sanguine does feel so rewarding. Like, if you've ever been a tank and done one of these 20 mob pulls, and at the end of it,
oh my god, our checks. Did you see the boss get
I
swung?
did. Oh no, AJ down as well now to one of the bolts from the image as well, not kicked for missed count, so this is definitely a little bit scary. But like I was saying, with Sanguine, if you ever do one of those Sanguine pulls and you don't have any Sanguine healing, it feels so good. You're
Yeah.
like, yep, I'm him. That's me.
I remember Spires of Ascension Sanguine. That was
Oh yeah?
that had to be one of the hardest dungeons with Sanguine I've ever seen.
It was, and it required you to be thinking like 20 seconds ahead to avoid any Sanguine healing.
That's
And of
the
course,
hard part of Sanguine. Yeah.
It's like that does cost you a lot of brain power. It's very frustrating when you get it wrong, but it is you do feel very skilled when you successfully see the future, right? And it's like, okay, in 10 seconds this mob is going to do this, therefore I'm going to do this, and then the Sanguine healing doesn't happen, and you're like, yep, I've done it.
Dude,
I'm
I think that
mastermind.
the Sanguine to non-Sanguine PTSD is like a real thing too. Where I wonder what it feels like jumping between these dungeons where you go to Azure Vault, then you go to Ruby, and then you're just like prepping to knock mobs of Sanguine, and you're like, wait a second, it's not Sanguine in here.
Absolutely. It's not something you ever really do on the live servers, but one of the things that happens on the tournament realm is that you're forced to switch between affixes.
Missed
Like,
count
you're
lusted
doing
here.
3 dungeons with 3 different affixes in the course of an hour, and yeah, absolutely, it's a skill that needs to get developed if you want to work in TGP. But as you said, yeah, lust being expended.
Dude,
by
are they
Missed
going
Count.
for are they going for the 3 chest here? So they lusted. They lusted in not an optimal time. They lusted while the intermission was still ramping a little bit.
Right, now
but-
they're going to get a full lust at the end of the dungeon. And
Yeah,
one thing
so-
we know about their route as well is that it gets 100% count before Umbral Skull, so they will
Exactly.
actually get the lust on Umbral Skull at the end if it's close to that 3 chest timer. Yeah, I mean, I think they are absolutely going for it. It doesn't surprise me. They were the only team to put up the 2 chest in the 19 Halls of Infusion. I think they're trying to be the only team this weekend to put up the 3 chest in this 17 Azure Vault.
Dude, did Hope miscount? 6 count? Where's it even
Ooh,
come
yeah,
from? Is that 2 frogs? Like, what even would that be?
That, yeah, it could be a frog breaker or something off, or looter off to the side somewhere.
Oh, maybe a flower at the beginning not snapped down or something weird like
Yeah,
that.
A flower pack potentially not
Ye-
cooperating, something like that.
Yeah.
Either way, they'll be able to resolve this without it costing them a 3 chest, assuredly, right? But it is a little bit worrying for Hope, yeah.
Ooh,
Look
dude,
at that,
Echo,
look at that.
Echo top
Look at those
right.
crystals. Beautiful.
That is the prime Shadow Crash spot. That is that's your Shadow Priest dream. You are, your fist pump in the air. One hand on the keyboard, the other hand fist pump in the air every single time you see a stack like that.
Incredible grouping. Although now we do have the frontal forcing everybody to dodge. There's live POV of Jinji. Not shadow crashing, currently playing the mage, but having that ignite spread easily on all of them is certainly nice. Having the meteor land on all of them.
Well, Fire Mage also pre-ramps the boss with like a combustion or like an SKB proc, and that's like them being that stacked too is like pretty big for his ignite to be able to just completely cleave off of the boss whenever it's fully ramped like that. That is sick.
All right, Miscount going for their big breaker pull now. Sanguine
getting
active
deaths?
in this area as well, but yeah, 2 deaths on the board.
Ooh, I think they
Stop
do
the
they just
clock.
have one? I don't think that they had those until recently. I missed who died. Oops. We're too busy looking at Shadow Crash, I think.
Yeah, eyes, you're blinded by the incredible amount of damage that was available there. In the meantime, we do have our very last 14s of the day being started by everybody except for GIF. GIF, working on 17 Vault, still have yet to go into halls. They will need to go there at some point in the next hour. They definitely need to get that hall started. Meanwhile, we've got Dratno's guild team and Ducks Can Fly working on the 14s in Ruby and halls respectively.
So they're probably like what 45 minutes behind some of these other teams.
Talking about GIF, yeah.
Yeah, Jiff.
I agree. Yeah, I mean that is basically how much time was lost in the rubies that went disastrously for them.
Yeah, because they wiped one time in the 19 on what did they wipe to? Second boss.
The 19 they wiped at the end of the dungeon. I think it was
Okay.
the 17 they wiped earlier in.
Okay, the 17 they wiped to the second boss. Okay, what did they wipe to in the 19?
It was like Kairaka and Urquhart was where they
Oh,
had problems there, but it was like the very end of the dungeon. Yeah, it was catastrophic.
Brutal. Yeah, that is brutal. So I think that there's a pathway for them to come back. I'm gonna be honest with you guys in chat. It's looking a little bit bleak. It's not fantastic if you're a GIF supporter, which I saw that there was a lot of them at the beginning of the day. I suspect that they're still around.
I mean, it's a strong image format.
It is. It's good name. Good
That's
name.
right.
Good picture. They got that raccoon. I don't know what he's doing.
Vibing. As miscount here. Oh, is this going to be the 100 mil Sanguine?
This is the Frost Mage.
74
Okay.
mil?
This is why you don't bring the Frost Mage here, by the way.
74 million healing done by Sanguine on this pull. A fitting send-off to one of the great affixes of all time, Sanguine 07.
Okay, so the final two bosses, at a high level, we typically like to budget about 10 minutes for both of them combined. Now, we don't have 10 minutes for both of them if we want to two-chest this key, or three-chest this key. The three-chest timer, again, is 22 minutes and 30 seconds. And so we're going to
on pace for that, though, right? Like
I think on a 17 we are.
Lust for Umbral Skull, like
it's
it's all good. The timer here, I guess, even 3.5 minutes per boss, if they want it, right? That I think will be sufficient on the 17 keystone level with that Bloodlust. But
so Tendril, or not Tendril, Talash, no Tendril. Oh my gosh, Talash no Lust is probably what 3:30, and then Umbral Skull with the Lust on a 17 is probably about 3 minutes.
I think, yeah, maybe also 3:30, maybe 3 minutes. Yeah, it depends on how aggressively you're using cooldowns to kill the crystals versus just dumping into the boss and having the crystals die with the cleave, right?
Yeah. I will say,
I think at the 17 key level you can focus boss a lot more than they will be able to do as the key goes up.
Yeah, but seeing the breaker pull, I wonder if Hearthjax is going to swap to fire at some point soon in this dungeon.
The Sanguine definitely is an affix that, like you said, Frost is anti-synergistic against that affix. That is, it is a problem sometimes. Not only are you slowing the mobs, meaning they stand for more ticks in Sanguine if they are Sanguine, you're also just incidentally rooting mobs as well a bunch of the time, and that can be pretty punishing against that affix.
Okay, so we'll check back in with miscount as they get close to the end of this dungeon. It would actually be pretty big if they're able to three-chest it. That would be... I mean, because we know the 20 is going to be done today. Like, for the teams that are going to be safe, the 20 is the most likely candidate. 20 Azure Vault is the most likely candidate to be able to be one of the 20s that they're putting up today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of decision-making here as well with those different three keystones. I think you can make an argument for all three.
All 6 teams, I think, from Cup A had 19, 19, 20 on their leaderboard. This weekend, we don't have Noku Defensive on day 1. And so it makes me question, like, instead we have that Ruby Life Pools, which is a pretty big time save in that regard. And so it kind of makes me wonder, like, is it going to be 20, 20, 19 for the teams this weekend?
I think that if you're one of the top teams as well, you're going to be looking at maybe
2020, 21 or 21, 2019 or something like that.
Yeah, because, you know, if you're thinking about it, like, you don't need to beat the other top teams today. You just need to beat GIF today.
Yeah.
And I think you're probably thinking, like, okay, at least this would be my thought process if I was one of these teams, is I'd be thinking, I'm playing for Sunday score. I don't necessarily need to min-max my chances of getting the highest score today, which would be doing a 19 or doing a 20, say, if you've unlocked one.
Sure.
But I would be thinking, like, okay, on Sunday, I'm going to want to have used my 15 hours as efficiently as possible, so I'm going to just start putting some attempts in one of these 21s, and if it doesn't work out, at least I'm getting some attempts on it, some shots on the goal, right?
It's going to be wild, the difference in strategies for finals as well. So for Cup play, we have eliminations every single day. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3. Obviously Day 3, but like Day 1 and Day 2, we have eliminations. For the finals, we actually are foregoing the eliminations altogether. And so that could change change up strategies where you just slam one dungeon until you've done it on a 21, or you don't think that you're going to need to rerun it again, and then you move on. And it's going to be kind of interesting strategy-wise as to what's going to be actually the meta strat.
We do get a bit of a preview of that with the texture of this bracket if GIF are unable to, you know, accelerate and catch back up that time they've lost.
Okay,
our other teams are kind of becoming safe from elimination every time they time a key, right? They're more able to get that flexibility.
I do wonder if a team like Mist Count would not have even gone to Azure Vault yet. Like if they didn't need to, like, I wonder if they would have done the Ruby on a 21, they would have done the Halls of Infusion on a 21, and have slammed a couple of attempts into that, right? Because that's not a key that you first try. But, like, if you're already really warmed up on that key, you're really warmed up on that affix set, do you just run that key back to back to back until you're done?
I mean, we're going to have to watch as they get into it. I mean, Miscount here has been absolutely blasting today. Although, of course, Miscount, Echo, and Hope are keeping pace right now with those 52 points roughly with some discrepancies in time. So whether or not they land this will have to be witnessed by Nagura and Tettles, because Dratnos, you're going to have to leave the desk now so that you can go cast some more curses. Whoa, I mean, definitely
They're
not
hexes.
do that. Oh, excuse me,
They're hexes.
hexes.
He's a shaman.
On the other teams. But, we'll probably have you back around, I think, sometime sooner rather than later. We'll have to see what happens in the meantime. And Nagura, it's great to have you back on the desk as well. I hope you've been enjoying the competition today. What was that?
Dratnos is typing in wingdings in our group chat. What is going on?
Oh gosh, is this how it happens?
He's
Is this how that
hexing the
happens?
caster team.
It's not great. But I mean, obviously, we're watching here as the teams kind of get into the last portion of the day. It's been a really good one so far, and even if poor Jif, who, by the way, apparently it's a raccoon digging through a peanut butter container like Jif. But it doesn't make a lot of sense because I'm pretty sure they're named after like the graphical version, right? Like GIF. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll keep figuring it out. But Nagura, welcome back to the desk. Glad to have you with us again.
Thank you. Yeah, so I've been sitting back, eating my dinner while watching the teams compete, and I saw Echo struggling a little bit. Interesting. All right, so I did.
It's very uncommon for them, is what I would say.
For sure. I did. So as I was looking at the Proving Grounds results, Echo ended up being third there, right? And a lot of people, you included, were like, you know what, maybe Echo is just not having a good time. The other teams are going to be performing better. And you also, like, a lot of you predicted Echo to not win this weekend. But I was thinking, no. I'm not getting fooled by this Proving Grounds result. Because, of course, Proving Grounds for TGP don't matter as much as for the MDI, especially with only 2 groups this time around. I do think the difference between getting second or third, for example, is pretty much the same, right? It is, in fact, the exact same. So
yes.
I was thinking, you know what? Maybe they just didn't care about being Group B. Maybe they, are gonna just mess
Oh my god,
with
they
the
missed
enemies as
They
well.
missed the 3 chest, by the way. They missed the 3 chest by 2 seconds. That is very unfortunate.
Oh, 2 seconds. Oh well.
Also, let me just hop in really quick here. Our joke aside, it is Jisoo's Fluffy for the name, and we apologize, everyone, for our memery. But also, it may continue. But please go ahead.
I don't even know. What are you doing? What's a Jisoo? I know it's a player on GIF, but yeah.
Well, anyway, to continue my thought, I just wanted to say that I was thinking that Echo is still going to be winning and doing well, but after seeing the start of this competition today, definitely, looking a bit shaky for sure. I mean, of course, they're still performing really well, but having some issues, not normal.
I'm gonna justify my picks one time. The reason that I picked Missed Count to beat Echo is because Missed Count put up insane, like the time at which they took to put up their time trial times was so impressive to me that I thought that there was a chance that this format was going to suit them very well to be able to put up similar stuff during the cup. That's the only time I'm going to justify it. Beyond that, I'm just going to say just watch scoreboard or something along those lines. But we'll wait and see. But it's like I think that there's a chance that Missed Count is going to be able to take down Echo, and this was a team that almost beat Echo in season 2 TGP. So
yeah. I mean, I agree. Missed Count is actually looking incredibly well. The only reason why I was doubting Missed Count a little bit is because of just a lack of experience in comparison to some of the other teams and some of the players. I do want to say, like, Hope and Dratnos Guild team, it's not like they've been playing together for ages, but they do have players that have been around for a really long time, do have the experience. So
sure.
I do think in comparison, Missed Count is kind of like a new team, which makes it even crazier that they're performing so well.
They added Thanner, and I think that Thanner has elevated their game plan a little bit. They had a revolving door of like a 5th for a while. I think they had Rona for Eclipse last season. So I think settling on a 5th and having Thanner really excelling at that augmentation evoker role, I think is a positive for them for sure.
Yeah, definitely agree. We do see Jif on the bottom left now at Umbral Skull in their 17 Azure Vault. They're playing the different route where they have all of the count already as they reach the last boss. So it's going to be a pretty easy 2 chests for them here. Just have to get through the last few crystals and they're fine. But yeah, looking very solid here for Jif in the Azure Vault compared to the Ruby that they had a lot of issues with.
I like the spot that they're tanking this boss too. A lot of the times you'll see teams in like pugs and stuff like that try to tank this boss into the middle of the room, and tanking the boss on the wall like this is very treacherous for your Vengeance Demon Hunter. Particularly on Volcanic, if they get knocked up, those orbs coming at them, whenever they have such limited space, the DH can really die, and the range DPS are more or less fine. But whenever you tank them up on the wall, there's only so many eligible spots that these crystals can spawn. You see this in the bottom left. Their crystals are stacked up really well, and that allows things like the Shadow Crash to get like perfect value, and so then the Shadow Priest doesn't have to manually dot any of the crystals. And whenever they have perfect value on the Shadow Crash, the Hardened Crystal is able to get a lot more priority damage into it as well.
Definitely very smart placement there. Sometimes you do have like this one crystal that spawns a little bit further away, and then like somehow it seems to not get cleaved.
Yes,
It can be very annoying. But other than that,
if you miss this Shadow Crash, it just doesn't die to this comp, really. Like nobody's gonna be like passively hitting it, really.
But yeah, I also wanted to mention, I heard you guys talk about this a little bit earlier as well. The fact that we did see Frost Mage play a lot in both in Halls and Ruby.
Yeah.
What do you think about Halls? Because we also see Ducks Can Fly play Frost here as well. Same as we saw. I think it was Miscount, right? That is also playing Frost.
Hearthjax has played Frost the entire day so far.
Oh yeah,
he has it.
Oh wow, everywhere.
So he could just be a Frost Mage one trick. Although I have seen him play Fire many times, so I don't know if that's the answer. I don't know what the reasoning is. I think that's gonna be something that we're gonna have to ask the team in between the weekend, like why they're playing Frost in every single dungeon. Because in Sanguine AV, it seems counterintuitive to be playing a Frost Mage like this.
Yeah, it's sure interesting. I'd be interested in this too. I do think that one thing that can be a little bit misleading sometimes with the Fire Mage in particular is that they have a lot of quote-unquote pet damage.
Okay.
So it can, like, if you look at the overall damage at the end of a dungeon, they look maybe slightly better than they really are. Just because sometimes, you end up cleaving things down very quickly with a Fire Mage, but these things didn't actually have to die fast, and they're not going to speed up your pull as much, right? So even if you wouldn't have killed it quickly with the Mage, someone else would have killed it, and then they would have had the damage, right? So
I will say I think the Frost Mage is worse.
Target damage. Yeah. Well. Oh yeah, maybe actually.
I think the Frost Mage is worse about padding, with the Orb Blizzard combo. I don't know.
You might be right, actually.
The real comp is double Shadow Priest, I think, is what we're learning here. Oh my god, Yargi and Than are getting frontal by the Erupting Fissure from Laymore. The hitbox on that is like a hair bigger than it appears.
This is a big deal because they're gonna wipe now. Yeah.
Oh my god, Kira actually, I think, moved the boss like last second and killed them. Oh no.
Yeah. So. Yeah, they end up resetting because with two dead people here, it's the 19. They wanted 2 chests, right? But yeah, the problem was also the frontal didn't kill any trees, or barely any.
That is bad.
And 2 people dead, which means that you're not gonna be able to get rid of the trees with your circles either. So they would have died to the stomp probably because they probably would have had quite a few trees up. So they just quickly decided to go again, which good to make the decision so fast as well.
I didn't see exactly what happened to Kira. Now, I know at higher levels that all of the Vengeance Demon Hunter tanks are going to start doing this, where they can VR Infernal Strike out of the boss frontal and not take damage from it. It saves them a lot of HP. Really important on Tyran to be able to do that. You don't need to do that until you're like doing a 21 or something like that. But I wonder if Kira was doing that and if that's what happened. But it looks like the boss just like spun last second and missed everything. I couldn't tell exactly what happened in the POV that we were looking at. It's unfortunate though because missed count, they were kind of crushing the rest of the field, had basically no mistakes, and that they were on a perfect day so far. Maybe you could classify missing that 3 chest as not a perfect day, but they're looking really solid. Hopefully they're going to be able to pick it back up, and it's only 6 or so minutes lost, so it shouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah, they're for sure going to be able to pick it back up. We do see, I mean, it is still. How many? It's 2 hours left still. Well, 1 hour and 15 minutes. And
Yes.
we already are seeing teams getting to really high points, actually. So, I mean, there's a chance that we actually see quite a few push keys.
Yeah,
exciting.
I mean, you would. Oh, okay, this is a replay.
There's the death, yeah.
Run it back one more time. Skirt. Rewind. Oh my, go back. I gotta see it again. One more time.
There's no way you're putting production under so much pressure that they can
Oh,
rewind
no.
the rewind.
Wait. All right, don't matter. Please bring that back.
Quick mention about the team breaks as well. So again, we have 20 minutes of mandatory team breaks that have to be taken not within the last hour or the first hour of the tournament. There's still 50 minutes left. All of the teams already took a 10-minute break, but only... actually, no. Dax Can Fly didn't take any breaks at all, it looks like. Jif is done with their breaks, which means that's actually a really good thing for Jif, right? Because Jif and Dax Can Fly, they're kind of the ones that are battling for that last place or staying in the tournament. So the fact that Dax Can Fly still has to take 20 minutes is actually a big deal. And the rest of the teams, Dreadnought, Hope, Echo, and Miscount, they still have to take another 10 minutes of break.
I wonder if Ducks Can Fly is just going to jam 10 or all 20 minutes like after this dungeon, because they need to take their break, or they at least need to start their break in the next 50 minutes.
Yeah. Also, I don't think you want to have 20 minutes of break, like at the very end,
Yeah.
right? Because then you only have 40 minutes left, and it's like, yeah, I don't like it. Because I think at the end of the day, you do want to make some decisions depending on what the other teams are doing, especially if you're in danger of getting eliminated. So I do think getting some extra time there would make sense.
Well, I will say the upside of taking the 20 minutes consecutively is that you could just take a shower or something like that if you really want to. In the middle of the competition.
I guess the other thing, you can take a shower, and in addition, you can actually do your strategic decision making.
Well, not if you're taking a shower.
Well, okay. For real though. I do think it kind of makes sense, because when we get closer to the end of the day, we casters and the viewers, we're sitting here, we're sitting pretty, just watching, and we have all the time in the world to look at the timers and to look at the score and to be like, oh, well, if this team does this dungeon a little bit quicker, then they're going to win. Or if this team goes and does this 21 key, then they're going to be fine, right? So we have all the time in the world to calculate this for us, but these teams, they're playing. They have a hard time making these decisions. So taking a long break at the end...
Oh my god, Ducks Can Fly didn't 3-chest the key.
Yeah, there we go.
They missed by 5 seconds. Oh,
they missed by 5 seconds. Yeah, they did.
That's not optimal.
Wait a second, though. 16 to 18. Yeah, actually,
you want to do this dungeon on a 21, I think, towards the end of the weekend.
Well, the problem is we want to look for today, right? You're missing the 3 chest, actually a big deal. Because that means they have to do 16, they have to 2-chest a 16, which is going to be fine. That's not going to be that hard for them with the route they play. And then they have an 18 key, right? So they're literally one dungeon behind to Jif if they manage to 3-chest into a 2-chest on their side. Well, that is not ideal.
No, that is not very good. That is quite unfortunate, I will say. It's not. I doubt it's going to come back to bite them today.
You don't think so?
I don't think they're going to get eliminated off of it today. The Ducks Can Fly, that is. I think that Jif is going to be getting eliminated today because of the two.
That, right? If Jif goes into... Jif finishes 19, then goes 14 3-chest hulls, 17 2-chest, 19. They have the time to do that, in theory. I think. Or do they have the time to do that? Actually, maybe not.
I think that they have the time to do that, but I think that Ducks Can Fly is going to get one dungeon over Jif. Much to the fans' dismay.
We do love Jif. Well, both Hope and Echo, top left and top right. I feel like Echo and Hope, they both have been doing the same things, being pretty similar in performance. It's really cool to compare the two teams together just because of how close they are and how similar their strategy was going into this tournament today. One thing to know, though, is that Echo also played this route where they have the trash. So they don't believe in the mandatory route where you end up doing that first pull afterwards.
All right, production just came in my ear and told me that Dux is actually taking a 20-minute break.
Okay. Well, 5 showers coming up.
Well, each of their players
Sure, I
has to
guess
take
each
one.
of them. Maybe one player takes 5 showers back to back, speed runs it.
Yeah,
I don't even know why I thought of that. I was
Person
just,
takes 5 showers.
I just sat there. I was like, "What is the most ridiculous thing that you can do in like 20 minutes?" And they just all take a shower. I don't know why. So they do have to take 20 minutes of break. Most teams just take it in 2 separate segments, where it's like 10 and then 10. That's kind of where we're joking about the 20-minute break being atypical.
Yeah, definitely is. I personally like the 10 and 10 approach for just.
It's better for the
before you enter
competition,
next
right?
dungeon, you know.
Yeah. It's better for the competition, you know, you kind of get rewired for the next dungeon. You know, if you're going to alter your route at all, you're able to talk about it. You have like 2 of those as opposed to the one really long break.
I did see a death there at the very end of Laymore for Jiff at the bottom left.
Yeah.
Didn't cost him anything though. Boss did die. Released. Get back to the group immediately. It only cost them 5 seconds, so they're good to go.
It's going to be tough too because that dungeon is going to be 37 minutes and they're going to have... They haven't put up a time...
Wait a second. Look at how close Echo is at 3 chests in the 17. Where all of the teams is close. Let me take a look at the...
Missed count missed it by 2 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Missed count missed it by 1 sanguine healed breaker pull and a tank death on the skip. Like it was like very minor stuff that made missed count not get it. So it's possible. Echo is a little bit slower than missed count even in this dungeon. So not, I mean, it's not like a huge thing to be writing home about. It's a 17, but maybe something to look at in the future.
Yeah, Hope and top left also missing that 3 chests because they have to play that trash pack, of course. So none of the teams really able to get the 3 chests here in 17, but it's interesting how close it is.
Everybody's really close. I think that missed count, if they were able to get that, that would have been like a, you know, plus 30 minutes over the rest of the field type of situation for them. Which would have been a big deal. That would have felt reminiscent of mandatory last weekend where they were, you know, they just got a couple of 2 chests that other teams weren't able to get, or they got a couple of 3 chests that other teams weren't able to get, and so that would have felt very reminiscent of that.
Yeah, for sure. We do have Dreadnought's guild team on the top right, about to finish off that mini boss in their 17 Ruby life pools. Looking very good on their run. It's not going to be a 3 chest, right? No.
We were talking about score whenever you and I were on earlier.
Yeah.
Do you think that, I think that teams might end up at like 59 today as opposed to, there was a world where the top team ends up at a 60 with like a 21, a 19, and a 20.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think that's very possible. I mean, in theory, I think Miss Count can get 2 21s even. Like
okay. You're saying as if they're gonna time this 19 to 21 Ruby life pools, which I don't think is first attemptable, but
I'm just
I
saying,
don't know.
In theory, they finish this key,
sure,
get a 2 chest there, then they go into a 21, which presumably Asherval will be the best to just get it done.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah, I agree with that.
And then, yeah, then you still can do a Ruby or a Halls, and you have enough time.
I was thinking you lead this. Okay, I think the Ruby's done on a 20, right? Probably correct, but
probably, yeah.
I mean, we didn't see it done on a 21 last weekend. We saw Mandatory put some really hearted effort attempts into it, but it was not to be able to get done. Are there drums in your background again there?
I'm sorry, there's like a concert nearby.
I have a trade and you have a mariachi band. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, there's actually a band that follows me around through life, and they just play music that is fitting to the current situation. There we go, Dread, the skill team. Now approaching that last phase of the last boss. Look at the timer. 18 minutes is what they have to beat to get a
They got
free
this,
chest
surely.
here. 1 minute 5 is what they have. No lust. Gonna be a bit close.
I think that they're. I think they get this. It is close
Yeah.
though, and look at this. They're actually even cleaving. They're not even. Okay, actually, they're putting a little bit more damage into Kairaka than they are into Urquhart, but they were even cleaving for a second as the boss was phasing. Ooh, they got 45 seconds to do 37% of Urquhart's HP. They're gonna have they have the Shadow Priest cooldowns. They're gonna have Breath of Eons as well. They also have this combustion coming up here in just a couple of seconds. So I think that they're gonna be able to pull this and clutch this one up.
I'm honestly
Is this gonna be
not
the first
sure,
team?
but I don't think.
Is this the first
I
team
don't
to
think
three
they're gonna
chest
make
this?
it. I don't think they will. 20 seconds. I don't think this is happening. PI just
Shadow
came
Priest
up,
cooldown's a
though.
bit prop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think they have this. No, man.
Oh, it's gonna be
Oh,
super
no.
close though. 10 seconds. No. That was so close though.
They would have been the only team to have done that as well, which would have
Yeah.
been. That would have been nice. That's unfortunate for Dretna's Guild team. You can't get too mad about it because at the same point, every other team was able to two-chest the 17, but it's unfortunate. Ooh, Hope in the top right actually resetting Laymore on a 17 and resetting the dungeon even.
Interesting. I mean, it was not that much of a time loss, right? Laymore, or generally early pulls in Asher Vault are resettable without too much of a time loss, but yeah, still don't like to see it. Miscount down Asher Blades on their 19. Yeah, if they get this, they're already going to be at 57 points with so much time left still. Well, I say so much time. It's 1.5 hours. But especially with the way
So
the
much
tournament
time.
works.
Yeah.
Like, in theory, it's more than that, right? Because in case some people don't know how it works, at the end of the day, once the tournament stops, which it does at midnight for Central European time, if a team is in a dungeon, they can finish that run. They cannot start any other runs, but they can finish whichever run they started before the tournament ended, which can extend your timer of the day by quite a lot, right?
Dude.
Depending on dungeon time.
You know, we saw that Hope wiped in their 17 and zoned out.
Yeah?
They've already timed that key.
Oh. Oh, so... so they just started the wrong key, basically.
Yes.
17. Oh.
So that was a bit of a mistake. Bit of an oopsie, I
They
think.
only noticed like 2 minutes in.
They noticed middle of Laymore that they're like, wait, this is a 17. Hold on.
Wait a second.
I just noticed. I was like looking at her sheet. I was like, wait, they've already timed 17. I was like, wait, what?
Well, I'm glad they did notice eventually, though. Would have been
Well,
a little bit
that's-
unfortunate.
That would have been very awkward.
All right, well.
It's all good. Hope recognized rather quickly, and they zoned it into the 19 now.
There's 4 teams in a 19 Asher Vault on the screen right now. So,
A lot of purple and blue.
a lot of sanguine. Would love
Sure.
to see the sanguine breakdown, like at some point when we can get the hierarchies done, like once all of the 19s have been done. I would like to see that. If we can pull that up at some point, it'd be nice to see.
I think that comparing miscount to the other teams in regards to their sanguine is actually kind of interesting because this Frost Mage, Dryden and I were talking about it specifically. Frost Mage has severe
True.
anti-synergy with sanguine, and Hearthjack's the only player to be playing that Frost Mage. I'm kind of interested in seeing like the sanguine breakdown between the teams. Like once we have 2 of these teams finishing up at 19, I think it would be kind of cool to see. Also, kind of looking at the damage discrepancy between that Frost Mage and that Fire Mage. While overall damage isn't the only thing that matters, I do think that like looking at that overall damage discrepancy, just even at a glance, would be kind of interesting.
Jumping in here to note really quickly as we come up towards the tail end of our day, we've got about 35-ish minutes left for teams to take breaks, and everybody but
Okay.
Jiff and Dux need 10 minutes. So they're going to have to plan around this, figure out what they're going to do on it, but definitely coming up on the end of that day where they need to see if they're going to be able to get those final runs in that they need, Tettles.
Isn't Ducks on a 20-minute break right now?
Sorry, yes, Ducks. So everybody
Yeah,
except for
they're
Jif
done.
and Ducks needs 10. Needs 10
Need to
minutes.
finish. Okay.
Yeah, so the only team, okay, so all of the teams that are currently in the dungeon, they can finish it and then just take their 10-minute break, because as long as they start the 10-minute break before the last hour of the tournament has started, they're good to go. The one team that might be a little bit in danger of not being able to do that, I mean, they're fine, right? But looking at Hope, right? Technically, if they go to the very end of the timer, that would be 35 more minutes approximately, which is exactly the time to reach the last hour of the day.
I will say, I think speculating on like missed breaks is like that. I don't know. That was an anomaly last weekend.
Yeah, and especially because, I mean, there's no way they're going to go to the end of the timer and at plus 19, right?
Correct.
So I don't think anyone is in actual real danger of missing that timer. And especially because it happened last week, I think people in general are going to be paying more attention to make sure that they're going to get their breaks in.
I think that bottom right, Jif is probably the team that's in the most dire situation here. They are halfway through this Azure Vault 19, which is fine, but they probably want like an hour and a half to be able to do all the Halls of Infusion attempts that they want today. A lot of it comes down to the fact that they wiped twice, once in Ruby Life Pools 17 and once very late in Ruby Life Pools 19. And I think that for like a day one, it sets you up so far behind. Well, we kind of talk about how inconsequential these 4 or 5 minute resets are in some of these dungeons. Like whenever you have like a 20-minute reset or a 25-minute reset and have 2 of those for Jif, that is really problematic. It's tough.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I would argue it would take even more than 1.5 hours probably to get this hall. Like the halls it's not the longest dungeon of today, but I do think that like even though Azure Vault has a longer timer, I think that halls can be taking similarly long, just because again you can't speed it up as much as some of the other dungeons on the lower keys. That's why we just saw Ducks miss the 3 chest on the 14, right? That's you can see how much longer that dungeon takes compared to Azure Vault.
That missing the 3 chests on the 14 is rough. They were they 5 seconds over or something like that?
Yeah, not a lot.
I think that's the second time we've seen sub 5 second miss on a 2 or 3 chest this weekend. First one I think was missed count, missing the Azure Vaults 17 by 2 seconds, and then Ducks Can Fly missing the Halls of Infusion 14 by 5 seconds as well. Tough.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to see. You do see, if you look at Echo on the top right, I think they're doing a snapping pull. Yeah, there we go. So now I did pull some stuff from the ring, then used Wordstone to get to the rest of the group, and now they're picking up all of this trash together. So another one of those snapping pulls that are possible with that Wordstone. So really cool.
Oh, wow. Wait, they snap the mobs from below up top? Is that what's going on here?
I think so, yeah.
That's crazy. No, most of the time, teams will snap the mobs from up top down below. I wonder why they did it the reverse way. Oh, I actually think I think it's just like slightly faster for clicks to go down to the bottom after, like, instead of clicking that book portal. I think it's faster for clicks to then just fly down. Interesting. Nonetheless, I think this is the second team that we've seen snap some of this trash today. I think the other team was Dratnus' guild team. They were snapping some of these mobs in this area as well. Not something that we saw last week, and of course bolstering doesn't really let you do something like that. But Sanguine, it can become problematic. Look at this. Look at that Sanguine healing that was on some of the mobs. They do get a nice Typhoon to get the mobs out, but if you don't have perfect like mob control here, the Sanguine can be problematic, but it's not going to kill your tank like bolstering would.
Yeah, the amount of cast you have to interrupt here. We don't talk about interrupting or AoE interrupting that often, just because Vengeance Demon Hunter, of course, incredibly good at AoE interrupting, so they usually don't have to worry about it that much. But if you go into Sanguine, some mobs heal, if you have to focus down certain mobs, then it can happen that you have to really like use all of the things in your toolkit to interrupt here. And we did see like a Psychic Scream coming out by Miras using single knocks here, blast waves and whatnot to interrupt that, which really nicely done by Echo actually. They used everything. Again, one more thing to note as well is when you have Sanguine, you don't necessarily want to use your displacements for interrupts, like you usually can. Usually you can use Typhoon and Blast Wave as like an AoE interrupt, but whenever you have Sanguine, you'd want to kind of save that for Sanguine, right? So you have slightly less interrupts available or disrupts available if you want to save those.
I will say too, whenever you have the talent into larger Blast Wave, like mages do typically on Sanguine weeks, it becomes a lot trickier to like precisely use it as an interrupt because you're knocking the mobs. It's kind of like thunderstorming the mobs, right? Whenever you're a shaman, it's nice for an interrupt, but it's not nice to move the mobs 25 yards away from you. And Echo in the top right actually sleptwalk past 2 of those vault guards. And are they doing all of? It looks like they're doing most of this trash in this room in one pull. And then I suspect they're going to be taking that keeper pack onto the right into the boss with the second pull. And so they're going to be 2 pulling this room, it looks like, as opposed to the traditional 3 pull. Interesting.
Interesting. We can compare their splits a little bit to Miscount, right? Because, of course, if you have a team that does the mandatory route with trash at the end, then it's going to be hard to compare. But Miscount and Echo both play all of the trash before Grey Wing, so we can get a little bit of a comparison for the splits. Looks like Echo does clear the first area a little bit faster than Miscount, actually, on the 19. But we'll see once Asher Blade does go down. Get some more comparisons in.
Yeah, I think the routes are slightly different because Echo is doing that snap, so that Laymore to Azure Blade split should be, in theory, be a little bit different. But like you were saying, neither of these teams are playing count at the end of the dungeon.
What's the GIF count though? Like they're in Grey Wing and they missed 7 count.
So that looks like we've missed count. That's what I would describe that as. That's. I don't think that's a strategy. I think that's we didn't snap the plant down, or so the mobs in the first area into Laymore's area. Sometimes they can be a bit finicky with the snap, and it's not something that you're going to reset the dungeon for. You just have to go back and get those plants after the fact.
Yeah, so that's not going to be ideal for them. I don't think it matters for today because no matter if they one chest or 2 chest this one, I don't think they can do another Asher Vault because obviously they have to go into Ruby.
Yeah, I don't think they have time for that. Yeah.
So it's not really gonna matter, but if they make it to tomorrow, it would matter to miss the 2 chests here because of a miscount mistake.
Drano's guild team putting up a heater of a first boss split on Ruby as well. I'm looking at this. So Missed Count was the only team to 2 chest the Ruby life pools on a 19. Oh, no. Echo also 2 chested on a 19. But Echo and Missed Count were the only 2 teams to 2 chest on a 19. And Drano's guild team is actually firmly in between those 2 teams for first boss split. Which Meldrus's split is like a pretty big deal. Being able to have that 6-minute and 46-second first boss split, that's pretty fast. It sets them up quite nicely for being able to have the potential to 2 chest the dungeon. There is the question as to whether or not the 21 is doable. That's something that we'll find out probably on day 3. But it's nice to be able to 2 chest the dungeon. It's good for morale. I think that the most of these teams are going to go 19 into 20 and then into 21 if they feel like they have enough time to be able to do it regardless.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, what if you're miscount, right? If you're miscount, you're about to finish up this 19 Ashervale +2. What do you do? Like, looking at the rest of the day with the time that you have available to yourself, because they're gonna finish this in like 4 minutes, right? So they still have an hour and 20 left, which is insane.
So I would take 10 minutes of break first and foremost.
They probably should be doing that.
The first thing I would do is take 10 minutes of break.
So they have 1 hour and 10 minutes left.
It's a good question. So then they have, in theory, they have 3 dungeons that they can do. I would do the 21. Oh gosh, I don't want to do 21 Azure Vault first. I guess I would do 21 Azure Vault first and then kind of assess what I have timer for,
Yeah,
and then
right?
go do
I think so,
20
so.
Ruby. In theory, you could do 20 Ruby first.
Really? So I think I would do 21 halls after 21 Azure Vault.
Well, because you want to do the shortest dungeon first, right?
Oh, you're saying that they have time to do.
I think that there's a chance that they could. I think that there's a chance they could do a third, right?
Oh,
so
I
think that there's a chance that they can do the. I think there's a chance that they could do the 20 Ruby into the 21 AV, and if the 21 AV is fast enough, then they can go do the 21 halls.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. So I think that will be very close. Because
That's what I think they're
they have a little
supposed to
bit
do.
more than an hour, right? And
Yeah.
Ruby's 30 minutes and Ashevold's 37. And I do think they're going to get close to that full timer on that 21 and then a 20 respectively. So it would take them, yeah, an hour and 5 at least, right? But yeah, technically that is doable if they're going to be, yeah, that's actually a good point. That would be super good for Miscount if they can get the 9, if they can get the 21 vault to a 20
Yeah.
Ruby and the 21 halls at the very end of the day, that'd be insane.
That is possible. I would say that that is basically a perfect
unlikely.
end of day. I think it's unlikely. If they're able to do that, they will be firmly cemented in first place in regards to score and probably time. Because I don't think that any other team has that possibility of being able to do that. Echo is just a little bit too far behind timer-wise on the remainder of the day, but I think that missed count, it's possible. But I think that they have to do either the Ruby first or second to even be able to have that possibility. And they can't wipe. They can't reset anything. We're starting to get into a spot where it's not like if they want to optimize their end of day. Obviously, it's not required. They're going to be safe almost regardless.
Yeah.
But if they want to set themselves up to almost be safe, almost guaranteed safe for day 2, that would be the way to do it for sure, is having a perfect end of day here.
Yeah, I like the fact that this would be possible. So we can keep an eye on Miscount to see if they have this perfect day or not. In the meantime, though, Echo on the right, top right, they did finish off Asherblade as well. And now we have a split comparison between Miscount and Echo, and it's incredibly close. Look at that. 16 minutes for Asherblade, 15:59 for Miscount. So really, really close between those two teams.
Missed count here on these Umbral Skull Fracture phase. We're going to be close. Okay, so the Glacial Spike does end up killing off that one shard. There was a shard that was really high health on the wall, and Hearthjack's able to get that GS into it, able to kill it off the last second. So Miscount going to be able to finish off this dungeon. They don't backtrack for any count, so we're just going to get out of here. And then I think that they're going to beeline to a 10-minute break. I think that's the first thing that they have to do.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and that also gives them Miscount. I mean, that gives them some time to come up with this genius plan that we just came up with, right? While they take a shower, they can think that through. Yeah, that's it. Miscount finishing up Umbral Skull. 2807 for a 55 score. Pretty incredible by them. Like, very, very clean day so far.
Okay, cool. Missed count, finishing off their dungeon. Jiff, I did some investigative journalism. They've missed 2 lashers. That's where their count is missed from. That Umbral, that Laymore area with that snap that I was talking about. Two of the lashers just didn't snap down to the bottom.
Oh,
It's unfortunate whenever they don't snap. Some of those mobs can get a bit finicky with just moving them down, snapping them across the axis terrain like that. They're going to be able to only +1 this anyways, and I think it's coming down between them and Ducks Can Fly for who's going to get eliminated at the end of the day today. Jiff has finished their breaks, which is good news. Bad news, they haven't started Halls of Infusion at all. And they're probably going to need to be able to do that dungeon on a 19? Probably a 19, yeah. That's what I would say. Ducks Can Fly, though, did not 3-chest the 14 Halls of Infusion. So Ducks Can Fly ended up going into a 16. I believe that they're in that 16 right now as well. I think their break is finished up. And so they have a couple of dungeons to be able to finish up. But Ducks Can Fly has...
going down for Jiff. They do have a rest.
Oh my god.
I think they can kite it out. Oh, that was good timing, I
Okay.
guess.
Well,
Thankfully, no one else going down, but that is not ideal. All right. Yeah, this boss actually doing quite a lot of boss damage with the Dragon Strike.
Dragon Strike, very
Tank
dangerous.
damage.
I will say the advantage of this composition is the fact that you're playing all ranged. Very rarely is somebody going to get immediately meleeed by the mobs. Celebrating Jiff's finishing of the Asher Ball. Tremendous news in the kingdom, I think. Found the drum, I believe. Somebody's popping drums IRL.
All right, well, Shrapnel's guild team on the bottom right, we haven't talked about them in a while. They are in their 19 Ruby. They took a little bit of a different path in which dungeons they're doing compared to the other like top contender teams, and that's why we had a little bit of a hard time comparing them. But now that they're going to be finishing off this 19, we're going to see just how close these teams are. And yeah, there we go. Okay, going down. Thankfully, no boulder incidents for Drathnel's guild team here.
Two chest timer on this dungeon is a 24-minute. Right now, Echo and Miscount able to do that dungeon under the 24-minute mark on the 19 level. Again, we don't think it's like the biggest deal in the world if you don't get the 2 chest here. We think that you're going to go 19 into 20 and then maybe do a 21 if you have enough time. But it's still nice. It's good for the vibes.
Yeah. And it is looking good for them. Like, their splits are looking as if they do have the time, because they're faster than Echo by 6 seconds on that Kokia split, which means they technically do have the time. Yeah, Echo there on Grey Wing, they do have the count as they're playing a little bit of a different route, similar to Mist Count. And yeah, we'll see there. Probably gonna get the 2 chests here if they don't have any major issues. Only have that 1 death on the board. So really clean down again by Echo. Did see a little bit of a hiccup earlier, but this, I think the Asher Vault definitely suits them. Like sometimes you have a dungeon where you're just not doing that hot, and another dungeon is like your key. And I think the Ruby life pools is definitely something that maybe not Echo's favorite dungeon, considering the past as well, where they had a full wipe Kokia on an MDI.
If we get an Uldamon this weekend, Kira, for those who don't know, that guy might be the best Uldamon player I've ever seen. That team is goated at Uldamon. I think if we get an Uldamon, that might be a dungeon that allows Miscount to win this weekend. That is
wow,
Kira's by far best dungeon. It's crazy.
Huh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Okay.
I mean, dude, do you remember last minute from season 2 TGP? That was just like by far their best dungeon then too. And they were just like, they completely gapped the rest of the field in that dungeon.
It's so long ago, and Uldaman is a dungeon that it's not. I want to say it's not my favorite. So whatever I see in there, it's just like I don't like fight to keep it in my memory. You know what I mean?
Oh, word. I think I know where you're going with this. Yeah.
Oh, LSB are going down for Hope. Actually, they do use the Valorous to get him back up. They need to make sure they top themselves for this absolute 0, but they're totally fine. Yeah, having some issues there at the start of Grey Wing. Maybe it was. I'm not sure if it was actually a skip mistake, because we see both of the Shadow Melts on cooldown. So maybe Ellesmere was in combat when Dorky was doing a skip and he had to die to drop combat. Because otherwise it's going to be. Or he just like. It's possible he just missed the bear form for like a Frost Bomb or something like that. It wasn't a GCD.
Also possible. I will say Hope, they have a better Azure Blade split than Echo and Mist Count, but it's important to note that they still have 13% enemy forces to go and pull after the dungeon. They're running a very similar route to what Mandatory ran last weekend, where they do that large first pull of the dungeon pull. And so that makes their Laymore split a little bit faster, but it makes their end of dungeon split a little bit slower, and so it's kind of difficult to compare.
Yeah, definitely. We can compare Echo and Miscount because they played similar routes.
Yeah.
But Hope is... Oh, Ellesmere going down again.
Oh, wait.
Did you see the rest? I wonder what's going on here. It's possible that they're missing some sort of...
Did he die to the absolute 0 there?
Oh, he's going to fix it again. He's going to die again. Oh, they have one more rest. Okay, this is actually a big deal. So the way Rasta Druids work, right? They do have to prepare their healing, and I think they were a little bit unlucky. Ellesmere has a bear form. Okay, he has a shield. Okay, there we go.
He warded himself.
Oof, yeah, big ward here coming out. Thankfully, it was ready. But yeah, some issues there with survivability on the Druid. It's possible that they maybe get a lot of fixates on Ellesmere there. Another one! Shadow Melt, thankfully ready for Ellesmere. Shadow Melts off that fixate, disintegrate. But yeah, they're really unlucky with the disintegrate targets here.
It's okay. I've had the same thing happen to me on God King Scovald one time. I wonder if he died of Volcanic the first death. Like got Volcanic knocked out of the bubble and died to the absolute 0.
But Dorky just got Volcanic, then he's fine.
He's a tank.
That's true, but he probably still would have died.
He's a tank. I don't know.
If he didn't have the bubble debuff, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Sometimes it's possible that if you die, you just miss some sort of defensive buff, or you just don't have the HOTS prepared, and then if you immediately get fixated by Disintegrate or get a Frostbomb immediately, it's going to be very hard for you to survive.
Do you get tilted after that? At what depth do you get tilted? Is that the third one?
Well, I do think that if you're competing in the TGP, you shouldn't get tilted no matter how many times you die. But
I would get so annoyed, by the way, if I died like that 3 times in a row. I would just be like, do not rest me. I'm just going to lay here and think about what's going on. I think about what I've done.
well, thankfully they had so many rests left, though.
They did. I mean, they had reses. They were able to do it. And even if sometimes in competitions like this, you might just kind of want to lay there and accept the shame of something that's happened, you can't. You have to keep going. And our teams are going to keep pushing through here to the end of the day. But we are going to be having another swap here on the desk. So we're going to have Tettles leaving us. And we're going to have Zeronic coming in. No, please, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that Dratnos Guild Team on the bottom right, they're about to 2-chest this key, this 19, but Timbermaw died. They used a Valorous to get him back up. Oh, no, Tyson going down too
the
now.
overlap. Interrupting Cloudburst at the same time as the Flamespit as well, taking out Terrasant. That did delay his Breath of Eons for the 2-minute pop, so they're not going to get the biggest burst of damage here. He probably lost his extends on all of his buffs out too, so this is not going to be the biggest burst of damage. The question is, do they have enough time left to finish off Urquhart Stormvane? 30 seconds on the board for 30% of the boss's HP. They have to do at least 1% a second, and they are not going at that pace right now. I don't think the 2-chest is in the cards for them. There is no more big burst damage coming out from them. In that death, these last 2 deaths might have caused them the 2-chest, Nagura.
That is so unfortunate for them. I do again want to mention that it's possible that the +2 is not as relevant, because we've seen last week that a lot of the teams only did the 20 and didn't actually even do the 21 at all. So maybe missing the 2-chest is not going to be the end of the world for Dratnos Guild Team here. But of course it would have been nice to get that +2 done, because we've only seen Akko and Missed Count get it so far. And they were in great pace. Like, if they didn't have those mistakes, they definitely would have done it. Very, very unfortunate there at the end.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but both Dratnos Guild Team and Hope, who are about to finish their key as well, both of them still have 10-minute breaks left to take, so they're probably taking them right after these 2 keys here, right?
Yeah.
Echo as well, now on a 10-minute break. A lot of our teams taking their final 10-minute breaks here. So we're going to have a little bit of a lull as they all finish off their break timers. We will have at least 2 teams going. We Ducks Can Fly along with one of our other teams, but still have some time left for Hope in this Azure Vault. Umbral Skull still very healthy, still have all 3 of their crystal phases left to get through. And you know, we're reaching that time of the day here, Nagura. An hour and 15 minutes left in the day. All the 19s are done for the majority of our top-end teams. Just still a lot of work to do. Ducks Can Fly still a lot of work to do, but you know, there really aren't any easy keys left on the board. We know these keys are doable. We saw a lot of them done last week on similar affix sets. We might even have arguably easier affixes in some of the dungeons this week. But, you know, the question still remains. Like, for instance, for a team like Missed Count with several 19 2-chests on the board, do you go into the 20s and just guarantee the +1 and the safety for tomorrow? Or do you go into the potential 21s that you know are doable, but are probably going to take you a little bit more time to get done?
Yeah, I think that is for sure going to be super interesting going into this last hour of the day to see what the teams decide on doing. And I think it's even more interesting for like the top-end teams, because I think they're in a unique situation compared to last week. Because last week, Mandatory was pretty far in the lead already within the last hour, and they kind of knew, okay, we can kind of do what we feel is best. We don't have to worry too much about seeding because we are pretty far ahead. Now, looking at the top 4 teams, though, once Hope has this 19 done, they're all at 57 points, right? And a lot of the teams have the 2 chests in the 19s. So what we saw Mandatory do last week is that they did not actually try and attempt the 21, even though they had 2 chests at the 19s. They just attempted a lot of 20s because they were thinking, you know what, 21 is possible, but we want to play it safe and do the 20 first to get some practice in for the affixes, right? And then do the 21 after. But if one of the teams today decides to do this and the other teams don't, and they get the 21 instantly done, then you're going to be pretty far behind the next 2 days, right? So I think maybe for the top 4 teams here, risking the 21s does make sense, considering that they are pretty safe, because Ducks Can Fly and Jif are, I want to say, pretty significantly behind. So I think attempting a 21 here and risking it for tomorrow is something that they will want to probably consider.
Yeah, for miscount and Echo probably specifically, 100% they go for the 21s because they're not playing for today, like you mentioned. It's going to be extremely likely based off of the struggles that both of the bottom 2 teams have had today, either Ducks Can Fly or Jif going home today. Hope, if they want to solidify their position and give themselves the best chance of getting a top 3 position, they really want to get this 2 chest down, because Azure Vaults was one of the first 21s we saw done last week. Potentially could even see 22 on the table this week if they can figure out a way to live Laymore on the 22 Tyrannical, especially with the additional time that they should have, given that the blueprints are already mapped out for them in the other hierarchies. They only have 2 minutes left on the 2 chests here, only 1 pull left, but we've already seen some struggles in this dungeon from them, random deaths here and there. And they have no battle reses left. Now, of course, if they do have a death, they can just run back from the entrance. They will release there. But still, like, a tank death here or extra sanguine healing could cost them precious time on their 2 chest timer. And this pull is no easy feat. They've got no bloodlust. They fortunately did have their 2 minutes, still no Breath of Eon, so no big pop of damage going to be coming from that as well. No stun from that, although it could come a little bit later on. They just need to make sure they play this last pull safe. No major sanguine heals. Breath of Eon stun does come out there. Fortunately, no sanguine on the ground when that happens, so should be home free. They have plenty of knocks left in the arsenal to make sure that the sanguine doesn't cause too much of a major issue here as well. Dorky doing a great job of kiting this pull out a little bit. 1 Fury in the back casting Piercing Curse, but I don't think that was in a sanguine pool, so looks like for the most part they're home free. The only thing I'd be worried about is this Arcane Tender. If it starts channeling in a sanguine pool, they don't kick it instantly. Could get a lot of sanguine healing off. That timer is creeping closer and closer and closer to the 2 chest window. Remember, they need to get this done by exactly the 30-minute mark. Sub 40 seconds left, but with only a couple of mobs left, it looks like they're going to be able to get it done. And I believe they are home free. Good knocks, keeping it out of the sanguine. Great execution there from Hope, and they're able to finish off that final 19 on the board, and they'll be happy going into their final break of the day.
Yeah, very well done by Hope. And yeah, as you said, they have to take their final break here well in time, so they're going to be able to look at the leaderboard, see what all the other teams have been doing so far, and then decide on their end-of-day game plan. Jif now, they are in their 14 Halls of Infusion, which they don't have much time left, right? They have 1 hour, 8 minutes to get that Halls plate as high as they can. Thankfully, they have the 19s already done. Looking at Ducks Can Fly, though, they're already in that Hall spot because they missed a 3 chest and a 14. They have to play the 16, which is actually a pretty big deal if Jif manages to 3 chest their 14. So that's something we have to keep an eye on, because then Jif could just overtake Ducks Can Fly at the very end of the finish line here, if they basically save 1 hold key. And Miscount is back from their break. They're in the top right, and they're in that 21 Asher Vault.
No 20s here today, doing exactly what we thought they should do. Go straight into the 21. And again, we talked about this earlier, right? We know the cooldowns are mapped out. Yeah, it's a little bit of a pain to get everything perfect, and it might take a couple of attempts because the tank damage on Laymore is still ridiculous, right? The tank is probably the most at risk of going down. And it's still an execution check, right? You're going to be in combat with Laymore for probably a solid 5 minutes, even with Bloodlust, even with 2 minutes on pull. So there's a lot that can go wrong. You know, any one tree going off could easily kill someone off if it's not on the particular set that you have your major personals for, you know, like your ice blocks or your disperses. So they still do need to play the fight incredibly well. But, you know, fortunately, once again, it's right at the beginning of the key. You know, if they wipe on this boss, it's best case scenario, only about a 5-minute time loss. Worst case scenario, about an 8-minute time loss. And judging by how well Miscount has played so far today, you know, they have that time to give. Obviously, they'd like to get in their first attempt, but, you know, no one ever gets things on their first try. Now, something I think that is incredibly impressive still, Hearthjack's still sticking with the Frost Mage. You know, normally on the super high key levels, you do want to see people you do tend to see mages favor the fire spec. Not necessarily for the damage profile, although it is slightly better on the higher keys, but also you have access to Cauterize, right? Cheat deaths are incredibly valuable, especially in scenarios where you are dealing with a ton of one-shots, and having that Cauterize in the back pocket to potentially live one of these stomps that just doesn't go right, the cooldowns don't line up perfectly for it, would be useful. But the confidence in the play here and liking the Frost pick, they don't need the Cauterize, I guess. Let's see how it works out for them, though. First attempt this week into the 21 Azure Vault. They have the Bloodlust. They saved it for the boss instead of using it on that first pull. Here we go. First set coming out here. This Stomp one-shots you if you don't pop anything. Even one-shots you if you don't pop a lot. I believe you didn't use a ton for that. This first one, if they're copying Mandatory's cooldowns, should be Zephyr, but I don't think they're copying it one for one here. We don't see the Zephyr coming out, so they're doing their own thing.
Yeah, like it. I did also want to note that Miscount had an insane amount of Sanguine healing going on that first pull there. But I almost feel like that might even... Like maybe they don't care as much. Because, of course, Sanguine healing is not something you want to see. But if you do a big pull where there's 2 or 3 mobs that have a lot more HP than the rest, then the fact that the smaller mobs maybe heal is not going to actually make your pull much longer. Because in the end, the pull's not over until those higher HP mobs die. So if the smaller HP mobs live a little bit longer, it's not going to be the end of the world, right? Because looking at their Sanguine healing, we actually got some numbers here from production for the 19 Azure Vaults. Miscount had by far the most Sanguine healing, actually, in their 19, and it was 242 million overall. In comparison, Dratnos' skill team only at 58 million. It does also reflect in the overall time, though, because Dratnos' guild team actually had the fastest clear in the 19.
And that's kind of that's something that tends to happen when you have a Frost Mage in the group, right? The slows, if something's in a Sanguine pool, if it's slowed, it's going to be in the Sanguine pool for longer unless it gets knocked out. Frost Mages also have, they have freezes that can freeze something in a Sanguine pool, and notably, prevent it from getting knocked. So... yeah, what do we have here? A little screenshot from the Say chat in Valdrakken here. Oh, they're on break right now. Just chatting in Valdrakken while they're on break.
You're only... Oh, I see.
Chat. Oh. Orky trying to help out the homie from his last team, because Cryptix was on NA's Last Hope last time around. I see. Love that. Just some chatting in Valdrakken while they're on their break.
Like it. Instead of taking a shower, apparently. And also,
okay, also, I want to point out,
Valdrakken.
do you type like that when you type in game? Do you type in like small chat messages one line at a time? Like
no,
overall,
I don't,
or do you
and
type
I hate
paragraphs?
when people do that. I don't do paragraphs, but like I definitely don't type one word per line.
Don't mind me nervously sitting in the corner. Like, who would do that?
Oh no, I hate when people do that. Well, it depends on the setting, right? I think in-game it's kind of okay. In-game it's acceptable. If people do it in like Twitch chat or like messages, on like phone messages, I'm like, come on. I have 10 notifications and you barely said one sentence.
Is that the difference between chatting and essaying? Is essaying the paragraphing and chatting just the multiple lines?
Yeah.
I miscount on the top right. About to finish up lane more. Looking really good.
Yep.
But yeah, you can see just how long the bosses take all of a sudden, right? And that 21 Tyrannical. It feels like we've talked about them doing Laymore like half an hour ago. They're still fighting that same boss. To compare their split, so they had a 706 Laymore kill on their 19. And they're going to be approximately 2 minutes slower here. Bit more.
This is a very fast Laymore kill itself, though. Now, they did save the Bloodlust for it, right? That's an important distinction. It's different from what we saw from most of our runs last week, and also different from what we're seeing from Echo in the bottom left. They used their Bloodlust on this very first pull, so their split's probably going to be faster, but their Laymore kill itself is going to be a lot slower. And now, in saving the Bloodlust for the boss makes a lot of sense in the fact that you're taking away probably at least an entire cycle of the Stomp plus Explode. situation, so just taking that extra one big hit out of the equation, and it worked out really well for Miscount. First attempt at Laymore, boss goes down, not a single death on the board. You love to see it. A 906 split on that first boss is totally acceptable. Like, they're setting themselves up great for the rest of the key. Now, of course, a lot of the deal with this key is just the main difficulty in living through the bosses. The timer itself is not necessarily that dangerous. It's just about how safe you can play throughout the key. Now, with Sanguine added in, you have to actually make sure you're being very, very safe with your pulls, making sure you're saving your knocks for the Sanguine themselves, which can be dangerous because knocks are usually in the rotation for spell stops. You use them a lot at the very end of, in particular, a pull like this that we're seeing Miscount doing, where once you've run out of your knockups, your disorients, and whatnot, you use your knocks to make sure too many piercing shards don't go off on your tank. And, you know, knowing that you need to save the knocks for Sanguine in a situation like they're in right now is incredibly important. You know, they only let a couple ticks of Sanguine go off at the end of that pull there, so, you know, great execution of what you should be using your CC for Miscount. Right there.
Very well done. Echo on the bottom left now back from their break as well. They're also straight going into that 21 Azure Vault. They did have a death on that previous pull as Miras did go down. Actually expended the battle rest, even though it was pretty late in that pull. They could have waited, but decided to just get the rest up and see Laymore. That obviously means that if something goes wrong here, if anyone dies, they're going to be resetting. Because they cannot play... Well, they can play this boss maybe with one death player, but it's going to be very difficult. It's going to take forever. So, yeah. We'll see if Echo has any more issues. Dreadnought's Guild team, bottom right, also back from their break, and they decided to do the 20 Ruby, interestingly enough. Maybe it's because it's fresh in their minds, and they feel like they want to do it anyway?
I guess the idea could technically be they want to save one of the longer dungeons for end of day. So if they do end up doing it as their last key, it's going to be a good thing to do over timer for, right? It's not as efficient as Not Good, which is what we saw most teams defaulting to during Cup A. That's a 40-minute timer, but you know, Azure Vault's still a long timer, right? And as long as you get through Laymore, you'll be pretty happy. So, like, you know, with 20 minutes left in the day, I'm sure they can say, okay, let's head over to Azure Vault. Let's start getting our attempts on 21. And the first attempt they get past Laymore, they can just finish out and be happy with their end of day proceedings.
Yeah. One thing to note here is that Mist Count on the top left, in theory, still has the opportunity to get 221 keys done and 120 key. This is the math we did earlier, where they do the 21 Azure Vault, then go ahead and do the 20 Ruby, and then go and do the 21 Halls, and time it all in a perfect fashion without much break in between at all. But yeah, that of course would be crazy if they managed to do that. It would also be incredibly close timer-wise as well. Unfortunately, Heartjacks does go down. So many... I was watching Heartjacks and I was like, oh god.
Yeah.
He got slapped like 3 times and then had to just dodge out of like a million swirlies. That unfortunately blinked into something at the end.
He even did something that a lot of mages, I'm sure, aren't even aware of. This is... okay, I want to raise a hand in chat if you didn't know this. How many mages didn't know that you could alter time to reset one of the cooldowns of your blinks? A lot of mages don't know this. It's kind of scary. But if you learned something new today, let me know. You could even see in the middle of that pull, in the middle of dodging all of his swirls, he altered for the extra blink charge just to dodge.
What a gamer.
And it still wasn't enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, and sticking to that... I like that Heartjack's just sticking to that Frost mage here as well. Like, he definitely knows what he's doing. And he just believes in it. He's like, you know what? I'm right. Frost is better. And he's sticking to it, which is very cool to see. There we go. Now they're in this Azure Blade area. We've seen some teams have issues with this one, especially on that 21 key level. It's super, super difficult. And on top of that, the boss also taking a long time with those intermission phases, just making it exponentially longer on that key level. But looking good so far. And Jif done with their 14. Also, wait, they got the 3 chests.
Okay.
That's it. Okay, this is how Jif gets back into this day. All right, so let's take a look at the time. 11:04. So we have 55 minutes left approximately. That definitely means they can go and do the 17, 2-chest it. and then do the 19. And that could be enough. Now, of course, it would require Ducks Can Fly to not be able to do another key after the 18. But yeah, it's actually... That is really good for Jif that they managed to 3-chess this. That is very, very nice.
I think it's really going to come down to... It's going to come down to the 19, right? Because Ducks Can Fly, although they did 2-chess the 16 to get to the 18, their timer doesn't suggest that they will 2-chess the 18 and get a 20. However, Jif should be easily able to 2-chess the 17, get a 19, and then they'll both be on 19, with that pretty much just being their last dungeon for the day. So it very well could come down to just a time tiebreaker between the two teams. I think both of them are going to have all 3 19s done. And once we're in that scenario, then we can start to do something... I don't know if I should talk about it. We can start doing caster math, I guess, but I don't want to do that right now. It's too early to start discussing that.
We're going to start doing that at around 11:30, which conveniently coincides with my shift ending.
Oh, lucky you.
But yeah, anyway, Ducks Can Fly, they are in their 18 now. As you said, probably not 2-chess. Well, that actually is another... Yeah. Well, if they 2-chess the 18, in theory, then that obviously would, again, give Ducks Can Fly another opportunity to, like, come back into the game. But, yeah, looking at their time, not being able to 3-chess the 14 and having some issues with the 16 as well, I doubt it's going to be a 2-chess. So, yeah, both teams getting done the 19, and then maybe even still having time to start another key at the very end. We'll see once we get closer to the end of the day, but it's going to be super, super close between those two teams still. I like that a lot. I like that Jif managed to get the 3-chess. That was really, really cool. Dreadnought's Guild Team, top right, having a little bit of an issue there with Fori going down at the very end of this pool. Brace of glory, unfortunately. But using a normal rest to get back into it, and didn't lose too much time.
I'm using as much of my caster brain as I can right now. We have 55-ish minutes left in the day, right? The 2-chess timer in Halls of Infusion is at 28. I actually... You remember that thing I was talking about earlier today where you're like, let him cook? I think we might be kind of in that scenario right now where Jif actually have an advantage over Ducks Can Fly because they're doing a 17. Lower key, it'll take them less time to do it. Probably easily over a minute, maybe even close to 2 minutes, which means they'll have more time to do their second key, which means they'll have potentially just enough time left in the day to get a third key off. Can Ducks Can Fly get a third key off, though? I mean, it's going to be extremely tight. I think they would need to 2-chess the 18 and then have a very quick time in their next key to get a third one off.
Yeah, I'm cooking. So what if they finish this 18, then go do a 20 ruby? Because it's quicker.
For time? Yeah.
Then come back and do whatever they want to do. Like either the Halls 19 or a 20 Ashervold, right?
Okay. No, I see the vision. Interesting. Well, lots of plays on the table for Ducks Can Fly and Jif to stay alive today. It is more than likely going to be one of those two teams heading home. The rest of our teams playing to put themselves in an advantageous position for tomorrow's elimination, as well as just positioning themselves in the top 3 to go to Global Finals here. Miscount and Echo both working on that 21 Azure Vault. Dreadnought's Guild Team in the Ruby Life Pools. Has Hope come back from the break yet? Have we seen what their key decision is? They are also... Their green dot is on the Ruby Life Pools, so different decisions coming from the top 4 teams here. Interesting to see what the plays are after this key. Dreadnought's Guild Team split on the first boss 720. Let's see if Hope can match that. Now, of course, they did just pull the boss here, but we'll have to see what the play is. What I would have liked to see was actually what the first pull is that Hope did on the 20. Are they still going for that Juggernaut plus Dragar first pull, where they pretty much do 40% of the count in the dungeon all in one go? Would like to see that next time they get an attempt off. But they probably won't go back into the key again today if they get this 20 down. So maybe we won't get to see that until tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe not. We do see Echo now also in that Asher Blade area on the bottom right side in their 21 vault. One thing I did want to mention is that they're a minute quicker on their Lamor split. Even though Echo did have that death on the trash as well at the very start with Miras going down.
Mm-hmm.
Also interesting to note that sometimes when you have a death on a trash pack like this super early, you just decide, let's reset. We didn't lose too much time. But Echo's just sticking to it, really paying off for them at the moment because they now have their battle rest back. No one else has died in the meantime. So yeah, continuing there, really paying off for them so far. Yeah, interesting difference there in splits. As Miscount is now gathering up their frog pool, which again, with these affixes is a little bit difficult because we have the volcanic preventing you from stacking up on any kind of lanterns to not have to move from the jumps. And on top of that, you maybe don't want frogs to stand still because they might be standing in Sanguine, so maybe you want them to jump out. So, which makes it a little bit difficult for the players though, because you have all of these mobs jumping around, you have the shoulder slams, you have the volcanoes everywhere, while also having to try and avoid Sanguine. And one of the most interesting things about this pull, in my opinion, with Sanguine, is that usually the tank is the one that has to always look at Sanguine, always be responsible to cut the mobs out of it. But at a pull like this, it's actually the rest of the team as well that has to position themselves in a way that they're not standing behind Sanguine pools, otherwise the frogs will jump on them and then walk through the Sanguine pools. Unfortunately, Hope dying to the first boss in their 20, having to reset.
Okay, maybe we will get to see that first pull again. Okay, next time they go into this Ruby Life Pools and do that first pull gather, I'd love to see a solid POV of that, because I want to see if they are doing Dragar with the first pull and how they're dealing with that on this 20 key level, because even though it is tyrannical, that pull is pretty dangerous for everybody involved, right? The tank is in danger of all the bolts going off of him. The group has to pay attention not only to the blast from the Juggernaut, but also the frontal from Dragar as well, so that's a pretty nasty first pull, but we'll have to wait until they get back in there and set that pull up again here. I want to keep an eye again on Miscount in the top left here. This is going to be the most difficult section of the dungeon time-wise for them, because Sanguine is just pretty annoying to deal with, all these frogs jumping everywhere. Like you mentioned, it's really on the players getting targeted by frog jumps here to make sure that they're jumping to a place where they won't run back to the tank and run through Sanguine, especially with this Frost Mage that will amplify any mistakes you make. If a mob is slowed and has to run through Sanguine, it's going to be in the Sanguine puddle for that much longer, unless you have, a knock to actually deal with that. But you don't have that many knocks in this comp. You really only have 3 of them, so those mistakes can only happen ever so often. But, with the Breaker dead, that does alleviate some of the difficulty of the pull, but you can see Frog on the left side of the screen walking through Sanguine. A little bit of healing. That knocks one of the frogs just next to Sanguine. So far, so good for them. I mean, honestly, 30 million healing on a pull this size, if they can keep it at that number, that would be very impressive.
Yeah, not that bad at all, but let's take a look at Hope as they are doing that first pull we just talked about, and yes, they are gathering up Dragar and the Juggernaut here, and all of the trash with Bloodlust being used here. Just crazy pull coming in. Look at the kiting as well. Well, yeah, there's just so much going on. You definitely need to make sure that you're interrupting all of the casts here from the mages, but also making sure you don't have any of the earth casts go through, because otherwise you're going to die for sure. And then, of course, you also have to watch out for the charge as well from Dragar.
Well, look at what their ranged are doing, actually. They're kind of baiting the charge all in a general location together, and then moving away from that spot once the charge starts. So they don't actually need to be particularly looking at where the mini boss is facing. You can see Smacked and Yipster were stacked, and then once the charge happens, they both move together. It just adds a little bit of safety to the pull, taking away the RNG of where that charge can go. However, okay, Bursting stacking up. They got the 9 stacks, but they had the Master Spell saved for that particular scenario. Just good execution of this pull from them. VE carrying the early Bursting stacks, and then the Master Spell for the second onslaught of Bursting. And with the majority of the trash dead, they'll be able to expend their kicks on some of these extra bolts so Dorky isn't in any danger. Now, of course, he still is in danger because this is still a 21 key, and he doesn't want to expend too many more of his buttons at the end of the pull here. He'd like to save as much as possible for the boss, because the boss, as we saw earlier in their first attempt on this dungeon, can do a lot of damage to tanks.
I just want to just mention again just how crazy this is. This is a plus 20 key. Like, if you think about doing a plus 20 tyrannical Ruby life pools on live servers, just to think that you would be doing a pull like this, it's absolutely insane. So, again, just shows how incredible these teams are and how practiced they are being able to pull something like this off. Let's see if they can manage to do the boss this time around, as they did wipe earlier, unfortunately. Had to reset the key. But Drata's guild team on the bottom left, they're actually about to finish up Kokia, and they're doing really well on their 20 Ruby life pools.
This is a very good boss split from them. It looks like this might be the last ad they kill. They might actually have to kill one more. These ads on 20, if I'm not mistaken, have somewhere in the realm of 20 million HP. So that's a lot of HP to chew through when the boss also has upwards of 200 million HP. When you're killing off 6 or 7 ads throughout the course of the fight, you're almost doubling the amount of damage that you have to do. So the question then remains, at what point do you burn the boss? And with that Breath of Eons expended, I think they're just going to go for a boss burn here. They're going to go for the burst. They've got the VE to carry them through this Inferno here. And, yeah, just burning boss. This is going to be a great split. 430-ish, 435 on a 20 is great. And, you know, the exponential scaling Dratnos and I were talking about a couple hours ago is crazy. On a 21, the reason we didn't see 21 even done last week is just this boss alone is such a crazy wall. All of the bosses on this key are a crazy wall. But this boss on a 21 probably takes a minute longer than that, just because of the extra scaling.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. Let's see if they can do that. Let's see if they're dividing the pull as well. We've seen some teams on the higher key levels, on the 20s. We saw them divide the last pull into 2. So not pulling all of the casters onto the mini-boss there. Yeah, you can see the difference in scaling here between the 21, 22, 23. You can see just how much more HP and damage the mobs are doing between a 21 and a 22. It's absolutely insane. So on top of that, as Syra mentioned, having some of the bosses that have ads like these, it makes the boss fight even longer, like with quadratic scaling or exponential scaling. Pretty scary and crazy. Yeah, there we go. Oh, they actually have their tank going down there.
Oh, go back to that.
If we can get... Oh no,
they lost Frosty?
They actually... Yeah, they did have the rest. But unfortunately, it's so difficult to get aggro back here, and it's only Frosty alive. Maybe if they have a savior that he could put down.
Even if they don't have a savior, they still have time. They just have to find a way to get back. They just have to let Timbermaw release and run back. They have plenty of time. You don't want to two-chest this. We don't even know if 21 is possible, let alone 22, so this is just going to be a time loss for them. This might... We need to actually note this down. If 20 is the highest Ruby life pools we see, because of that wipe, they will definitely have to come back and rerun that for a time tiebreaker later in the weekend. That's a huge time loss. It's probably upward of like 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes, but they still should be able to get the key done. There's plenty of time left. I think on a 20 Tyrannical, you probably need about 6 minutes to be safe to finish off the key at that point. Maybe a little more if you don't have your Bloodlust, but they'll have their Bloodlust coming up during the boss at some point.
Yeah, it's a very good point. We've seen Match do that as well last weekend, having to go back to that Ruby to get that done quicker. So for the rest of the tournament, it's going to be a pretty big time loss, that one wipe there, unfortunately. But for today, it's not really going to matter. Well, I mean, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, because technically for the seeding, it will matter. But yeah, they're not in danger of getting eliminated, so the tiebreaker not going to be too important for them. But Miscount on the top right, about to finish up Grey Wing on their 21. They're having such a clean run here. They already have all of the trash done. So it's only going to be Umbral Skull left for them to do, and they have more than enough time. They can have a full wipe and then still be able to do it. So looking very good for them.
And let's, just for funsies, let's do a little bit of a comparison to last week. Our fastest time in a 21 Azure Vault last week, which was Tyrannical also, it instead had Bolstering instead of the Sanguine Affix. That being said, similar difficulty levels, I would say, in terms of timing the key. Our fastest Azure Vault last week on 21 was mandatory with a 34.57. Other teams did closer to a 36 flat, right around thereabouts. So let's see where Miscount can compare here. I mean, pulling Umbral Skull with 8 minutes left on the key timer, they're going to time the key, right? They've got 2 battle resists, they've got the Bloodlust available. The only thing that can really prevent them from timing this key is just chaining deaths to the boss. There's infinite potential to kite this boss out here. The only thing that can really go wrong is deaths to crystals, I would say. And I don't foresee them having that issue. I mean, look at the way that they're playing this boss. They had 2 minutes available on the pole, and they're just saving them for the crystals. They're just going for play safe Big IO right now.
Yeah, they definitely have more than enough time. Sometimes, I mean, you can even save cooldowns, stop damage basically, because of course the crystals are percentage based. So if you really feel like playing super safe, and then you can use your cooldowns for boss or for healing or whatever you need it for, then just wait a little bit until your cooldowns come back up and use it for the crystal spawn, then and push the boss into the crystal spawn as soon as your cooldowns are back up, basically. But yeah, I don't think Miscount has to do that, as they are going to be just spacing out their CDs properly. Hope on the top left did manage to finish off Melodrosa this time around, not having any other wipe there. 7:44. It's actually a pretty good split, but as we mentioned earlier, the plus 20 Ruby not actually that tight on time to be able to time it. Dreadnought's Guild team having a full wipe and still being able to time it pretty nicely. You can see at the bottom left, they have 6 minutes left for the boss here, which is going to be more than enough.
Yeah, plenty. This boss on this key level is probably going to take 3 to 3.5 minutes. It's a very short boss. The 2-target cleave is really strong from this comp. It's just about living through the AoE flame spits once you push the boss into P2. They had the Bloodlust coming off cooldown in about 30 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, as well, so they'll have that for the burn. Everything looks like it's going great for Dreadnought's Guild team after that wipe in the key. So they should be cruising. But the battle we should be paying more and more attention to as we come down to the final waning moments of the day, at less than 40 minutes left on the board now, is the battle between the 2 teams at the bottom. Who's going to be going home on day 1? It's a close race between Jif and Ducks Can Fly, with Jif slightly behind right now, but that 3 chest in the 14 Halls of Infusion gave them a new lease on life here, and if they're able to get the 2 chest off in the 17, they have a good shot at usurping Ducks Can Fly at the last moment here, but still plenty of dungeon left, and we've seen Tyrannical Kajin can be a bit of a difficult boss. Now, they're saving... Oh, I was about to say they're saving the Bloodlust for it, but no, using it on the pole here just to save as much time as possible to go for the 2 chest. And this is really smart here, because look at the timer here. That 2 chest timer, 28 minutes. If you lust here, you get another one on Primal Tsunami in the final phase of the boss. So, you know, the teams, even though they're on the, you know, lower end, I'm doing quotation marks, but you can't see me on camera, on the lower end of the competition, these still, you know, are some of the best teams at pushing keys on the live scenario, right? Like, they're really good. It's just hard to compete with, you know, Echo, Mandatory, Miscal. These guys really are some of the best of the best.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the fact that they noticed, okay, we have to 2 chests this to get the 19, we're lasting this full, like, that is really cool as well. A really cool adaptation, because of course, being so close to Kajin on a tyrannical key and not saving the last for it, that is a tough decision to make, because we all know how difficult this boss can be. So making sure you're lasting the trash to be able to fully optimize your +2 timer here, which is what they need to stay in this tournament, is really nicely done. So let's see if they can deal with Kajin here, as it's going to be doing a lot of taking damage. Miscount though on the top right, about to finish off Umbral Skull. And we did say that we're going to be comparing times a little bit. But yeah, so they're looking really good. Of course, we do have different affixes this week compared to last week. But I would argue that, because last week we had Bolstering. It was still Tyrannical, but we had Bolstering as well. And now we have Tyrannical Sanguine. And I would argue that Sanguine probably costs you maybe a bit more time. It's hard to compare, but yeah, 34 minutes is the timer here for Miscount.
I think bolstering is a lot more of a catastrophic failure affix, and a sanguine
Yeah.
is more of like a death by 1,000 cuts affix. If you play sanguine well, it shouldn't cost you too much time, but the problem is it's something that's always in the back of your mind. Quick little mistake from Dratnos Guild team as Forgy does go down, I believe. But that death shouldn't cost them in the long run. They just quickly expend a battle res. Karaka is already dead on their screen, and with more than 2 minutes left in the key and still 1 battle res banked, it's going to be a timed 20 Ruby life pools for the Dratnos Guild team, and they have plenty of time to head to yet another key and,
Only
and
one
keep
though,
it moving.
right?
Well,
Looking at
36
the
minutes
time.
left.
Yeah, it's gonna
probably
be
get 2
close to
in.
do 2 more. Yeah, they have to. What do they do then? Because yeah, it's gonna be close for them to do 2, but it is possible. I guess
I mean,
they have
if they're
to
able
do
to go at the same
Asherville.
pace... If they do the same pace as Miss Count and Azure Vault, they can do the Azure Vault and go somewhere else. They could also
really
go to
close,
Halls
though.
of Infusion and get that done too. They have options. They have options.
Clicks going down there for Echo in their Grey Wing. They don't actually have a rest left, so they're gonna have to finish off this boss with 1 dead damage healer. But thankfully, it's just their Aug Evoker. Well, actually, for survivability, it's not great. For damage, it's great that the Aug Evoker is that rather than another damage dealer, because of course, if you lose another damage dealer, you kind of lose 1.5. With the Aug Evoker not being able to buff them anymore, or buffing 1 less player rather. But there we go. Did finish it. Clicks releasing and porting back. And again, their timer is more than fine here. The problem is just wiping because they're out of battle rests.
They do have one coming up in minutes and 20 seconds. So just have to make sure if they do have a death, it doesn't happen in the first minute 20. Fortunately, that means that death wouldn't occur during crystals, which is the scariest moment of the fight. I actually think even if your tank died at this exact point of the fight, you could still kite the boss around and res him, but with that much time left in the key, you would just reset it and go again on the boss, not the entire dungeon. You have enough time to do that at this point, so Echo should be good to go. We'll cut back into them in just a little bit here. Hope now, in the ring, in the 20 Ruby life pools, and we'll get a good POV on just how much damage these pulls can do. That Inferno damage ticking for 25 to 30% unmitigated of the health bars, and then the Living Bomb goes out, and that can do all of someone's health bar if they don't have proper mitigation up for it. In the meantime, also having to rotate kicks and stops on those bolts from the Cinder Weavers just to make sure you don't take any extra damage, and that's it for the Destroyers for Hope. And look at the setup of the cooldowns here. Thunderhead flying away, ready to go onto Kukia Blazehoof. They've got the Bloodlust, they've got the 2s prepped. They should be ready to burn this boss, and you know, if they're able to keep it clean, this could easily be another 20 timed for our teams.
Yeah, that's it. Bloodlust being popped here for Kokia, making sure they get the fewest ats as possible. And Ducks Can Fly on the bottom right, finishing off Primal Tsunami. Looking at the time, 11... Okay, so there's 33 minutes left on the day. If they immediately go to Ruby Life Pools, they can time at 20 and then still do another key afterwards. If Ducks sees this and they know they can do the 20 Ruby, because it's also possible that they don't even consider the 20 Ruby, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, and Dratnos Guild team... Oh, never mind. Yeah, they have to do...
20 halls.
Yeah, they're thinking they can do this quicker than the 21 Asher Vault, which I think I agree with, right?
They can. They can,
Yeah.
yeah, they can get this done and start another key. Now, it's important to mention, there is kind of a little bit of a distinction with how you start ending keys, right? If you finish... Oh, never mind. Dratnos Guild team is going to have to go again. That is
Wait a
not what you
second.
want to see. Are they going to keep going, though? Do they just keep
they
going
keep
and think
going.
this is the
Yeah.
last key of the day? They have most of the trash dead, actually. Most of these are shades. That's okay. That's okay for them.
I just want to quickly talk about something else. Miss Count walked into a 21 Ruby.
Oh, okay.
This
That's
is
some
interesting,
confidence.
right? Yeah, because we haven't seen a 21 Ruby time last weekend. It was only 20, the maximum. And we were thinking about the time left of the day, and we were saying, oh, Miss Count can have this perfect run if they go to the 21 Asher Vault, then do the 20 Ruby, and then do the 21 Halls. But they're like, we're not doing a 20 when we two-chested the 19. They're like, no, we're doing the 21. So this is really risky by them. Just because, of course, the likelihood of them depleting at 21, considering just how difficult this key is pretty high. But they seem to be pretty confident that they can do this. Because if they one-shot this key, which would be insane on a 21, then they in fact have time to do another 21 halls, which would put them at 321 dungeons on the first day, which would be absolutely insane.
I would say that the affix set we have this week for Ruby Life Pools compared to last week is definitely more conducive towards timing the key. Raging in Ruby Life Pools, which is what we had last week. Last week we had Storming, Raging, Tyrannical. It's definitely an extra layer of difficulty in the key that makes dealing with the pulls that much more difficult. For instance, right, when you think about the things that you need to stop in this key, things like the flame dances upstairs, things like the slams from the Earthweavers downstairs, these are all things that Raging will prevent, and it's something that you'll have to make sure you have your soothes available for. Sometimes your AoE soothe as an evoker doesn't soothe enough things to reset its cooldown, and then you're relying on the individual soothes from your druid to make sure you can actually stop these mechanics. And when there's a ridiculous amount of damage going out on those pulls upstairs because of the key level, even on Tyrannical, it just makes the pulls that much more difficult. If I'm not mistaken, we only even saw Mandatory get through that upstairs ring one time last week because it was just that difficult for them to get through. Yes, bursting is a little bit of extra damage for them to deal with, but that you know what's going to happen, right? The timing of the Raging is really, really difficult to deal with. So I think it's actually within the realm of possibility. Again, it's just a matter of living through the bosses. I'm really interested to see if they get to Kokia Blazestuff today, how long that boss is going to take, because I think it's going to be easily upwards of 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, I would love to see that for sure. But yeah, I love the confidence. Echo on the top right now, finishing off their Asherville 21 as well. Very nicely done, even though they had this mistake early on. Really a clean run as well by them. Looking at the time, though, for Echo, 29 minutes left in the day. They can technically also do a Ruby if they're super fast and then attempt another key, unless they go all the way to the end of the timer. Maybe for them better. Well, we'll see if they also try the 21. I mean, they technically also have the 2 chests of the 19 Ruby, so Echo could also do the 21 if they felt like it. But of course, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them with the lesser time in the day as they start the key. That means they cannot even have a reset on the first pool. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to do a second dungeon after that Ruby, if that's what they decide to do. But yeah, Hope about to finish off that Kokia boss there and a 20 Ruby in the top left. Looking very clean.
And you can see the second boss not going nearly as cleanly for them as it did for Dratno's Guild team. Dratno's Guild team kill time on this boss was about a 4:30. Hope is going to be clocking about a 5-minute flat here. They might not have had the most efficient push of cooldowns in the middle of the boss, forcing them to focus adds a little bit more compared to what we saw from Dratno's Guild team. And of course, like Dratnos was talking about earlier, if you're focusing the adds more, you're doing less boss damage, which means the boss is going to spawn more adds, which means you need to focus adds more, and it just kind of tumbles out of control. And the fact that they only came up with an extra 20 seconds out of that is pretty good. But of course, Dratno's Guild team did have a full wipe at this section of the dungeon, and Hope still has plenty of amount of time left on the board, right? 10 minutes of time to deal with this section of the dungeon. That should only take you about 6 minutes. So as long as they're able to keep it clean here, they should be able to get this 20 on the board.
As long as they keep it clean, but Nagura, you're going to be leaving the desk, so you're not going to be able to see, although I imagine you'll still be watching as you, even as you depart here. We're going to be getting Dratnos in instead, and we are going to be keeping an eye both on the top and the bottom of the competition, as we have some big risks being taken by missed count and a fierce competition to see if Jif will be able to stay in the competition. I mean, Dratnos, this is wild on both ends. Jif obviously has to play really well. Things are looking a little bit, but they got that +2 there. So how does this set them up?
So Jif's path to survival here is going now to a 19 Halls of Infusion and winning the key. If they do that, they will be slightly ahead of Ducks Can Fly by 1 point. Now, Ducks Can Fly, as you can see, are also in a 19 Halls of Infusion. Neither team have time to do 2 dungeons at this point. They can only do the 1 key. So we may be in a situation where if both teams can succeed, they will be both at 57 points, and we'll be moving to time tiebreakers. If we do that, Jif actually have phenomenally better time tiebreakers in the Ruby Life Pools and in the Azure Vault. So Ducks Can Fly would need to have like a 5-minute faster Halls of Infusion to win that tiebreaker situation. So really it comes down to, will the teams be able to successfully one-shot a 19 Halls of Infusion? And if so, then it's actually probably Jif who will yoink the spot from Ducks Can Fly. It depends on the time, though, as I said.
Zyronic, I can see, you all can't see Zyronic right now, but Zyronic looks extremely pensive, extremely invested in the moments that are happening and unfolding for us on the screen right now. I mean, there's a lot happening, but do you agree with that with Jif and their sort of ability to push forward here?
Oh, 100%. Dratnos is completely on the ball there. It's really in Jif's hands here right now. I mean, Ducks Can Fly are on the back foot. Their timer difference in Ruby Life Pools and Azure Vault combined is upwards of 4 minutes. So really all Mistcount need to do, sorry, not Mistcount, all Jif need to do is just time this key, just get it done. Because I don't think there's really any world where Ducks Can Fly can do it a full 4 minutes faster than you. And if they do, they'll make it through to tomorrow. But, you know, as we know, 19 Halls of Infusion, while some of our other teams made it look easy, I can tell you from experience, it's a very difficult key. The healing requirements on particularly the first and third boss are pretty high, and you know there's a lot of intricacies to the pulls, especially with Spiteful, that can really throw a wrench in things in this dungeon. That being said, Ducks Can Fly have made pretty solid work of this first area here, with almost most of the trash being done.
Nice little humble brag slipped in there, casually letting us know that you've done a 19 Halls of Infusion. Very impressive.
I don't even.
Well, you said you know from experience. I mean, you would never lie to us about something like that, of course.
I have been in the key. I don't actually remember if I've timed it or not.
I see. It's all kind of a blur, of course. Yeah. So those 19 halls, those 19 halls are going to be really interesting to see how they finish. Up first, before any of that, is Hope's run up in the top left, which is actually resolving really nicely for them. One thing that you were mentioning that is 100% accurate is that there is a good chance that the 20 Ruby might be the ceiling of this keystone, in which case putting up a good timer today on it is actually much, much, much better than putting up a bad timer, because that could potentially just hold for the whole weekend and then you could go to other dungeons instead, whereas putting up a bad 20 might just kind of be the same as having a 19, because you're going to have to come back to that 20 at some point anyways. So Hope definitely on pace to put up a pretty fast run here.
Yeah, especially well, they've had one death, but the no wipe situation is really nice for them. Now, of course, if Miscount showed that the 21 is possible, that definitely calls into question whether or not either Hope or Dratno Steel Team need to come back to this key and get that 21 done. It's definitely looking more possible than it was last week. I mean, that Raging Affix in this key is kind of a sleeper affix, right?
Yeah.
It prevents so much.
That's a nasty one for sure.
It prevents so much of what you're trying to do in this key from being done easily, and if you push a mob into raging at the wrong time and you let a flame dance off or you let a slam off, it could just easily be the end of the key.
Okay, so that's 3 of the teams we've talked about. Let's quickly survey the rest of the field as well, because there's some really interesting stuff happening here at the bottom of our screen, which is that both Mistcount and Echo have a 19 two-chested Ruby. Mistcount are working their way through that 21, as you said. Echo have chosen, however, to downgrade to the 20 only, to be working on that level instead. Now, part of this might be because we're approaching the end of our day, and maybe they think if we get the 20 done, we can go and start another keystone, whereas Miscount maybe don't have that, like any time that they finish this key in will be enough for them to still get one more keystone begun before the end of our day, but that's a really interesting decision. I mean, this reminds me of Mandatory's decision-making last weekend, where they constantly opted for the lower-level keystone than the highest that they had access to. But if Mistcount can make this 21, if Mistcount can one-shot this 21 Ruby, they, I believe, will catapult themselves into being the tournament favorites for, at least for me.
Oh, 100%. Now, I have a question, Drados. Is
All right, I'll try
Frostmage
my best.
broken?
I think maybe. It looks really strong. I mean, not only is the overall damage that it's been putting out for missed count being substantial, also the priority damage is excellent, and the mob control you're bringing to the bear is nice too, right? Like, you have the mobs nice and grouped up and slowed. Against the Spiteful Affix, I guess that's a pro. Against the Sanguine Affix, it's kind of a con. Against these affixes, doesn't really matter too much. But it is a little bit, I would say, riskier. Cauterize is an incredibly powerful passive defensive option that all of the fire mages have. Hearthjax has just been playing without that, but it hasn't shown. He hasn't been dying. It's looked, I don't know. I mean, he's making Frostmage look really, really, really good.
Hope able to get that 20 down on the top left, but I wanted to draw a comparison.
Okay.
I mean, look at
Not
the
even that.
look at the Meladressa split though. Like the 20 for Hope, it was a 744. Look at the split for missed count, 753.
Yeah. I mean,
Like-
and look at what Echo we're going to be putting in the bottom left here. It's going to be in the same ballpark as well. Missed count are just so fast in here. Now, Meladressa is like the Frostmage boss, right?
Right. It's a good one for sure. Lots of funnel whenever those whelps come out. But like, I feel like every boss in this key is a really good Frostmage boss, right? You have good funnel on the first boss. You have 2 target on the second boss. You have 2 target on the third boss. The mage is going to be doing work on every single one of these destroyer spawns on Kokia, and a lot of that is going to get cleaved into the boss. So they're not really going to be running into the scenario of, as a fire mage, do I burn the ass or the ad, or do I burn the boss? I don't know which. Like, you don't have to choose as a frost mage. You just get to cleave them.
Yeah, like, I wonder which of these 2 targets out Glacial Spike. Oh, right. It's both of them. That's a good feeling for sure. Very fun spec as well. That's a spec. If you haven't played Frostmage since the rework about a year ago, you are missing out. There is some very, very, very exciting gameplay that you can get access to. Very fun to play.
Yeah. Well, let's see what this boss split looks like for them, because we were talking about it on the 20. The boss split for both Hope and Dratnos Guild Team was about 430 to 450, and we're expecting that to balloon up to somewhere easily into the mid 5 minutes. But if Frostmage is as good as I think it is, they could probably come up with a kill time probably close to just 5 flat or even faster. But let's see how it goes here. Frostmage keeping up with the Shadow Priest already at the start is it's a pretty good sign.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see those Glacial Spikes just going every time a Glacial Spikes lands. You can see it on the details video. Look, here it goes. Frostmage in second, Frostmage in first. That's how that ability works. Love to see it. And yeah, already getting some good damage in. Now, they are running out of cooldowns. They have had Bloodlust expire here, so we can expect this boss to start to settle into a bit of a longer kill time than you would extrapolate from just the openers here. But still looking really good for missed count. And if they can get out of this boss, by the 20-minute marker, for instance, I think that they are not just on pace, but ahead of pace for slamming this dungeon timer. So really, really impressive stuff. But you got to look at the healing as well. Like, those Inferno casts are very, very, very scary to get through. Might be something they run out of defensives for at some point.
Well, you were saying they're running out of cooldowns here, but Hearthjax just now getting that secondary Mage Bloodlust up and using it here just to help with extra boss damage, and it'll also transition to the next ad as well. So it looks like they still have plenty of damage for the next few ad sets coming up. The 2 minutes will also come up during this ad, but I'm not sure what the play with these 2 minutes are going to be. Usually, like, I would personally want to save them a little bit just to get more boss damage out and line it up with the Breath of Eons. Let's see what Yargi chooses to do here. Okay, no, just popping it instantly. The Breath of Eons also does come out, so we're just burning boss. Burning boss. The Breath will pop the ad.
Yeah,
or the cleave will pop the ad.
The Glacial Spikes as well. It's so nice. Like, you're really happy about this as the Frost Mage here. This fight is just—it's not one of those fights as a Frost Mage where you're like, I wish I could save my cooldowns. Like, I'm happy cooldowning when there's an ad out. That's even better. I've got 2 things to hit. It's a delight. So, I mean, yeah, again, you can just see they're both doing so much damage, both the Frost Mage and the Shadow Priest, just melting this boss, and they're on pace to get out of here, yeah, by that 20-minute marker, looking so strong. I think the hard part of the dungeon is done here as well once they finish this boss.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I mean, the rest of the key is relatively tame compared to what they've already dealt with. That being said, the Thunder Channelers and the Flame Channelers can combo to do a lot of damage, but still, I mean, everything in this key is dangerous. I feel like that's the least dangerous portion of the key. Just getting through every single one of these Inferno casts is going to be the wall in this section of the dungeon for them, but they're making short work of every single one of these adds. Hearthjack's able to triple Glacial Spike these adds and do the majority of the damage. I would actually love to look at a log after the fact and just see how much of the damage to the adds he's doing now. A little bit of a scary moment here as they have to double back due to the nature of the room they're playing in and the fact that they're not dealing with either of the major dragon pets. You can see Flame Gullet in the background there flying away. They do want to run a little bit further from where they are right now so they don't accidentally pull that boss on the way back around. The spot that they're in right now is a potential pull spot for that dragon. Coming into frame just now in the top left there, looks like they have dodged the patrol, so they're looking pretty good. They can just walk back towards where the boss spawns now. This fire on the ground that they're running next to should start to despawn.
Yeah, I was a little worried there. Anytime there's like a Shadow Priest tentacle on the ground or something that the dragon's flying over, you're just like, oh, is that going to pull it? But it looks like it's not for missed count, so they are doing great here. Another Breath of Eons comes out. This should be the one that lets them send the boss home. I think this is probably the last ad that they will have to kill as well, and then after this, they can probably just focus the boss. Maybe they have to do one more. I always get deceived by just how long 10% of a boss's health takes on plus 21 Tyrannical, but I don't know, 12% on the boss. I think they can maybe pull the trigger here and commit to boss damage. Let's see how that
for sure.
decision
100%.
goes. Yeah.
With that breath pop taking out 2% of the boss's HP in one little chunk there, they're good to go. Just got to get the interrupts on this ad. I'm pretty sure with their 2-minute cooldowns up with the Frost Mage, they might not even have to target the ad. They can probably just have the Shadow Priest dot it and have the Frost Mage cleave it, and it'll die to their 2-minute cooldowns plus the Breath of Eons pop as well. Just a crazy, crazy execution pull from them. And look at that, 5 minutes flat almost on the board. Only 15 seconds slower than the 20 Kokia kill that we saw from Hope. So this is something the other teams are going to have to pick up on, I think, in order to get the 21 done. I'm not sure the Fire Mage is going to be able to get this done that cleanly. It's going to take them so much extra time to get through this section of the dungeon with the Fire Mage.
Yeah, I mean, the Frost is also incredible at the pulls, right? Like Blazebound Destroyers, you can just nuke those down. Pulls like this as well that we're about to see them do. All of these pulls have a really important priority target and a bunch of mobs to farm Blizzard and Frozen Orb off of. So I guess, they're also great targets to stick a Combustion into is the thing as well, right? So either way, it's not like Fire Mage is bad in this dungeon by any stretch, but I agree with you that second boss in particular seems like a spot where Frost really, really shines. But yeah, now they just have to avoid wiping and they're home free here.
Oh yeah, they're crushing it. Missed count, getting through Kokia, that's pretty much the marker of this key. Getting through that secondary ring in the second floor of the dungeon. If you can get through that with this much time on the board, listen, they could full wipe here and they would still time the key. Not that they're going to, they're playing lights out, but they have so much time left that they could do what Dratno's Guild team did in the 20 and they still have plenty of time left on the key. They're going to have the Bloodluster in the last boss as well. They're looking great. In the meantime, while we were focusing on that 21 Ruby life pools, Ducks Can Fly had issues in their 19 Halls of Atonement, and they decided that their time would be better spent going to Azure Vault. So they swapped keys, they swapped dungeons, they were swapping characters for a little bit there too. And, we already said that Ducks Can Fly was the team on the back foot. They have to go to the Azure Vault, right? And because they realized time tiebreakers aren't going to do it for them. They need to get the 20 done, because our tiebreakers don't start with the time tiebreaker. Remember, they start with highest key. But
this is really smart.
It is a difficult key still. It's a smart play from them.
Yeah, I mean, this is 100% the playing to win out of Ducks Can Fly. I love to see it. And it means they actually have the next 13 minutes to get a run started as well. So it's okay if they wipe at the start of this dungeon a few times. But yeah, I mean, like you said, this is their only path to survival because of how well Jif have done here, coming back in the last few hours, succeeding all their keystones, crucially two-chesting that 17, giving them access to that 19. Really, really big for Jif and puts Ducks Can Fly instead in the hot seat. But yeah, again, big credit to them figuring out exactly the best way to maximize their chances still. We'll get to check in with them in a bit. In the meantime, so we have Hope, whose run will finish after 3 o'clock, right? After the runs have stopped for the day. We have Echo up in the top right, who have 12... There's 12 minutes or so left in our day, right? So Echo can probably finish this Ruby, as long as they do it with a couple minutes to spare. Drano's guild team in the bottom right also going to be right on the line. Can they finish this 20 Halls of Infusion in time to start another keystone? That would involve them not just timing the key, but timing it with like at least a minute or two to spare, which is doable at this key level. Ooh, Forky, he's in some danger, but he does, dispersion over and get behind one of the safe crystals. All good. Situation normal. Nothing to worry about. It's kind of an interesting spot here as well, because if they have some deaths, those 5 seconds of death penalty don't actually affect when the day ends, right? So they kind of don't count for that timer. They only count for the dungeon timer. And, of course, the time loss of losing the damage.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Now, this is actually a crazy play from Ducks Can Fly because they realize the situation that they're in with the time tiebreakers. And it's not like Jiv can respond to this. They have to do the 19 halls of infusion, right? Like they have to. It's their 2 chests. They have a 17 on the board if they don't. So this is also a really important scenario for them because with only about 11 minutes left in the day, I don't think there's any way that Jiv can finish this key and then also transition to another key afterwards. That means that they would be 2-chesting the 19, which is not the pace that they've been on in the lower keys of this dungeon. So really, Ducks Can Fly transition from a position where we thought they were on their back foot to now they're in the driver's seat. They get this 20 Azure Vault done. They move forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, there's sort of been a reversal of like, call the ambulance, but not for me, going back and forth between Ducks Can Fly and GIF, right? Where it seems like Ducks Can Fly had the advantage, and then, GIF had all those troubles in rubies, and then Ducks Can Fly missing some important 2-3 chest, breakpoints, right? Ends up giving GIF the opportunity to get back in there, to put up a 19-19-19 with better times. And then Ducks Can Fly, genius finding the line, right? Finding the path to beating those time tiebreakers, which is, of course, putting a 20 on the board. The problem with that is that is going to require them to succeed in this 20 without very much room for error at all. They have 10 minutes to get a run going that they are happy with, and that is... the good news about Tyrannical Azure Vault is that the hardest part of the dungeon is in the first 10 minutes. It's the first boss on Tyrannical.
Wait, okay, hold on. I need to check something. This is really important because I read something in chat that will blow my mind if it's real. Miscount is doing this key without a Shadow Priest kick.
Oh yeah, that's a DPS loss to talent, that thing.
It is a DPS gain to not talent silence, but usually you want them to have it like as a just-in-case scenario, right? Having, it's a 45-second kick. It's not really that good, right? But, a silence can be nice from time to time. It's really useful to, move mobs around. But the confidence to go for a route, just saying, yeah, we don't need that extra kick. We don't need the safety net. That's crazy, man.
Okay, speaking of moving mobs around as a Shadow Priest, look at the racial under Forgy there for a Dratno's guild team. We've got a Cultiran human being deployed, not the typical dwarf or night elf that we're usually seeing. That gives him access to Haymaker if he wants to. Maybe that's for the last boss in here, Primal Tsunami, move one of those mobs to the middle quickly? Maybe just the versatility and the self-healing of Cultiran. I'm not sure. Either way, yeah. I do love not taking silence. Like, that's a show of confidence in your team, right? It's like, yeah, we're not going to miss a kick, right? We're going to do it. Why would I talent a DPS loss, I believe in my teammates to land their kick, and I believe in their ability to facilitate me just getting to do damage as a Shadow Priest player, all I've ever wanted.
Well, yeah, that's your greatest asset as a Shadow Priest, right? You just, your CC is killing things quickly. You help your team out by making sure they don't do a lot, but dude, they're home
so
free.
good here. Yeah,
this timer's insane.
Is down. It's going to be faster than other teams in the 20. Okay, it's going to be faster than Drano's guild team in the 20, although that did include a full wipe, so it's going to be a little bit slower than the other 20s, but still, this is a dominating run out of Miscount. 0 deaths on the board for them, 0 struggles, 0 resets of this dungeon. And still enough time to go start one more keystone as well. Could they end the day on 21-21-21? Has Science gone too far? I don't know. This seems incredible. There's a decent chance that you could end the weekend with 21s in these dungeons, and they're going to put up 3 of them potentially if they can one-shot that Halls 21, which, if I was Miscount here, you will never catch me going into a 20 at this point. I'm going straight into that 21 Halls of Infusion, and I'm just looking to stamp my team's logo across the leaderboard.
They have done to this group
Wow.
what Mandatory did last week and would have
Even
done
more,
last week.
I would say.
Even more, yeah. I was going to say what Mandatory would have done last week if they didn't have the break mishap, right? They've put together essentially a perfect day one. Now, like you said, can they cap it off with yet another 21 and in day one with triple 21s? That would be wild. I would hope for no less from them. I mean, they're clearly going to be at the top of the leaderboard at the end of day one, but let's shift our focus once again to the other side here. Jif need to get this 19 down to put the pressure onto Ducks Can Fly. Ducks Can Fly going for the 20 Azure Vault, not on screen currently, and they're running out of opportunities to start that key and get that scenario.
It looks good. It looks like they've got a run they're happy with here.
Yeah, good pull on
Laymore getting
Laymore
low.
here. If they get the boss dead, this is their go, right? You can't really go again. As we speak about it, though, it is going to be wipe from them. That's a brutal caster
Wow.
curse, actually.
That is indeed, that's a timeless caster curse coming out from Zyro. Love to see it.
Well, that's our fault. My
That's
bad.
okay. They can start another one. That's fine. No problem. Plenty of time left in the day. They've got 6 minutes to get the key started that they like. That's time to wipe even one more time, probably. In the meantime, we are looking at two teams at the top of our screen here, Echo and Dratno's Guild team, both of whom are playing not only to time their plus 20s, but to time it with enough left in the day to go somewhere else and get another run started. For Dratno's Guild team, that would likely be the 21 Azure Vault. For Echo, it's actually somewhat, I guess it's probably the 20 Halls of Infusion that would make the most sense for Echo to journey to after they finish off this Ruby Life Pools. But in order to be able to do that, the teams are going to have to get this dungeon done in the next 5 minutes.
Missed count there, as we were talking about, headed into the 21 Halls of Infusion. And that first pull they do, it's even bigger than the pull we saw from Mandatory last week. They pull an entire extra, two trash packs in, actually, I'm pretty sure. Into their first pull and just go for it. And I mean, again, it's a situation where you're front loading the difficulty of the key in order to give yourself time to time the key. Now, we already know you have time to time the key. I would venture to say that the affix set in the Halls of Infusion is slightly easier than what we saw last week. It allows for more chaining of trash packs without having that bursting on the key, but we'll see. We'll see if they're able to pull it off. I would assume if they can get a first pull going, they can get that key done today relatively easily. But let's take a look at what other teams are doing. Echo, with 4 minutes left in the day, they actually should be able to get this 20 done and also start another key. Dratno's Guild team also in that same situation here. Hope, however, will not be doing that. Do they actually just need to start over, do you think, from this spot?
I would. It's free to do
I
so,
think so.
right? Like,
I think
even
so.
if you think you can maybe time that key, I think your chances are better in a fresh run than in a run with 6 deaths in it. And so I would start over if I was them.
Look at this first pull from Miscount here. They're pulling both of the top 2 packs, the first pack on the right as you head down the stairs, and running all the way to the engineering orb, line of sighting behind this pillar and getting everything stacked up here. And part of the RNG of this setup of this pull is how quickly the containment apparatuses drift into the pull. That expulse cast has a 60-yard range, so you can actually outrange the first couple of casts of it. And I think that's what they're kind of trying to do here. They're kind of slowing them off far away so they get their first expulse cast off away from the group, and then hoping they don't cast again until they get into the group. And they can just try that any number of times that they want to. If they cast too close, they die, they go again. They lose like a minute and a half. So it's a relatively repeatable first pull as long as the cast RNG on the apparatuses doesn't go crazy, which they sometimes can.
Yeah, exactly. It's, usually safe-ish TM. Oh, Timbermod down for Dratno's Guild team gets autoed by the Primal Tsunami. Terrasant gonna run in there and land the res. Looks like everybody's been able to survive so far, and they're able to keep this safe for now. Dratno's Guild team does need to finish this boss in the next 2 minutes so they can go and start another keystone. Echo, meanwhile, in the top left in a similar situation here, so teams under some pressure here to get min-maxed damage so that they can start another run. Meanwhile, Hope, like we said, did go and reset. They are starting once more, and Ducks Can Fly in the bottom left. Another attempt at this 20 Azure Vault. They are running out of time to start a run that they are happy with. It's Jif who are farthest into their runs of our 3 teams that aren't at the top of the screen right now, and they are looking really solid in this 19. They are looking in a really good position to, basically put Ducks Can Fly in a position where if they deplete their 20 Azure Vault, they are going home.
Oh yeah, gonna have to really focus in on that here. Jiff right down to the end of the boss here. Raven, though, on fumes here, Dratnos. Did something go wrong for them on this boss? Like, with 20% HP left on the boss and only about 10% of the mana bar, it's looking scary
fine
for Jiff.
It's okay.
Is it?
We've got some defensives coming up soon. There's Zephyr available. We're going to have Mass Barrier soon. Yeah, we've got a little bit of Tree of Life form. Everybody will stand in the Efflorescence as well because people love doing that. They're always very helpful DPS players. So I think it'll be okay here for Jiff. You can see a little bit of danger coming out for their Evoker. Yeah,
that's a Zephyr? That doesn't do anything.
Yeah, Zephyr has now expired. The boss is doing less damage as a result of being affected by Incorporeal, though, which is nice. So a little bit of extra damage reduction from that, as Echo do finish off their Ruby, and Dratno's Guild team are just about to finish off their Primal Tsunami, their Halls of Infusion. We'll see if those teams are able to start another Keystone. It does look like there's still a minute left in our day, so I suspect they will be able to go and get one of those started. In the meantime, we have missed count on this massive pull. Now, you have to be really careful of this pull as well. You can see they actually have their Shadow Priest up in a different spot than their healer. The reason for this is it's actually sometimes if your healer is in Tree of Life form, they are too big and they actually become targetable again by those jumps. The jumps will actually be able to land on them in some spots. So if you ever see people randomly getting killed on the benches, even when you think they're standing somewhere that the jump shouldn't be able to target, it's often because that Tree of Life form is procced. So it can be good to quarantine your druid away from your other ranged DPS so that can't happen. At least it'll only kill your druid if that happens.
So it is the healer's fault. Okay.
Almost always. You'll find in all things, usually that's a safe guess.
Okay.
Excuse me?
What?
So I'm definitely not.
Yes?
It's me, the healer main. Excuse me?
Caught?
No, I'm kidding. Please, ironic. Keep going.
Yeah,
All right, so Echo have gotten another Keystone started. You can see at the bottom left. They are in their 20 Halls of Infusion. Dratno's Guild team have also been able to start another run. They are in the 21 Azure Vault, it looks like. But these are all final runs now. So every run that we are looking at on our screen is a final run as of right now. So these are it. It's now or never. It is Ducks Can Fly or Jiff that will be going home today, depending on whether these keys are timed or depleted. And we are seeing some jockeying at the top of our leaderboard. Missed count could advance all the way up to 63 points, or they could deplete and stay on 61. Echo playing for 61 or 60. Dratno's Guild team playing for 61 or 59. And Hope actually playing for 59 or 58. So Hope in the fourth place position as it stands right now, although they will be sitting on a 2 chest that they can potentially improve tomorrow. So very, very exciting top and bottom and middle of our bracket. Really the whole thing. It's anybody's game, all these different positions still at the end of our first day.
Yeah, I mean, every single one of those pairings, like we talked about at the top of the show today, vying for position here. It's really only Miscount, I feel like, that have really put themselves out ahead, but Miscount having issues on the second pull. It's just the healer, though. Can they stay alive? Kira has to get out and kite. They've got wards on him to try to keep him alive. And a lot of the trash is dead. It's just going to be hopping around here, just like the tank is. Can AJ get back to the group in time to heal up his tank? And the answer is yes. Yes, he can.
So
and they're just
that was a
get
battle
the
res
boss.
Committed there.
Oh,
so they did use the Arclight Vital Correctors to get AJ back up, which means they're playing without a B-res. But honestly, that's probably fine. The fact that Kira was able to survive without a healer at the end of that pull, it's a very sketchy moment for a tank. That pull, in particular, can often shred your tanks. So Kira did a really good job of identifying the danger that he was in and kiting preemptively. Plus that combined with the Wards of Faceless Ire from other members of the group as well, ended up meaning that they went from a wipe to not a wipe. And Those are the differences that you will see between the good teams and the very, very best in the world, which Miscount are looking to be one of those, at least today. They are playing so well. Meanwhile, this is Ducks Can Fly. They've had 4 deaths. They've been restarting this 20 Azure Vault over and over again in the bottom right, and unfortunately they don't have time to do it again. They started this run with 7 seconds before the cutoff, and it looks like they are now going to be forced to continue a run with 5 deaths and just try and make the best of it, which it's not impossible, but it's not a great start to this 20 vault. There is enough flexibility in this timer that if it's perfect from here, they'll be okay, but they basically cannot afford for anything else to go wrong.
Absolutely. This is it. You got to do it on this run. Now, we know the 20 timer is relatively forgiving, especially in the Azure Vault. It's definitely within the realm of possibility, even with the deaths they put on the board, but they need to play clean from here on out. Cannot afford any extra deaths. One more wipe could cause an issue. Great dispersion there to stay alive through the puddles after getting slept from Mirage there. 4 Ducks Can Fly. It's going to be a tough one, but they'll be able to get it done. Meanwhile, Drano's guild team in a pretty strong position to put themselves into a clear 3rd place here. If they're able to get this Azure Vault done, they'll put themselves an entire key ahead of Hope heading into day 2 here, assuming that both Drano's guild team and Hope finish the key that they're in right now. And that'd be a great position to put themselves in for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You couldn't argue it. 21-20-20 is a really great spot to end the day. That will be where Echo are at as well. The only thing that is somewhat sketchy about it is you're looking at Miscount, who are playing to be at 21-21-21, which, I mean, if you compare yourself to Miscount, nobody looks good today, but that is just because Miscount have been on another level. They have been putting up these 2 chests in these 19s. They have been one-shotting these 21s, and they are in position to try and make that happen once again in this Halls of Infusion. Although, notably, this start of the run hasn't been perfect for them. You know, not only did they lose a death and a B-res, there is also an engineering cheat death that you get access to in this dungeon that I imagine was expended from at least AJ, who died, but potentially from other members of the group during that pull as well. So they maybe do have a little bit less room for error in this run than they did in, say, the Ruby life pools that they, just styled on a few minutes ago.
I mean, we would have seen Kira pop back up to full HP of his proc, right? So I don't think he lost his.
Yeah, maybe still is available for him. I'm not sure. It's one annoying thing about that cheat death as well is that sometimes it'll proc when it doesn't need to, particularly if you're trying to use Ward of Faceless Ire to survive something. Right. It will proc as though Ward wasn't on you. So sometimes you can get them proccing, especially on a high tyrannical setting, just on these boss mechanics, even if you're planning a mass barrier or a Ward of Faceless Ire to survive a certain mechanic. So hard to be sure, but yeah, either way, Miscount very much still in it. Their run is still looking good. Hope also working on the A-Halls of Infusion. They are at basically the same spot in the dungeon, but they are in a plus 20 instead of the 21. And then we have Drano's guild team and Ducks Can Fly. Ducks Can Fly have actually had a death here. They have no battle res available for their mage. Losing a mage in this comp is catastrophic because one of your other DPS is an Augmentation Evoker. So your Augmentation Evoker has effectively lost, 30%, 40% of their damage whenever somebody else dies as well. So I think the Ducks Can Fly are in tremendous danger now, and Jif may be able to have salvaged victory from the jaws of defeat today after a really brutal hour in Ruby life pools earlier. If they can survive, they can just hold on and put this 19 on the board, they will advance to 57 points, and if Ducks Can Fly can't put up that Azure Vault, that will be enough to keep Jif alive in sort of an upset fashion through to the end of the day.
Yep, you gotta love it for Jif doing everything they can possibly do to put themselves in the right scenario in the last hour of the day to potentially make it through tomorrow. They're done. They've got their 57 on the board. They will, for the time being, move into that 5th position slot, but like you mentioned, the pressure is on. Ducks Can Fly can still snap that spot away in the waning moments of the day here in this Azure Vault. And after a rough start to the day, you got to feel like getting these keys done at the end of the day must have been a good moment for Jif here. Getting that 3 chest into the double 2 chest, or into 2 chest into the 19, it's got to be a good feeling to work through the adversity and get it done. But again,
there's something about playing in the competition as well where some players, sometimes the pressure gets to you and the clutch, you're able to do things in practice and they just don't work out when it really counts. And there is a lot to be said for Jif about when it really counted this last hour. Everything worked for them. They were able to make these plays happen. They were able to, get those steel nerves going and put the, like you said, 14, 17, 19 on the board, enough to get them to 57 points. So the ball is in Ducks Can Fly's court. But in the meantime, we are also looking at missed count in the top left, actually putting up a 10-minute Watcher Iridia split. Zyro, is our timer okay? I'm beginning to get worried here because you can compare this to Hope's Watcher Iridia split of 8 minutes 47 seconds, right? Miscount are 1 key level higher. They are 90 seconds slower at the start of this dungeon. I mean, I think it's maybe still okay.
Though? Hold on, what is Miscount cooking though? This is different from our normal routing. We're going left side instead of right side. Normally we see right side pulls.
Yeah,
What
I guess they have a bunch of
the
counts
play
as well.
here?
43%. I guess that's normal in this area. We've got a sleepwalk on a toad. We do have the whole team here, so nobody is off on a stealth mission. We've got 3 skitterflies being pulled along with some of those sneaky stealth mobs here, the zealots, being grabbed.
Okay.
Over in this side of the dungeon as well, they can get access to the herbalism buff. If you weren't aware, there are some mushrooms off to the side that you can grab that will give you, I believe it's a periodic poison removal on yourself, along with maybe a little heal even as well. So that can be nice for gulping Goliath, although not typically something you need, but maybe something that they grabbed while they were in that room.
Pulling shock troopers?
Getting super low, but we do have shock troopers getting added here. This could be a bloodlust opportunity for Miscount. I mean, if they want to get 4 lusts in this dungeon, now is the time to press that second one.
Good Dragon's Breath to cancel the elemental focus cast on the shock troopers. One of those gets off on this key level. You're in danger.
It's Blood Elf
if you don't
or bust,
purge
and
those
they don't have a Blood
instantly,
Elf. Yeah.
you're just donezo. So good stops there. The Bloodlust is out, like you mentioned. We have a ton of trash being trailed into these 2 mini bosses. This is an incredibly efficient pull, but a lightning blast goes off from the shock trooper. One-shots AJ. They have a battle res, but it has to be the Arclight Vital Correctors. Hearthjax is able to get the res off. Frostmage expending those ever so important globals as a DPS to get his healer back alive. That is the Bloodlust gone for the healer there, and AJ still dropping low from those casts, from this pull. But with everything gathered up here, as long as they can get kicks, they should be good to go. And it looks like they're back to equilibrium, but just the random spurts of damage coming out on this pull are just so dangerous on this key level.
Oh yeah, it's so terrifying to watch, absolutely. In the meantime, a little survey of the rest of our board here. We do have Drano's Guild team in the bottom right, making actually pretty good time in this Azure Vault. Some good displacements as well, keeping Sanguine to a bit of a minimum here. I think this is one of those pulls where they do some snapping, some extra Crystal Furies perhaps coming into this pull in the ring area, getting them a little bit more count than otherwise would be available here. Yeah, you can see there's a lot of Crystal Furies. Crystal Fury is an interesting mob in Azure Vault because 1 Crystal Fury is dangerous, right? 2 Crystal Furies, 3 Crystal Furies, very dangerous because they can stack up that debuff on your tank. Crystal Furies 4 through 10 are actually not much more dangerous than the first 3 because they're programmed to cast such that they don't ever cast at the same time as another Crystal Fury. So if you can ever just fight a bunch at once, you still just have to stun 1 at a time, and they're just sitting there waiting for each one to finish their cast. So it can be a really efficient way to get a bunch of count without really increasing the difficulty of the pull.
Now, the important question in the storyline that we're not seeing on our screen right now is what's going on with Ducks Can Fly? Last time we checked in with them, they had 11 deaths. I believe they wiped to Lamor.
It sounds like they have just left their dungeon, Zyro, so we are at this point ready to make a projection. Ducks Can Fly will be eliminated at the end of our day. 56 points for them, 57 for everybody else or more. That's a sad news for a team that we have seen really making their debut this expansion in Dragonflight. I'm very excited to see what they've got in store for us in the War Within. I'm sure that we haven't seen the last of them, but we have seen the last of them for this weekend, at least, unfortunately.
Unfortunate. Someone has to go home, though, and unfortunately today, like you mentioned, it's Ducks Can Fly. But Jif, with that incredible play from them in the final hour of the day, forcing themselves in to that opportunity, leaving the window open, making Ducks Can Fly go for a more difficult key, and they capitalized on it, so you love to see that from them. But now we got to figure out what are the scores that our top 4 teams are going to be ending on for today. Missed count. This is going to be a tough one. Like you mentioned, the timer not great for them. Also, I went back and looked at the VOD, and at least their Evoker lost his cheat death. I believe the Shadow Priest might have also lost cheat death. I went back and looked at the VOD. What actually happened is one of the apparatuses snapped up to where the Shadow Priest was and casted Expulse up there. I guess they just missed that, and that went off. That killed AJ through cheat, procced the Evoker, might have procced the Shadow Priest as well. So they're missing a lot of those engineering cheat deaths. Now, the thing is, if you're playing perfectly, you don't need them. As a matter of fact, what we typically will see is something Tettles alluded to earlier today, where they'll just proc on the first Tempest Fury on Primal Tsunami because it just doesn't respect shields and just procs the cheat death anyways. So, as long as they can get through Kajin without needing those cheat deaths, they should be able to live the rest of the key. Now, it's just a matter of timer at this point, right? This is a very, very tight timer.
I think they're still on the feasible side of things. I think that big pull that they did before Gulping Goliath is going to work to their advantage. And there are still 2 Bloodlusts left in the dungeon for them as well, which can be used to tremendous effect by this composition in particular. They've also got that secret hidden Frost Mage hack that somehow is just doing so much damage in the single target as well. Is not to be scoffed at as well. I think slightly better looking on pure single even than Fire Mage, at least has Hearthjack's been. He's been just looking incredible on this spec, so hats off to Missed Count here for, they're playing it in all 3 of these dungeons. I wonder if they're just playing it in every dungeon regardless of what it is at this point, because I feel like if you're playing it in Halls of Infusion, you probably can just play it everywhere.
Yeah, well, that's what he's been doing all day, so...
Yeah. I love it.
I would imagine if you can make it work in these keys, you can make it work in any key. And if it's this good everywhere, we're going to have to see our other teams react to that for Global Finals.
I wonder, because everybody basically thought
everyone,
it was Fire Mage season, right? Like it's time to play the Fire Mages, except maybe in Brackenhide, maybe in Ruby. But it looks like Missed Count are going to be putting up an incredible day as Hearthjacks does go down. The Cauterize would have saved that. The Cauterize moment there as Hearthjack dies to a Toxic Effluvia.
Also, the engineering cheat would have saved him there. But they didn't have that because of the Expulse that went off earlier. So
and they don't even have a Battle Res at this juncture as well. This is actually somewhat catastrophic.
Killer.
Yeah,
this is a massive time loss.
They can kill Gulping Goliath, but again, as we've mentioned earlier, if your non-augmentation evoker DPS die, it is so bad because you're losing basically 1.5 DPS with this composition. So now they're going to be dealing with Gulping Goliath from 1/3 of its health down to 0, and they're going to be doing it at maybe 70% of the speed that they are used to. So we're probably looking at maybe 45 seconds, maybe even a minute lost by Missed Count. Now, I think their timer was still okay. I don't know if it was a minute okay. I feel like it was maybe like 30 seconds okay before, but of course, no reason not to continue at this point. You may as well find out because it's not like you can start another key anyway.
I think if they get the boss dead by 19 flat, they are still on a run. We need to see Kajin the Undying dead by 26 in order for them to be on a run and still have time left to deal with the boss. But nope, with AJ going down, that's going to be all she wrote for Missed Count. But you can hardly be sad for them. They had an insane day today, getting 2 21s done on day 1. They were going for glory here. This was icing on the cake for them. They'll be still relatively happy going into tomorrow. What a fantastic day 1 from them.
Yeah, so they're at 61 points, which is still currently enough to be in first. Echo and Dratno's guild team both can tie that as well, although the tiebreakers for Missed Count are superior due to having 2 21s on the board, which neither Echo nor Dratno's guild team can make happen. So Missed Count, even with that run not working out, have locked in first place at the end of our day at 61 points. But now look at our scoreboard. We have the chance for something incredible to happen here. If nobody times a key, our teams will be separated by 1 point each from each other. So I am now rooting for that to happen. 61, 60, 59, 58, 57, 56. There's something about that tickles my brain in such a way that I'm preying on all these teams' downfall, even my own guildies.
Yeah, I was going to say, even if your guild team could be potentially tied with Echo on points, you'd rather nobody time a key?
That's right. I mean, look look how beautiful the score sheet is. That's that doesn't happen every TGP.
That actually does look pretty insane.
Yeah.
You know, I'm with you. I'm down for no team to time a key now.
All right,
I'm praying on their downfall. Do you have the curse, the hex? Can you post it again?
I'll try and level a hex on these teams. Yeah, it's gonna be tough for Hope as they are doing so well in this 20 Halls of Infusion. They have 0 deaths on the board. They're working on Kajin the Unyielding, and Ellesmere is just pumping out that HPS on that Resto Druid. You can see plenty of mana left as well. Plenty of damage being done too. Everything is going swimmingly for Hope at this point. So. They've got 15 minutes left in the dungeon for 1.7 bosses and 1 trash pull. I think the hex is going to have to be real Titan Forged to work on these guys.
I mean, nothing can go wrong from this point for Hope.
That's
They're
exactly right.
Perfectly.
No way they could wipe from here.
Elements in his lane, unbothered, throwing the heals around, throwing the hots around.
Somehow he's managed to get his whole group to stand in that F-flow as well. That's
crazy.
That is remarkable, actually. That's something that you'll never see usually as a Resto Druid. Usually you put that green circle down and your DPS decide that's going to be the one mechanic they'll dodge.
For sure. They even have the Bloodlust available. They're not using it. They could still get 2 Bloodlust off on the timer if they wanted to.
I think their calculus at this point is we are, in theory, going to have 2 Bloodlusts if we get close to the timer. But in practice, at the pace we're currently going, we're only going to get 1 Bloodlust, so let's hold it. I think that it's tough, though, because, are you actually getting a better Bloodlust than on this boss? Maybe you're just waiting for PI and Void Eruption, and then you're going to send it on that? Because I think this is the great boss. This is a great boss because the extra haste on your healer means they get to do a bunch more damage as well, and everybody's super safe.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the math in my head here. I feel like if you're not going to hit the lust here, okay, they hit the lust here. Never mind. Let's just not talk about it, I guess. I was thinking if you're only going to get the 1 Bloodlust left, the actual best Bloodlust left is just to use it on the Giga Trash Pull, right? That would be the best place to use it, because that's the place you're most in danger, theoretically, if Ellesmere's confident in being able to just keep everyone topped for the next, 2.5 minutes. But nope, they're just going to pop it here, and they'll probably get that second Bloodlust without cooldowns in the second phase of Primal Tsunami. That's okay. I don't like it. Line it up with the 2 minutes, burn the boss, you still have plenty of time left on the chest timer. You're good to go.
Yeah, everything is just fine here. Hope are...
Just peachy.
They are chilling. Echo, a little bit behind in the... they're just 2 minutes... Not behind, but 2 minutes shifted into the past, right? In the same dungeon, on the same key level, because they did start a little bit later. But they're pretty much on pace as well. Also on a 0-death run here. Things looking really, really, really good for both of these teams at the top of our screen. And then we have Travis Guild team in the bottom right. Yep, there it is, that 3rd lust for Echo. A little bit more feasible, I would say, for them to get another one in here, as they did pop it about a minute ahead of where Hope did, relatively, right? So that might come back off cooldown for them in time to still get some value at the end of this dungeon. Yeah, things are going well. All of our teams on the screen right now. Drano's Guild team are the only team to have any deaths on the board, but they are also making quick work of this Azure Vault 21. Now, the Azure Vault 21 is an interesting one because there is a decent chance that this stands as the highest Azure Vault key that anybody does, but in theory, the 22 is possible as well, right? That is a dungeon where, at least timer-wise, it seems possible. It's a question of, can you live 22 Tyrannical Laymore? Can you live 22 Tyrannical Umbral Skull? And do you have to make concessions to your damage that cost you the timer in order to live those fights?
Yeah, that's the question, right? And with bolstering last week, there was always going to be a scenario at some point in the poll where, after a few mobs went down and those bolsters started to stack up, your tank had to leave, right? They could no longer participate in the poll. If they stayed in the poll too long, they were just going to die. On Sanguine, that's not the case. They can stay and do damage. Yes, they have to devote some of their thought processes to just keeping the mobs out of Sanguine, to kiting, but they can still do some damage while doing that. Obviously, it's not ideal, but it's better than being 30 yards away doing absolutely nothing. So theoretically, in an ideal scenario, Sanguine should be faster and more doable, leading the 22 to being something that's possible. Again, it's about whether or not the timer is there. On the last 2 bosses specifically, those are going to be extremely long bosses. And also whether or not you can just live through 22 Tyrannical Laymore without avoidance. And, the margins by which players are living on the 21 Tyrannical suggest that it's possible to live at 22 Laymore. It just might require a few attempts to get it working properly.
Yeah, exactly. Which, one of the advantages, I think, for all three of our teams, although for Missed Count in particular, is going to be that they have earned themselves that time to try things, right? Like, they are going to have, at this pace, 4 hours, 1 on Saturday and 3 on Sunday to just work on pure stretch goal keystones, right? Ultra progression, high-level keys. And that is a huge advantage for Missed Count in particular, but Echo, Dratnos Guild Team, and Hope are all in position to be able to get some of that time as well if they are able to keep at this current pace, and in particular, if they're able to accelerate, if they're able to, take some pages out of Missed Count's book and two chest some 19s, put some results on the board that save them that time.
Yeah, 100%. And something I actually also want to talk about, which I feel like we've been a little bit too nonchalant about today, is the fact that Echo has almost looked human today. And I know we've talked about that in the past in some of our previous TGPs and MDIs where we talked about it, and then of course on day 2, day 3 they always come back and just look better than ever. And then of course we all have to sign the form saying, I'm sorry I doubted you, Echo, etc., etc. We've been over this a million times before, but there's more greens to that this time around, right? Because they did lose last time. And
exactly.
Now it feels like it could happen again.
I hesitate to construct a narrative off of just one day, like you said. But yeah, like you said, it's not just one day now. It's the last tournament plus this one day where Echo have looked beatable. And not just beatable, but beaten, right? They were beaten in the MDI. They actually, they looked really good in those runs as well. They had some really great dungeon times. They still looked incredible, but they did lose there. Today, they've also had things go wrong. They've had, wipes on bosses. They've had dungeons that other teams were able to two-chest that they weren't. That is so uncharacteristic for the Echo that we've seen in seasons past. And it's, increasingly something that I worry might be the new normal for them. It's something that they've got to fix going into tomorrow, going into Sunday, and if they qualify, especially going into Global Finals. But it's crazy to think that we're talking about if they qualify now, because it's no longer a foregone conclusion. They are in position to qualify if the tournament stopped right now, but not by a lot, right? They've got maybe 30 minutes of extra advantage over Hope, and they're behind Missed Count and pretty much tied with Dratnos Guild Team if those teams are able to successfully complete all the active dungeons that we see on our screen right now.
Yeah, 100%. I agree, obviously. At the end of the day, they're still Echo, and one loss does not, define the team. They're still the most dominant team in MDI history, and you have to give them credit where credit's due. But saying that they look a little worse than we would expect for them, I don't think is too far off the base here. That being said,
it's a combination of that and also mandatory and Missed Count having looked so good. Azalea actually going to go down to a Rumbling Earth from the Primal Earthshaker. Now, this is not the end of the world because there's not too much raid damage here. They are going to need to find time to go and land a battle res. Where is Azalea's body? Is it battle resable? Okay.
He has to be. That's where the Earth is, right?
Yeah, Rumbling Earths do go around those Earthshakers, so Gingy actually playing those Engineering Bracers, lands that res, Azalea waiting for that wave to pass by, is going to accept the res, and everybody's going to be able to get topped up here. It's okay, crisis averted, Echo are fine. They still have 2 battle reses as well. This was their first death of the dungeon. Situation normal. It is always scary, though, whenever it is your healer that goes down in this comp, because they are your only good battle res, so sometimes you can end up in these spots where it's recoverable, but it takes 10 seconds to res the healer, and then it's not recoverable.
Exactly. But, of course, Echo known for being one of the best teams to just fix those situations that aren't agreeable for them. Of course, Genji making a play there, hopping into melee, getting the res off, blinking back out so he doesn't die to the next inundate, and then, of course, Azalea wait until after the wave and the inundate to take the res and get everyone topped off. Just They're calm in adversity. That's what's made Echo, or one of the things that's made Echo so good for the past 5 years of competition that we've had them near the top, and that's something that will almost never go away for them. Good to see they still have that trait going, even with their backs up against the wall, even though they're not really against the wall right now. Not yet, anyways.
Again, we're talking about a team that is likely to still finish the day in second place overall. Certainly still looking solid. It's just, solid is sort of the floor for Echo at this point, right? And there's an exceptionalness that they have had in the past that it seems like Missed Count and Mandatory have instead claimed over these first what we've seen so far of this great push. But of course, more than half of our great push is still in the future, not in the past this season. So a lot of gameplay left to be done.
Plenty of time left. We're only through the first 5 hours, have 10 more left in the weekend, 2 more days of competition. Of course, 3 more dungeons left to be revealed to the teams, 2 tomorrow, 1 on Sunday. So those could always throw a wrench in plans too, right? There might be an affix set that the teams just really weren't expecting to show up. Maybe a dungeon with an affix set they aren't expecting to show up. Of course, we have to wait till tomorrow to figure out what those are going to be. For now, focusing on finishing off the keys, we are in Hope in the second phase of Primal Tsunami to get that +1 on the board, put them up to 59, and solidify their 4th place position over Jiff and tie themselves, for the time being, with Dratno's Guild Team. But Dratno's Guild Team making good progress in this 21 Azure Vault. It'll put 2 points on the board for them, tie them up theoretically with Echo if Echo also gets their Halls of Infusion down as well. And they have plenty of time on the board too in this Azure Vault. Talash is going to go down in probably a minute and a half here, and they'll leave themselves with 8 minutes left for Umbral Skull. They've got the Bloodlust ready and prepared whenever they want to pop it. Your guild team's looking great, Dratnos.
Yeah, they are really impressing me. I mean, where is this gameplay when it comes time to raid is my question. Usually they're just always dead all the time. I don't know. This is they are really stepping it up today. That is for sure. Very, very proud of them. They are probably going to be sitting on worse time tiebreakers than Echo, as we see here, right? Like their Ruby is a little bit slower. The Halls, I guess, is going to be a little bit slower than Echo's as well. And then this Azure Vault maybe will be about the same, actually. That could be pretty good. But we know that their Ruby was actually going to be really fast, and they full wiped, and were still able to time that 20. So, yeah, I mean, there is definitely some strength here, and particularly given that you need to get third to make it to Global Finals, they are ahead of Hope, right, in that race for third right now. But of course, we're still only going to be a third of the way through our weekend, as Hope are looking to add the 59th point to their leaderboard here on Primal Tsunami. Not only are they going to put that point on the board, they're going to put up a nice timer in this 20 as well, although we suspect that 21 Halls of Infusions are going to be getting timed at some point this weekend, so maybe these 20s won't hold. Echo also working on the end of this Primal Tsunami encounter. We'll see if they're going to be able to beat that timer that Hope have set in here of 31:38. I actually think they're going to be a tiny bit slower. Well, they do have
They're going to be a
coming
little
up, though.
slower, yeah. They have the Lust coming up. Hope did pop theirs like in the last 5% of the boss. Didn't quite get full usage out of that, but that just means they were a little more efficient in the trash area. Although Hope did pop their third Lust, I think 1 full 2-minute press later than Echo did, so just a little bit of variance there. Of course, the time, like we mentioned, shouldn't end up mattering too much. We do suspect that all of our top 4 teams, or anyone that wants to progress to Day 3, should be getting a 21 Halls done by tomorrow, so the timer really not of too much of an effect here. And, also, I think that's something that's going to be really good for Dratno's Guild Team as well, because like we mentioned, that Ruby time, while not the greatest, Miscount made the 21 look easy. Now, is that a question of that's just Miscount making it look easy? Is the dungeon actually that easy? Is it doable by the other teams? I guess we'll find out later this weekend. One of the nice things about Miscount getting that done today is the teams will get all of the rest of today and the time of tomorrow before the gates open back up again to break down that 21, look and see if there's anything Miscount did that potentially they didn't think of doing in their practice or in their runs, and see why that 21 was so easy. Maybe look into playing a Frost Mage in that key instead of a Fire Mage. You never know. Maybe they just are too used to having that cauterized to swap back to Frost. We'll see. There's a lot of thought the teams are going to have to put in before heading back into the dungeons tomorrow.
Yeah, and you don't get to actually practice the keys, right, between the days. So it is all going to have to happen in theory, but in particular, if you have somebody on your team that is able to play Frost, for instance, and you look at the run and you're like, oh yeah, the Frost is better, that can be a really big thing. Now the question is, is Cryptix, is he ready to, for instance, hot swap onto that Frost? I'm sure Gingy is, as Gingy and Echo will be timing this Halls of Infusion 32 minutes flat. So they are actually 20 seconds slower than Hope in this particular dungeon. But a minute faster than Dratno's Guild team. And Miscount haven't even put that one on the board yet, although Miscount I don't think are going to try and put a 20 on the board. I think they're going to come back tomorrow, and after they work on tomorrow's dungeons, probably come back into the 21 halls. I think that's, or maybe even first thing in the morning, because you'll know those affixes and you don't know the affixes or the dungeons that are coming later that day. We'll have to see. In the meantime, there's only one dungeon left of our teams. It is Dratno's Guild team working on Umbral Skull. Here comes that Bloodlust. They're just using it to nuke into the boss, also getting some big damage onto these crystals as well. Look at that spawn. That is what we love to see.
That's a Frosty special right there.
Just getting nuked down. Yeah, Frosty he's got the geometry calculated of this room. He's got the boss standing exactly where he wants it, spawning those perfect crystals. They do have a couple of those orbs getting dangerously close here, but it looks like they are managing their positioning pretty effectively. As Lust is going to be expiring, they are going to have one more set of these crystals to deal with. Cryptix, I think, though, is going to be getting back to his combustion in time to roll a big ignite onto those. We'll see. 37% on the boss. Forgy does just have Power Infusion and Void Eruption coming up. Looks like going to be delaying for a little bit, though, as Void Torrent is coming out without the Eruption. Dragon Strike on Frosty as well. Yeah, all good. Getting ready. Pooling resources. And they have another...
Even holding on to the twos also.
Okay. Yeah. So they're going to be able to use these twos to just nuke these crystals down. They will have to go and get some more trash after this. So the timer here is actually not going to be anywhere close to as good as Mist Count. Mist Count and Echo both put up 34-minute runs in this vault. Dratno's Guild team looking to be one of these teams that can be competitive at key level, but maybe a minute or two slower in the time tiebreakers on a lot of these dungeons. So something that they may end up needing to just be better on points if they want to beat other teams. But so far today, that's been working out for them at least. They are in position to get that 61st point here. A very, very impressive result as those last set of crystals goes down. No way they could wipe from here on this boss.
I mean, there's actually no way they could wipe. It is literally impossible. I mean, I guess the Unleashed Destruction could kill them, but I don't think there's enough damage here. Even if Frosty were to die, even if Frosty were to die, the aggro would instantly go onto the Mage or the Shadow Priest. All they have to do is just run away from the boss, let the Druid battle res the tank, fade off aggro, invis off aggro, you're chilling. So even a tank death would not wipe them here. Now, would that cause the timer to be bad for the trash they have left? Potentially, but I don't think Frosty's going to be going down here. He still has the cheat death available to himself too, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, they're chilling. They got plenty of time left.
Yeah, they are looking solid here. The timer is going to get pretty close to that 37-30. Like this is going to be a 36-something run, I suspect, once they do get Umbral Skull killed off here, because they do need to head back to the start of the dungeon and collect a tiny bit more count. Everybody heading over, talking to that projection of Syndragosa. And this is it. This is the last trash pull that they need. Stampeding Roar activated by Timbermaw to get them in position a little bit more quickly. And they do have enough count left over here. Yep, there it is. There's that last bit of count that they need. So it's just a question of how quickly can they kill this trash. They are going to have Breath of Eons available. They are going to have Combustion available. 20 seconds until Shadow Priest CDs. I think you probably hold everything until then.
Yeah. You can pop the Combust, I guess, but the Shadow Priest CDs you save for Breath of Eons, because the Eons is also a nice little stun later on in the pull too. And that's exactly what they're doing. Here we go. Get everything stacked up. It's really going to come down to just making sure your tank doesn't get rolled, making sure you don't let too many of those Mystic Vapor casts go off. And they have plenty of AoE stops for that. Just good execution here. There are the 2 minutes. Looking for an angle to get the Breath of Eons off once the pools are back on the ground. And there we go. Terrasant getting that breath off, getting a little stun too on some of the piercing shards for his tank. And the pop of damage is coming here. And dude, Dratnos, they're good, man.
Yeah, 36-something is going to be where the clock stops here. We're looking to avoid Sanguine healing at this moment. That's going to be the thing that saves a couple of seconds, or maybe even a little bit more than that, dozens of seconds if they are careful. So far, we have yet to see that affix creeping up those HPS meters for this team. This, in fact, was one of our best teams at Sanguine Management at the plus 19 level. Let's see how they're... In fact, I think they were the best in the plus 19 key level at minimizing Sanguine. We do have Sigil Chains coming out maybe a little bit early here, though, as we now are going to start seeing some Sanguine healing. 22 million on the board already.
Bit.
It's okay. We've still got a minute and 10 seconds to get this pull stopped. The Lasher dies under the Furies, and more Sanguine healing here, up to 50 mil. It's all good. We're still fine. Frosty kiting along back there. 1 minute left to stop the clock in here. Arcane Tender getting low. Will be dying next. Most of the other mobs are knockable. And in fact, are not going to bathe in too much here.
I think they need to kill... No, they need to kill all but one of these to get their count. That's a lot of healing at the last second here.
Cheat Death activates. 63 million Sanguine healing now on the board. We've got a Blast Wave coming out, although not actually any Sanguine right now. Another Shards. Frosty's going to line of sight to avoid that one going off on him, but this one is not going to be possible to line of sight. Sigil of Misery instead coming out to stop that. It's going to be an Eruption taking out the next one. Now our Furies are starting to die. 2 go down. The other 2 are in the Sanguine. 20 seconds left for them to kill one of these. I think maybe even both of these Crystal Furies.
I think it's both.
There goes one, and there goes the other. Timer stops. 13 seconds to spare. Not even close. No problem.
Okay.
Yeah, totally. Not even close. Not even close. But, I mean, that will bring us to the end of our day 1 for Group B. And we can see here and now, although the scores aren't that perfect, 60, 59, 58 down the board as we were seeing, we had some amazing competition. And actually, not even close is not the way that it went today, because it was so close, both on the upper end and the lower end. I mean, here with Missed Count at the top, obviously they went big, right? They were trying to go for all those 21s. And I mean, it's ironic. Were you expecting them to go so hard right here, day 1?
Not really. I mean, I expected to see higher scores than what we saw from Group A, because it just makes sense, right? You have more information, you have a better idea of what's doable, and also the affixes we gave them were, like, pretty similar to what we had for Group A, so there wasn't a lot of differences between what the routes and the potential, like, pain points in the dungeons would be. But I think Miscount kind of just blew it out of the water. Yeah, they have the same score as Echo and Dratno's Guild team, but they still have a +2 Halls of Infusion on the board, which we know is possible. We can do a 21. So they're still at least one full dungeon ahead as long as they can convert on that 21 quickly enough tomorrow. It was extremely impressive to watch them play, but I'm also, impressed as well with the level of Echo and Dratno's Guild team. Like, both of them played extremely good on day 1 here. Would have hoped for a little bit better of a performance from Hope, but, they're still up there, they're still fighting, they're still in the competition for tomorrow.
I see what you did
there. Jeff
there.
also, fantastic last hour performance, by the way. And I don't want to leave them out. They did a fantastic job getting themselves back into the competition after having a slow start to the day and forcing their hand on Ducks Can Fly and making them go for that tougher key, which they just weren't able to get done.
Oh, we are absolutely going to touch on Jif, because we even took a poll in the chat, and it was something like 86% of all of you who've been watching today who were fully convinced that Jif was the one that was going to be out of the running, that they were the one going home, and here they are clawing their way to victory. I mean, coming in for day 2, they're going to have a lot that they have to put on the line to hope to contend with some of these other teams that really have come out so much stronger. But, I mean, I think, they made it this far. They've got to be riding that high. And, I mean, Dratnos, from the bottom to sort of those middle ranges and your own guild team, how did you feel the competition shook out in the mid and lower range today?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was incredibly high-stakes gameplay that we saw from all of our teams. I love how well my guildies have acquitted themselves as well today. They've put up the keys. 21-20-20 is nothing to be ashamed of. So a 3rd place so far from them today. But I want to give a special shout out to Ducks Can Fly as well. I think that team, they looked really good into today as well. They could easily have gotten to 57 points as well, but they correctly identified that they needed to go for it in the 20 Azure Vault to survive until tomorrow. That didn't work out for them, but it was the right play, and it's that kind of tournament sense, understanding how you're going to stay alive in the competition, and the consistency with which they put up times in the other dungeons as well. This team looks really solid. This team is one that I'm very much looking forward to seeing again in the War Within, hopefully. But yeah, alas, they will be our team that is eliminated today, so we will not see them back tomorrow, and it is Jif that will be starting off tomorrow in a bit of the hot seat. They're 2 points behind Hope, so they have a lot of catching up to do if they want to avoid tomorrow's elimination.
They do, but they turned it around today when we least expected it. It was so exciting watching them even just manage to get those extra points and get those better times overall to put them in a better sort of position coming in. So, while they've got a lot of work to do tomorrow, I believe that they're going to bring it. They've been showing that they can, and we'll see how they continue to improve on that. But of course, tomorrow we will be eliminating one more team as well. And that will leave 4 teams going on to Sunday, where they'll have to go ahead and see who's going to make it into the top 3 to make it onto Global Finals. But, I mean, today, it was a big day. We had a fierce competition. I mean, honestly, the teams between Group A and Group B have just been absolutely, I think, blown it out of the water this go around. And I mean, Zeronic, before we say goodnight, I mean, is there anything else from today, from Group B, that you think you're going to be keeping an eye on through the rest of this weekend?
I want to see some more 22s. Miscount is putting themselves in a position to get some spicy world record keys this weekend, and it's still group stages, right? We still have global finals to push forward to as well. So if they can get some more of those world records on the board this weekend, global finals is going to be sick. I want to see them get done.
Yeah, let's do it. I believe in them. I think they can. And before we wind down completely, let's just take a quick peek at what our predictions were going in today before we saw Group B teams really lay it down on the line and show what they're made of. So, okay, all right. I mean, Dratnos,
looks pretty good for you and Tettles. Both with the right teams in the right order. Wow, what a coincidence! It wasn't in the show order or anything to call for this scene right now, but I guess it just had to be seen once more. So I mean, impressive showing from you two, Zyro and Zyro's got hope up there. Otherwise, pretty close, I guess, to the top 2. Mine is looking a little suspicious, but that's okay. That's the American teams are going to ramp over the next couple of days. You got to watch out.
They will. And yeah, I totally didn't throw us to the screen just because Settles and I are right now. It can all change. We've still got 2 days left. And with that in mind, everyone, be sure to tune in tomorrow. We have a lot more to come. Group B weekend is literally just getting started. And tomorrow we'll be adding 2 more dungeons to the pool. So the teams will be juggling that addition as well as looking to see what they can do to push the dungeons from today even higher. It'll be the exact same time, the exact same place, starting at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CEST tomorrow, and we will be jumping in absolutely for even more exciting competition, more close calls, and a lot more Mythic Dungeon International, The Great Push.